and bushy-tailed and ready to go this morning. I'd like to take this opportunity to announce the help that we have in our Cimbra ring. We have a pair of our queens here with us today that will be assisting with the ribbons. Have Ms. Harper Mao. She's our junior sweetheart for the Scimitar Cimbra Association. And also working with Harper, Sawyer Mao, who's the Texas Junior Scimitar Cimbra Association sweetheart. Excuse me, Harper is the queen and Sawyer is the sweetheart for the Scimitar Cimbra Association. So we thank all these youngsters that come out and assist us with these shows. It certainly saves our feet and legs, and we couldn't do it without them. So Cimbra's North Ring, Gray Brahman, South Ring. Let's get it on your mind. Let's roll.
Well, as our ring help is completing their final organization here to start today's show, we'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our judge who will be serving in the South Arena. He's Mr. Harlan Yoakum from Sapula, Oklahoma. He's with the Yoakum Ranch there. His wife is Cara, and they've got 4 children, Finley, Range, Tips, and Conley. He attended Butler Community College as well as OSU and was on the livestock judging teams at both schools. And he enjoys judging cattle, and he's done so across the United States, and we're pleased to have Mr. Yoakum serving here in the South Arena today.
And in the North Arena, I'd like to introduce a really good friend in the livestock industry in our junior program is Dr. Blake Bloomberg, who's a professor and the lead livestock judging team coach at Black Hawk College East Campus. Blake and his wife, Verona, have 4 children, daughter Brecken, twin boys, Brenham and Berwick, and a son, Bexton. Blake was raised in Berwick, Illinois on his family's diversified livestock operation and consisted of cattle, hogs, and row crops. Dr. Bloomberg currently serves as the livestock judging coach at Black Hawk East in Galva, Illinois, and coached the 2022 Junior College Team of the Year. During his career at Oklahoma State and Texas A&M, as a coach, he coached national champion livestock judging teams in 2017, 18, and 19, and the reserve national champion livestock judging teams in 09, 14, and 15. Blake was named the 2007, 8, 9, 14, 17, 18, and 19 National Collegiate Coaches Association Coach of the Year. He also served as co-coach of their meat evaluation team that were national champions in 2011, 14, and 15, and reserve national champions in 2010, 16, 17, and 18. Blake attended Black Hawk East Junior College and was a member of their livestock judging team that was defeated only once. He was the high point individual at the 2006 National Intercollegiate Livestock Judging Contest and was also a member of the 2006 National Champion Livestock Judging Team at Texas A&M that was undefeated in competition. Blake has judged livestock shows in 42 states and 3 foreign countries, including events at the American Royal North American International Livestock Exposition and the National Western Stock Show, Houston, and San Antonio. We're certainly proud to have Blake here with us today to evaluate our livestock. And again, very good friend to the junior livestock program, has dedicated his life to working and improving young people, and glad to have you here, Blake.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, on the south side, we have our first class of Brahman cattle here, and this class we have 23 entries, well actually 24 in this large class of Brahman females. We'd like to take a moment to introduce to you a group of young leaders in the Brahman Junior Association here in Texas, and they're out here in the arena with their pink shirts, and we appreciate them being on hand to help move the cattle. We've got some big classes, and I'd like to recognize them. And we want to recognize those young people. How you pronounce that?
Bolchick.
We have Lauren Bolchick and Brock Sartwell and Madison Parker, Jennifer Mosk, as well as Lauren Locke, Katie Burnett, Edie Wilson. We also have Mackenzie Driver,
Claire Jalufka.
and Claire Jalufka, Lily Reed, Providence Ezel, and Laura Cooper. And our queen this year for the Texas Brahman Association with us, that's Madison Parker and the Princess Marcy Baker. And we've got their group advisors up here as well. Thanks to the Texas Junior Brahman Association directors for being a part of the show again in Houston, in San Antonio, and they work all the shows. Appreciate you, young people, and your leadership for your association. Final call for Class 2 lineup. Class 2 lineup. We're short entry number 61698. Final call for lineup for Class 2 Brahmins in the South Arena. Let's move them up and check them in. Just a little hint, During the course of the busy judging schedule day that we have, we don't always have the airtime we need to make those class calls well in advance. So we want you to keep up with the judging activities. If you need to have a ring scout working from your organization to help keep the exhibitors advised of the progress at the show ring, we encourage you to do so. We don't want anyone to miss their class, but we're not going to be able to wait on you if you're not there promptly when your class is called.
Attention in the cattle barn, we are missing
Ladies and gentlemen, a very large class, and we're having a group of contestants being dismissed from the arena at this time. If you would, please join me in giving them a round of applause for their efforts in getting these animals here to San Antonio for competition today. Thank you for all your work, and A lot of these heifers are fairly green, and I know some of them will have a bright future that are being dismissed from the arena. Thanks again to each of you for being with us.
Well, good morning, and certainly a privilege to be with you here to work through the American heifers with my good friend Harlan Yoakum, and a good set of these Cimbrow heifer calves here to start. And on some of these bigger classes, we'll make a cut, pull them over to the side, and we're going to let these go back. But there's some good cattle in here, some cattle that are sure close. You got a big-bodied heifer here up in the front. Maybe just need to take a little condition off of her. We work down the line. That's a good-looking heifer here that just needs a little more to her. We got some structural issues maybe on some of these cattle for me. That's why we're going to let them go back. But I think a quality set of young people here. They got up early. We've got a heck of a crowd for 7:15 in the morning. If you would, let's give these a nice hand as they go back. We'll work through here this first class of Cimbrows.
Again, a large class, and we'll have some of this in our younger classes in our show here today. And Dr. Bloomberg is selected off his top end, but as Mr. Harvey said on the Brahmins, these are really good heifers. A lot of them are green, these younger classes, and these kids have worked certainly very, very hard. And again, let's give these youngsters, as they're getting excused from the ring, another big round of applause. They did a good job of presenting their cattle here at San Antonio.
Good way to start off our Cimbra show here. A pretty dominant heifer calf here to lead off this class. One that's really good at the ground from a structure standpoint. I like her foot quality. Got some density and some mass to her, and still a heifer. It's got some breed character as you study her. One that's got a lot of internal dimension, a lot of stoutness of feature, and still moves really well. I think a heifer that gets right away with this class to lead off. I think the heifer in second to me is most like her in terms of her skeletal design. I like this heifer as you take her to the ground as well. She's just a shot more flexible off of her front end than our heifer that comes in third. This heifer doesn't have quite as much rib shape, not quite as much power as the heifer we have that wins the class, but her pattern is good, her underlying quality is still good, and she's one that's got some femininity to her. This heifer's my second favorite on the stand. I like the robustness that she has in terms of her rib design. She's a powerfully constructed heifer as well. Set her in motion, she's a little sluggish out of her shoulder. I didn't read her being quite as flexible as the two cattle we have right ahead of her, but a very good trio of females up here on the top end. The most look and eye appeal comes in the heifer in 4, one that's got a really striking presence about her, a long-sided heifer that's very feminine, very attractive. In relation to her contemporaries in the class, we just got to open her up in her forerib, back into her flank, give her just a little more drop and sweep to the lower part of her belly there. But I like that heifer's look, her lines, and her balance. She's still green. She's going to be one I think is very good as we get on down the road. A very muscular heifer here to come out next. Really powerful as you get up on top of her, really opened up in terms of her rib design. A little rounder up in through her shoulder, a little stiffer off of her hock than some of the other cattle we've got up the line. This young lady's doing a good job of this Baldy heifer, a very high quality female in terms of attractiveness, structural integrity. For her frame, we got to accommodate her with a little more depth of body for me. This soften her up in her rear rib and back into her flank. We close out here with a nice cut of cattle. Maybe not quite enough stoutness here, but I like that heifer's lines and her presence. A big burly heifer to come out next. It's just a little plain. A real nice looking heifer here. It's a little too straight behind. And then the young lady that made the cut here in 10th. A real loose structured heifer. Just maybe doesn't have quite the extra bells and whistles of her contemporaries. Very good class of females here to start off in class 1.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for those comments on our first class of Cimbra heifers. Winning the class is Bryn Caldwell from Brazos County 4-H. Second in class 1, Mallory Fitzgerald from Hardin FFA. The white ribbon goes to Kessler Campbell from Frio County 4-H. Fourth place award, Jenna Tyler, Bowie County 4-H. Our fifth place exhibitor is Cash Morrison from Austin County 4-H. Sixth place heifer honors go to Bryn Pillay, Columbus FFA. Seventh, Aiden Bangus, Klein Kane FFA. Eighth place exhibitor, Reese Dotson, Frisco Wakeland FFA. Ninth place award goes to Kennedy Roman from Vanadale FFA. And our 10th place heifer was shown by Avery Castillo, Jim Wells County 4-H. Now leading in Class 2 in our Cimbra Show, North Arena. Class 3 heifers, we need you to the makeup area. North Arena Cimbra Heifer Show.
Well, good morning over here on the Gray Brahman side as we get started. Going to have a lot of fun today. As Blake said, really good friend of mine. It's going to be a lot of fun to work through these cattle and these young people today alongside of Blake. And as we get started, big class, obviously. Really want to commend the young people bringing out a very, very high-quality set of young heifer calves. And as always, we talk about heifer calves. Man, young people, they got a lot of changing to do. We just missed some really nice ones that I think were just a bit greener as we hit the ring today, but find some very, very high qualities on top end of this class. And there's some in the middle of this class I think are really good, maybe just not quite there today. But I do find two females I land on it very, very comfortably, and I think these two, to me, separate themselves. We get them out in motion. You really like the structural base of both these females. There's some subtle differences between them, but both of them get out and go, stay very collected and composed as you study them on the profile and on the move, and I like that about them. I think the young man's female that wins a class has got a little more to her. She's the stouter one of the pair. She's got more top shape and muscle dimension. You get in behind her, she's a little bigger in her upper hip and carries that muscle down low, and I like that about her. She's a long-spined, extended female. I think she's a little bit stouter and squarer in her upper hip from hooks to pins. I like her there just a little better, and still one. Really, really like her on the move. Heifer in second is ultra smooth. I love the pattern of this heifer and the way that she ties together. Her shoulder angles, and the way she blends back, I think, is extremely, extremely good. And love this female once again on the move. She gets a little flatter ribbed, a little narrow when you get right in behind her, being nitpicky on a young heifer calf, but still, I don't know if there's quite as much punch there today as our class winner. She'll come in second. This next heifer I really, really like. More moderate frame female of the class. But, boy, here's one you talk about rib shape, body volume, and depth. She's got it. I love the rib cage. I love her depth back to her rear rib and flank. I think she proportions out extremely good in this class. Just a little bit frailer, not quite as stout, not quite as extended as we see in those two right ahead of her there. But, boy, that one there is going to make a nice cow one day. Got a lot of good positive things, I think, going for in terms of rib cage, body volume, and depth. Another long pattern female to come in fourth. Young man does a really good job of getting this heifer shown. I like this heifer. A little bit shallower here today. She's one that strikes me as a younger, greener heifer calf. I think her better days are yet to come. Just one that puts a lot of good things together when we talk about profile, strength, the top levelness, just not quite enough depth, overall mass or substance. Another very attractive fronted female the young man has next. She needs a shot more bone and power, I think, to get her up any higher. But you talk about a striking one, neat fronted, very attractive kind of female. Heavier bone, stouter female follows her in the lineup. I like to give her some more rear rib and body, kind of balance her, proportion her up better, but stout and powerful. Another smooth patterned heifer that leads out behind her, just gets a little flatter, not quite as much to her. We get a little lower volume female that comes in next, but still one that has some muscle and thickness when you get right in behind him. We round out the class here with a couple of females. I think more from a balance standpoint, the smaller heifer is better in her top line and smoother made, but flatter and narrower. The other female's thicker and stouter. Just need to put her together in a better package from a balance standpoint. Very competitive class. Congratulations. Great way to start out our morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yoakum, for the overview of our Class 1 Gray Brahmins. And taking the blue ribbon in this class was entry 57-751, Stratton Clay Crow from Tidehaven FFA, and showing Miss Camellia 114/4. Second in that class went to Bristol Smith of Union Hill FFA chapter, and he's showing Bristol's Wilma. Third place going to Callie Kloss of Sealy FFA. Fourth in that class went to Jackson Smith of Washington County 4-H. Our fifth place award, Ethan Alvarez, the exhibitor, Gladewater FFA is his chapter. Our sixth place to Cole Jackson Tesh of Belleville FFA. Seventh in the class went to Hudson Pap of Lavaca County 4-H. Our eighth place to Penelope Taylor of Longview FFA. Your ninth place award to Rayleigh Ann Fitzgerald of East Chambers FFA. And the 10th place ribbon went to Caitlin Snyder of Giddings FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 ribbon winners here in Class 1. Class 2 in the arena. Class 3 needs to be in staging. Class 3, Gray Brahmin cattle need to be in staging. Class 4, you need to be thinking about moving up. Class 3 is a 4-head class, so it'll move along pretty quickly. So you heifers in Class 4, be standing ready.
We're about deep into class number 2 and our Simbra show. So class 3, we need you in place. In class 4, start getting it on your mind. Class 4 Simbras, get it on your mind. We're judging 2 and should have 3 staged.
We get into our second class here, March females, and you get a couple that surface to the top here in a competitive class, but these two females separate, I think, very quickly for me. They're the big, stout, powerful ones of the lineup that still combine that with some balance, some structural integrity, and of the pair, the young man's in the far end that we lead off with. Boy, I really like that when you get her on the standstill set up. So good in her top line, super good from hooks to pins. Her levelness and squareness, I think, is extremely good. Got a great rib cage and body volume and depth into her. I think she balances as good as anything for me. And then, boy, she is stout and powerful. And you'd like to maybe just free up just a notch in the way that she wants to hit the surface off of her hind leg. And maybe not quite as fluid as our second place heifer, but that's really nitpicky on a high quality female. Love the stoutness, power, balance of that female. Rib cage and body volume is extremely good there. Winner in this class. Heifer that follows her, I think, does so because she is super heavy bone. So stout, so powerful in her makeup and the way that she has in terms of her muscle and the way that's laid on her. I think is extremely good. Another long patterned heifer, one that gets out and goes plenty good. I probably like her hind leg set just a little better than our class winner. She wants to get just a little more closed up underneath in terms of her chest floor. She's a little closer to her knees. She's not as wide in terms of her skeletal makeup as our class winner there, but that's a really, really good top pair of females, I think, to come to this class. Not to take away from the rest of the class, because I think we got some really good females on down here. Third and fourth, I think, is kind of a pair in this class that you can study and go back and forth. The gray female's a little smoother, I think, in the way that she's built. From her shoulders back, I think she blends better on the profile. And then you get in behind her, and I think this heifer's just got a little more real muscle shape, particularly in her upper hip, compared to the female that the young lady has. Female young lady has is probably a little better body. I like the rib shape of this female a notch better. She just gets a little bit narrow when you get right in behind her. I don't know if she's quite as strong in her top line level and her hip structure is what we find in the female right ahead of her. We get into a couple of other females in this class. They're just a little bit greener. They strike me as just a little more immature in their skeletal makeup. Young man there that's struggling a bit. He's got a hold of her now. That's a long pattern, extended female. I think that's got a lot of good and positives there. Just a little bit greener here today. Big-bodied heifer the young man has that comes in right behind her, just a little frailer. She's not as stout in terms of her bone work. We round out the class, I think, with a trio that just females that simply need some more time to kind of mature and get there. I think some structural integrity is very, very good. Functionality, I think, is really nice, and that trio of females just need some more time. Congratulations, two exceptionally high-quality females on top of the class to win.
We greatly appreciate the overview by our Judge, Mr. Yoakum, on Class 2, and we'll share those placing results with you. Taking first place honors here is Teal Kirshnick of the East Chambers FFA. Second in that class goes to Maza Siddiqui of Klein FFA. Your third place to Gambor Broadway with Longview FFA. Your fourth to Lauren Lockie, East Bernard FFA. Our fifth place to Wade Pettis of Pasadena FFA. Sixth to Keegan Welch, Godly FFA member. Our seventh place award, Canyon Jones of Louise FFA. Eighth to Lillianne Cox of Nolan County 4-H. Ninth to Eli Grody of College Park FFA. And congratulations to all of our ribbon winners here in Class 2.
Another good class of Cimbra females over here in our second group here. And I thought a good trio of heifers that found their way to the top, and some differences between the three of them. To me, the heifer that keep coming back to in terms of that look and that balance and eye appeal, her femininity and her sleekness of design. I like this lighter colored heifer here to win the class. Now, I wish she moved just a shade better off her front end, and I think that's where the heifers in second and third probably have an advantage. But her hind leg construction is good. She's good-bodied heifer. She's got some softness in her rear rib and flank. Got a real cowy look about her, and then with that, I think she collects herself the nicest from the profile in terms of balance and symmetry. So she's the one we're going to land on to win this class. I love the flexibility and the denseness of the second heifer. Great big feet underneath this female that are clean and even in terms of her spacing and her spread. I didn't think she had quite as much eye appeal as our heifer that starts the class. She does get off of her front end just a little freer and the construction of her knee. I didn't think she balanced quite as good as our heifer that wins the class. If you want to say she's a little sounder and swap that pair, I wouldn't argue a lot with you. I think they're both good cattle and some subtle differences between the two. I like the heifer in third. Big-bodied, really robust in her design. Like her hind leg in terms of her flexibility. She gets just a nickel rounder off both ends, though, in terms of her makeup up and through her shoulder and out of her hip. I didn't think she had quite as much eye appeal and pizzazz as what our top two cattle do, but a real solid heifer there in third. Shoulders back. I like the baldy heifer. She gets just a little jammed up and through her front end, a little low tie and where her neck comes up out of the top of her shoulder. A big rib cage underneath this heifer, though. I like the spring and volume that she's got. We just need to make her a little more ladylike up front. Opposite end of the spectrum here, a real good-looking heifer, really sharp, really refined in her facial feature. I like all those things about her. She runs out of horsepower in terms of substance, runs out of horsepower in terms of body. You just want to neck judge them, though. She's one that'll be up in the class because of the look and the balance that she's got. I just like to soften her up and stouten her up a bit. This one's really cowy. I like the body, the mass, the volume that she's got. She gets a little stutter step from behind. I'd like to loosen her up off of her rear skeleton. And for me, I'd like to peel just a little condition off this heifer as you watch her to continue. Same goes for the next heifer. Real cowy, real big body, a lot of utility to this female. She, too, from a composition standpoint, I'd like to just clean up a shade, make her just a little more feminine in her design. We close out here with some good cattle. Good long-necked heifer here. Just needs a little more to her. A nice, refined, going to be a real sensibly sized. Just needs more rib and body. We got a nice heifer here. Just needs to be a little easier on the move. Young lady's heifer here. One that's long-sided, has some extension to her. A little posty on her rear leg. We just need to loosen her up. I like the look of the red heifer. Just needs a bit more to her. Young man's heifer's got to have a little more rib shape, but she's got a nice outline. Then the kind of traditional marked heifer here, clothes, really sound on her feet and legs, real cowy in her makeup. Just doesn't have quite the pizzazz of some of the other cattle in the lineup. Good class of females.
Final call for Class 4 Gray Brahmins to staging, please. Class 4, final call.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for those comments on our second class of Cimbra females. Winning Class 2 is Cannon Hill from East Bernard FFA. Our second place exhibitor is Kylie Rich from Tarkington FFA. Our third place ribbon goes to Addison Foodcheck, Rice Consolidated FFA. Fourth place award goes to Taylor Gleck, Columbus FFA. Our fifth place female exhibited by Kate Martin, Brenham FFA. Sixth place award goes to Paisley Gentile from East Chambers FFA. Placing seventh is Madison Davis, Blanket FFA. Our eighth place heifer shown by Emily Birch, Waller County 4-H. Ninth place, Leighton McCry from Fort Bend County 4-H. And placing 10th, Tyler Belk, Marble Falls FFA. We're now leading in class number 3 in our Junior Cimbra show. Need class 4. All class 4 Cimbra females need to be in the north staging area.
Here in our February class, just 4 females. Good class here of 4. I really like the heifer that we lead off with. I think her and the second place heifer come to the top of the class for the structural correctness and looseness in the way that they get out and go here in this class. But female that wins the class, she's the more attractive female from her shoulders forward. She's the one that balances up and really hits you on the profile in terms of strength of top, levelness of hip, and still one that offers you some power and thickness and muscle when you get in behind her. Nice heifer to lead off the class there. Another good bodied heifer. I like the rib cage and the body volume and depth of this female. Here's another heifer that's really stout and square in her upper hip. One that gets out and goes very, very nicely. She's a little more open shouldered. She's a little plainer fronted compared to our class winner there, but another very good, very high quality heifer there to follow a very competitive class winner there. Next heifer is the biggest one in class. She is heavy bone. She's powerful from a muscle standpoint, frame, length, and weight per day of age. She's got a lot of things going. She gets a little more rigid in the way she wants to go. She's just a little bit coarser in her general makeup and the way that she strikes you on the profile, but big, stout, powerful female. Have to appreciate a lot of things about her. We conclude the class with a more moderate framed, more sensible size female female, I think, here in terms of being long-spined, extended, loose skeleton. Like to see her at the shot more power. She gets a little easy top, a little narrow when you get in behind her there, but very much a very sound, correctly structured female. She's got some length of body. Nice class of 4, very high quality, nicely balanced, powerful female to lead off.
And we thank you for the overview. First place honors here in Class 3 of your Gray Brahman is earned by Caden Campbell, the blue ribbon winner there from Granbury FFA. Your second place is Addison Grace Saunders of Wharton County 4-H. Third place, Caden Odom, the exhibitor from Jefferson County 4-H. And fourth in that class, Arden Riley Johnson, the exhibitor with Porter FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Class 4 in the Gray Brahman Show, moving in 14 head in this class. This will be the final class in our first division. I'd like to remind exhibitors that are in Class 7 to be ready to make their way and stand ready at the gate. San Antonio numbers their champion classes as well, and so Class 5 and 6 in our heifer show will be a champion class. So Class 7 exhibitors, you need to be standing ready in the Brahman show.
I think an interesting class to put together and some variation, I think, in type and kind in this particular group. This heifer struck me hard as she come in because of her looseness of structure, her flexibility, and her reach off both ends. She's a cowy female as you study her in terms of her broodiness, her softness of flank. Again, to me, I just think she's one of the two most agile heifers we've got in the group. She doesn't blow you away when you get in behind her in terms of power and spread, but I think she's sure ample enough to go ahead and grab her structural build in this particular class to go ahead and build around her. The other sound structured heifer comes in second. Got a nice bend and give to her hind leg, good slope to her shoulder. Probably not as clean in her look and just in terms of her attractiveness as what we find in the heifer that wins the class, but a big-bodied, broody kind of a female. Maybe just a nickel more width as you get up on top of her, even in relation to our heifer that wins the class. The baldy white flanked heifer sure gives you a nice look from the side. I like her femininity. I like her attractiveness. She gets a little emptier middle in relation to the top paracattle. Gets just a little cut up in her flank. I thought she got just a nickel straighter off of her rear skeleton as well. But I like her look. I like her lines, and I like her balance. This heifer that comes in fourth, really a big ribbed, round-made kind of a female in terms of robustness, stoutness of feature. With that, though, extra width and mass. She gets a little coarser up and through her shoulder. Doesn't stay quite as collected when we set the cattle into the motion. This heifer I like. If you just a standing still contest, she'd win the class. It's when we set her in motion, though, she gets too upright off both ends. Just too tight in the way that she travels off either end of her framework for me. But again, on the standstill, she'd be one that get right up there towards the front. Same goes for the next heifer. Good looking when she stands, very powerful, gets a little tighter off both ends of her skeleton. Good looking heifer here that just needs more density. This heifer we got to clean up just a bit compositionally. I like her body. I like her broodiness. Big, stout, rugged heifer here to come out next. I like her foot design, a little rougher in behind her shoulder. The heifer that comes out next to the end here, got a nice pattern. Just need to drop her down and open her up. Then a good heifer to close out. Young man's got a nice female, very cowy in terms of her design. Just doesn't balance up quite as well as have some of the extras of some cattle that precede her in the class. Very competitive group.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for those comments on our third class of Cimbra heifers. Winning that class, Taylor Gross, Washington County 4-H. Our second place female, exhibited by Hallie Orth, Floresville FFA. Third goes to Savannah Daniel, and she's a member of the Columbus FFA. Our fourth place heifer, exhibited by Callie Kachurik, East Bernard FFA. Bailey Wilson from Washington County 4-H shows our fifth place Cimbra heifer in Class 3. Sixth place exhibited by Leah Thorpe, Tarkenton FFA. Seventh place goes to Paisley Lightfoot, Fort Bend County 4-H. Eighth place, Ellie Petrash, Sealy FFA. Ninth, Alessandra Hinojosa, McAllen FFA. And 10th goes to Avery Rosas. We're now bringing in Class 4. At the conclusion of Class 4, we'll transition into our heifer calf division and then start back with Class 7.
A little more interesting class, I think, to soar through. But one thing about it, you got a class winner for me. Young ladies brought us a very, very nice heifer. I love the stoutness and power. She strikes you really hard as she hits the ring because of her bone and her power and her substance. She's big top, she's big hips, she's thick-ended. Love the rib cage, body volume, and depth. And I think you compare her to the heifers behind her. She balances and proportions so much better. She's nice fronted for one that's got that kind of power. She's neat and attractive. And just proportioned out extremely well. She still gets out and goes adequately. We can loosen her up just a little bit. I'm not going to act like that she's looser than the two heifers, but I think today you study this heifer for all her positives. She gets out, she goes plenty good here to win the class. After that, it's a lot more interesting. This short-tailed heifer, I tell you what, she just kept working her way up. Even when she first come in, I didn't gravitate towards her, but I think the longer you study her, a little bit of that tail kind of throws her balance off, I think, when you get on the profile. But just fundamentals of females as far as big body, bold sprung, deep made females that's got some thickness to them. You know, that heifer, there's a lot of good things, a lot of positives she's got working for you victory in this class. And then we set her in motion, and to me, that's where she really separates herself. She's very sound. She's very correct in her structural design in the way that she goes. I like her better off of her hind leg than her class winner. But both these two heifers in second and third, I think they're loose in their skeleton. Female here that's a more modern framed heifer is just bigger bodied. She's deeper flanked. She's softer made. And then in the end, you get in behind her, there's more true heifer there in terms of muscle dimension and power than the female in third. Now, I'll be honest, the female in third, when she come in, boy, she really hits you very, very hard. She's a big scaled, long-sided, extended female, takes a long stride, a true stride. You like her in terms of her structural design and the way that she goes. Problem is, you get in behind her, that heifer's flatter rib, she's narrower made. She's not as opened up as much as either one of those heifers, and I just like to give her more springer rib, shape of rib, depth of rib, and honestly just some more power in her upper hip and thickness from there down. After that in class, I think there's a lot more give and take. I think here's just a good cow in the making that's got body and substance. Is she a sharp-fronted and is heavy bone and stout? No. She gets a little plain, a little frail, but you just look at her in terms of her structural design, some body and substance. I think that heifer's fundamentally very, very correct. Once again, we got another heifer that is a lot stouter in her makeup and build. I'd like to trim this heifer up from a composition standpoint, just make her a little trimmer and truer, and where she's at, probably got a little more cover on her and what we'd like to see, and that freshen that heifer up. But she does have muscle. She does have power. I think here comes another heifer that's sound enough at the ground, a female you like in terms of her pattern from the side. She gets a little outpowered. She's a little smaller, frailer, narrower kind of a heifer as we compare to the ones ahead of her. Here comes another heifer that's built, I think, a lot the same way. I like the attractiveness and smoothness of this heifer. I like to power her up, give her some more bone work underneath. As we get on down in the class, I think we find some females that we just need to change a little bit structurally, change a little bit from a balance standpoint, but still females that are fundamentally have some positives in terms of some muscle, some power, and some bone work to them. Just need to be changed in their structure, changed in their balance areas to move up any higher. Very nice class. Really like the stoutness, the power of our class winner.
Thank you, Mr. Yoakum. And ladies and gentlemen, taking first place honors here is entry 46-152. That's Peyton Ruby Wheely, and they're from Bosqueville, FFA. Your second place went to Carolee Townsend of Gladewater, FFA. Our third place ribbon going to Kimber Calhoun of San Jacinto County 4-H. Fourth in the class, Brooklyn Lemons, the exhibitor from Grand Oaks, FFA. Our fifth place award went to Breeley Bennett of Winkler County 4-H. Our sixth place in the class to Kinley Rowe of Karnes County 4-H. Seventh, Isabella Kaiberger of Southside FFA. Eighth in that class going to Madison Hardley of Anahuac FFA. Your ninth place award to Avery Ballard of Mineola FFA. And rounding out the class with the 10th place ribbon, Menali Avila of Southside FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors in Class 4. Class 4, final class in the division. We're now lining up our first and second place winners for the division drive, and our judge will be selecting his champion heifer here in the Gray Brahmins for the calf division, as well as the reserve calf division champion.
A logical place to start over here in our last class before the division of Cimbra is a real roomy middled, sound structured heifer that got a lot of utility to her and still, I think, very functional in terms of her type and kind. She's good in terms of the way she transitions from her forerib into her heart and then back into her flank. This heifer is very cowy, very loose built, good footed, nice female here to lead off the class. Second and third, I think, is a little closer. The red heifer is a little coarser design, but I just think her extra power and spread gives her the edge. I would like to settle her in her back just a little bit, and I think what makes this pair close is, this heifer's probably a little better on the move. I think you got to give up too much density and too much substance, though, and the red heifer to not keep her second. Young man's doing a nice job. This is a nice heifer, really free in terms of her movement off both ends. If we get on top of her, a little flatter in her rib shape, a little narrower in her pin set. You can go back and forth on those two and do what you want. Nice pair of cattle. This heifer's real cowy. I like the softness that she has. Good structured female. Just maybe doesn't prop up with quite as much balance as the heifers that go ahead of her. A heifer here that's very powerful in her construction, up high, a little rounder out of her hip, a little more fragile in her construction as you take her to the ground. You have to appreciate the horsepower that heifer brings to the table.
Class 7 Gray Brahmins to staging. Class 7, move them in to staging in the Gray Brahmin show on the south side.
I'd like to give the results of our fourth class of Cimbra females over here on the North Judging Arena. Winning that class is Jacob Merritt from Rusk County 4-H. Our second place female exhibited by Lillian Alvareda from East Bernard FFA. Third place shown by Stockton Lightfoot, Fort Bend County 4-H. Fourth place shown by Shelby Parsons, Wilson County 4-H. And our fifth place female exhibited by Jillian Watson, East Bernard FFA. We'll now be leading in our first and second place winners out of our first four classes. And from these females, our judge, Dr. Blake Bloomberg, will select our champion in reserve in our heifer calf divisions. It's not going to have a little time, so I'd like to recognize those class winners. Our first class winner is Brian Caldwell, Brazos County 4-H. Winning our second class, Cannon Hill, East Bernard FFA. Our third place winner, Taylor Gross, Washington County 4-H. And winning class 4, Jacob Merritt, Rusk County 4-H.
Well, as we get our first and seconds out here, let's put our hands together, give them a big round of applause for our first division here in the Gray Brahmin Show. Nice set of females. Young people, congratulations. Hats off to you on a very, very competitive group. And it gets tough out here, I think, for these four heifers. That class 1 that we talked earlier is a big class. A lot of females, a lot of good ones. This one come to the top. She balances well. She's smooth, and I think she contends out here because of that. I think there's another heifer that pairs up with her and being the smoother, very, very attractive females. She's not quite as powerful as some of the other ones, but, boy, that heifer there's got a lot of future. I see a lot of positives in her. Very, very nice heifer to come out of that first class. Heifer comes out of that second class. We lost the one heifer there, but that was a good pair, and this heifer I thought won pretty easy. She's big-hipped and heavy-boned and powerful in her makeup, and she comes out here and still exhibits the same qualities, and I think contends very highly, I think, for your division champion. Because of that, you'd like to make her just a little neater fronted. There's heifers that are probably just a little more attractive there from her shoulders forward, but big hip, square-hipped, heavy-boned, stout, powerful female to come out of that class. Another very smooth patterned heifer that comes out of our third class there, and one that ties together very well. Very sound heifer. You like her on the move. You like her as she gets out and goes and travels. Extremely good off of either end of her skeleton. Once again, maybe just a little frailer, not quite as powerful as maybe either one of the heifers on either side of her out here in this drive, but you really have to appreciate her for what she is. A very attractive, very smooth, very nicely balanced heifer. And the power heifer comes out of that last class we talked, and she won that one pretty handily for me, but boy, there's one with a lot of bone, a lot of substance. She's wide-chested and bold-sprung, and very, very good in terms of her rib cage and body volume. She's big over her top, and I like this female. Young lady does an outstanding job getting her shown and put together. As we get her in motion, we would like to see her move just a little bit freer and easier, particularly off her hind leg as you study her, but certainly we talked to her more than adequate, I think, to win that class. And very strong contender once again. I think we had some very, very good second places, strong contenders, I think, on the other side. Our champion in reserve will come from this side out of both our classes. Once again, congratulations, young people. I'll go shake the hand of your champion in reserve.
And ladies and gentlemen, your Class 4 winner taking the Heifer Calf Championship, and our Class 2 winner taking the reserve honors here in our first division of Gray Brahmins. Congratulations to our champion winner. That's Preland Ruby Willie. Peyton Ruby Willie of Bosqueville FFA, your junior calf champion, rather, and the reserve honors in the calf champion drive going to our entry 44-233, Teal Carnage Cronky from East Chambers FFA. We need to remind these division winners to be ready for the division drive, or the champion drive, at the completion of our final division here this morning.
Let's give our exhibitors over here in the Cimbrough side a good round of applause, if you would, and show them our appreciation. They had to get up early. These cattle are definitely spot on. And, you know, again, they told us last night we were starting at 7, and Harlan and I kind of looked at each other, but I know we got a long day, and one thing about he and I, we are good friends, but we judge at a relatively brisk pace. But we're going to give these kids as much time as we need to get a good look at them. And this first division kind of represents me as a judge. You know, again, if you think that I'm going to pick just a certain type and kind all day, they don't come that way in the classes. And these are a little different in terms of the way they're built as we get them back out here. But we're going to try to make them good first and stack on the extras after that. And I think we do that at a pretty good fashion in this group. I like all 8 of these cattle. I think it comes down to subtle differences. I'm a pretty transparent guy. I'll kind of tell you what I'm thinking. I think there's one that kind of gets right away with it. In this particular division, I think you got to hunt maybe just a nickel harder for reserve. I think there's one that just in terms of her balance and her kind, her structural integrity, I think she's one that's awfully, awfully good. We'll get her picked and we'll bring her classmate over, take another look at for reserve. But let's give these exhibitors a good round of applause. I'll get you a calf champion Cimbrough.
And there's your calf champion Cimbrough female. She comes out of our first class, exhibited by Bryn Caldwell, Brazos County 4-H member. Congratulations to you, Bryn. We're now leading in our second place female in that class, Mallory Fitzgerald from Hardin FFA. In class 4, where we find our reserve champion female, exhibited by Jacob Merritt from Russ County 4-H. Congratulations to all you youngsters who showed in our calf divisions. We'll now lead in class 7. Lead in class 7, Cimbrough females on the north judging arena. Class 8, we need you to start filing in. Class 7's in the arena. Class 8, Cimbrough females, we need you to the north staging arena. Quiana Allen, Madeline Bradley, and Savannah Manzel. We are not finding your heifers in the north staging area, and your class is about to walk in the ring. Quiana Allen, Madeline Bradley, and Savannah Manzel. We need your females to the north staging area. We've got over 800 head to show today. We can't really wait too long. So let's get them in here. Dr. Bloomberg's ready to look at them, and he does a good job of looking at them. Doesn't take him long. So we need to have them on in here.
Gray Brahman exhibitors with entries in Class 8. You need to be at staging. Gray Brahman entries in Class 8. Let's get them to staging, please.
I just talked to the superintendents, one of our superintendents here, and they reminded me to remind the exhibitors that you need to be ready when your class shows. And we're certainly going to, you know, try to remind you the best we can, but we've got a lot of cattle here today, and we can't wait. And so be watching when your class is getting close. Let's get them up here and get them ready to show. We've got over 800 head of cattle to go through today, so that's on the both north and south side. So keep it on your mind and be ready to go. We'd certainly like to encourage all of y'all that I know you want to take pictures. You've got relatives in here and showing, but let's try to keep the flashes down from the stands into the show arena. We don't want to scare the cattle. So if you've got some flashes on any type of photography equipment, let's try to turn those off and take pictures without flashes, if you would, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Emerson. Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Take.
Morning, everyone. There we go.
Good morning, San Antonio. This is Tate Hogan here with Taylor Fort in the live stream.
Yeah, and my name's Emerson Tarr. We're students, a part of the Top Judge program that's new this year at San Antonio. We're going to get to commentate for you today throughout the Simbra and the other shows that are happening. So excited to be a part of this and excited to be here in San Antonio.
So we just wrapped up the Junior Heifer Calf show, and that'd be the judge today is Blake Bloomberg. This will be the first class of the Junior Heifers. These should be calved anywhere from November 1st to December 31st of 2023.
Like Blake is sorting through this class fairly quickly.
Yep, so he'll be pulling them bottom to top.
I think they told us that they have like 800 head of cattle to get through today, so Blake better put his walking shoes on.
Something that's a little special about San Antonio that doesn't happen at other stock shows is obviously you can see there's the turf on the ground. What that does is it makes sure that the cattle have to be good-footed and sound because it obviously brings out all the structural flaws and kind of intensifies them and amplifies them just a little bit.
So we get in here to our November and December females. Find a heifer on top, and boy, I really appreciate the young lady getting this heifer shown extremely well. Does an awesome job. Presentation of the heifer, I think, spot on. Fresh in her look, in her appearance. One you really like. And on the profile, she get her stop there and pull together. You just love how attractive and female she is in her look, and then her body and her rib cage kind of matches in terms of proportionality and balancing up on the profile. And then you set her in motion, and to me, that's where she really separates herself in the class. She gets out and she goes as good as anything out here in terms of her feet and leg structure off of either end. Just a flawless heifer. heifer in terms of her structural design. Stays very collected in her top line. She's good in her hip and her hind leg. Really, really like that heifer there. I think you can find one leads off pretty handily. Initially, you really like the power of this heifer. She ought to hit you hard as she comes into the green. It hits the ring because of her bone. She's so stout. She's big-footed. She's heavy-boned. She's powerful in her makeup. She's big-top. She's thick-ended in the way that she's put together. And, boy, there's a lot of things to really like and gravitate towards her. As we put her in motion, heifer just gets a little more restricted, particularly as you compare to our class winner. That's a heifer that ends up just a little shorter in her stride, a little tighter in the way she wants to move out of her hip and her hind leg. But boy, a lot of bone, a lot of power, a lot of muscle, a lot of good things in that heifer, and still puts it into a balanced package. This whiter colored heifer that comes into third, she struggled with the young lady. She's hung in there, I think, very, very good. But she is one you got to study just a little bit because she's not wanting to relax and show just as well as what we'd like her to. But that heifer there has got a lot of good. Obviously, a bigger framed, a longer sided heifer than what we find in the second place heifer. She's stout and she's powerful. She wants to get just a little bit tighter, and I don't know if that's because she's fighting the halter or if she's just a little bit tighter naturally in her structural design, but we could free her up more than anything, just get that heifer to relax, and I think she comes together a lot nicer because she's got the right pieces in terms of some power, some substance. She's got the right kind of hip structure and hind leg for me. Just like to see her move just a little freer and easier. Young lady's done a nice job. Here we got another pair. We kind of flip-flop there. I think the young man's heifer is just a longer-bodied heifer. I think she's got more length to her. A heifer gets out and goes really good, sound at the ground. Comparatively to the female, she stands behind those top trio. You don't see near the power. You don't see near the bone work in that heifer is what you find in those top three. But smooth pattern, long body, sound heifer to come in here in fourth. Next heifer's a more moderate frame. Love the body volume and depth. That's a big body, bold sprung heifer's got some rib shape to her. She's got some thickness, just a little shorter sided. Heifer is just a little smaller statured, and that's not really a criticism, just a description of the heifer. But I would like to make her just a little more powerful. She gets a little frail at the ground, a little narrow underneath, but like the rib cage and body volume. We get into here to the middle of the class, and we find a couple of heifers that I think are functional and correct. Maybe just get a little plain in their look. Young lady's walking right in front of me. Here's a really, really stylish heifer that's smooth in her pattern. She doesn't have enough to her. She's flatter sided, narrower built, kind of a taller made heifer that the young lady has. And that's another one. She hung in there and did a nice job on a heifer who's really fighting her. That heifer strikes me as a little bit greener. She's one of the greener heifers in class. I'd like to give her some more condition, I think, to kind of get her on up. We round out the class, I think, with some good kind of females. It's got some positive things working for them in terms of some rib and some body. Just need to be cleaned up, made a little neater and nicer, get them a little bit better balanced look, I think, to move them up in class.
Yeah, they just kind of told me, like, all right, you got to sign up for things, and I was like, all right. I'll get it over with when nobody's watching.
Blake's got this class sorted over here, waiting on the mic.
Oh, kind of a mixed bag of tricks here in this class as we start into our next division, and just a lot of variation in type and kind. And, you know, again, you want to nitpick on one and say, well, I think she's better here. I wouldn't disagree with you. I think this is a class where you got to kind of explain. And if you got one out here, obviously you're going to be a little disappointed. But to me, when you start checking off fundamentals, this heifer brings the most to the table from a stoutness perspective. She's got the upper rib shape. She's got some power. She's got some spread. I'm not telling you she's the most feminine heifer we've got in here, but she's stout and she moves the best of any of the cattle that we have in contention. She's opened up in her center body. She's got some spread as you get on top of her. I would make her just a little more feminine in her shoulder, up and through her head and her neck. But again, you know, you got to have to put that aside, I think, in this class to find her to go ahead and win the group. Now, standing still, I love this Baldy heifer. She's flat-shouldered. She's feminine. She's very smooth, very attractive. When you set her in motion, though, she's a little tight on her ankle, and I wish she had more genuine width. Typically, cattle that are built like that will move just a shade better than what she does, and that's where I would change her. I think you got to give too much width, too much skeletal dimension, and the fact that she's a little snappy on her ankle. We're going to land her in the second spot. There's things I like about the red heifer. Turn to her body is good. Fore-rib to flank is pretty good on this heifer. Up high, I like this female. Set her in motion. She just wants to prance off of her front shoulder Just need to change the way that knee sets down to the ground, the way that shoulder's sculpted into that heifer, and the way it's laid into her up off of her front end. You do that again, I think it changes the complexion of the class. The black and white heifer's just real solid. She doesn't blow you away any one area. She's a real sure-footed female. She doesn't collect herself with quite the balance and eye appeal that we have in our top trio in this class, but I kept working her up because I think she's got some doability. She's got some foot quality to her. She does maybe get just a little plainer in terms of her look, but I think just a solid heifer. Here's a real useful kind of a female in terms of being able to maintain herself on not a whole lot of supplements. She's deep-bodied. She's just a little too past from a condition standpoint for me. And with that extra condition, she's starting to open up in her shoulder. Just need to make her a little fresher. The red heifer I like her look, I like her balance, I like her lines. Set her in motion though. She wants to get up in her spine. Probably needs just a little more density and softness of body. Next heifer, we got to make her move just a little better. There's things to like when she's on the standstill. Same goes for the red heifer. She's got some top line straightness to her, some levelness out of her hip. Set her in motion. She's a little straight shouldered, a little flatter in her rib. Loud marked heifer here's got some mass and some substance, just doesn't piece together quite as good. We get on down the line here, still good cattle. We need to make that one just a little sounder, but she's got a neat look. This one's got some rib and body, a little plain balance. Then a pair of heifers that close the class. They're pretty good on their feet and legs. They both need just a little more horsepower to compete.
And ladies and gentlemen, over in the South Arena, the Brahmins that were just dismissed, your Class 7 winner, 49-628. Hollis Decker, the exhibitor from Angleton FFA, second in the class, went to John Drew Watson, Gladewater FFA member. Your third place is Anastasia Chambers of Grand Oaks FFA. Fourth in the class is Jeremy Lahr of Dickerson FFA. Fifth to Anastasia Ray Haynes of Glenrose FFA, your sixth place rather. Levi Watson, the exhibitor of Gladewater FFA. Our seventh place in the class going to Bailey Shiko of Gladewater FA. Our eighth place, Jocelyn Cantu, the exhibitor from Robstown FFA. Ninth to Leanna Kirchner of Williamson County 4-H. And rounding out the class with the 10th place ribbon was Peyton Wilson of Pasadena Memorial FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors in Class 7.
I take this opportunity to give the results of Class 7, which we previously placed and had our comments on our North Judging Arena. Winning the class from Wilson County 4-H is Emerson Posey. Placing second in that class was Lakeland Rich from Tarkington FFA. Our third place heifer, exhibited by Cody Hill, Hidalgo County 4-H. Fourth, Quiana Allen, Cotulla FFA. Our fifth place female, exhibited by Tegan Wilson, Washington County 4-H member. Our sixth place heifer was shown by Kinley Grabs, Teague FFA. Seventh, Briley Sandifer, Waller County 4-H. Placing eighth was Riley Dimmitt from Corns County 4-H. Our ninth place female shown by Zoe Morse, Johnson County 4-H. And our 10th place female exhibited by Haley Weirheim, Corns County 4-H. We're now evaluating Class 8 Cimbra females. About halfway through this class, so Class 9, we need all Class 9 heifers, or excuse me, there's no Class 9. We need Class 10 females, so if you're in class number 10, there isn't a 9, so bring them on up. We've got 8 in the ring. We need 10 in the staging area at this time.
So Dr. Bloomberg has another class in, that'd be Class 8. These heifers will be born anywhere from September 1st to October 31st of 2023, obviously. First place out of that last class would have been Emerson Posey. Her heifer would have been born December 15th. Second place would have been Lake and Rich, and hers was born November 16th. One thing everybody knows about Dr. Blake Bloomberg is he likes his cattle good-footed and good-built, and so that's going to be really instrumental here today on the turf, and just seeing these cattle and how they can handle themselves and how they relax and just kind of take to the ring, because it's a little more compact, and these heifers are starting to get quite big.
Head in this lineup for Dr. Bloomberg to go through, and looks like he's walking him another lap and is going to judge him here on the profile.
I really like the Cimbra breed because, I mean, obviously you bring in the Continental from the Continental Cotton cattle, just fast growing, heavy muscles, good yield grades, and then you kind of do some of the, you bring in the Brahmin breed and they're yeah, really good built and smooth, and so maybe it smoothens up some of the Continental and softens their joints and makes their feet a little square, a little better.
Completely agree, and they're kind of got a special place in my heart for them. Being on the Simmental Junior Board, our Cimbra numbers are growing every year, which is awesome because they're a vital part of our breed, and the southern part of our association for sure is a big fan of them.
We're missing entry in class number 9 in our gray Brahmin show. Savannah Remy. Savannah Remy, we need your heifer to the south staging area, class 9.
A lot of movement in the ring over here on the north side, and he's starting to pull them bottom to top and kind of sift them out and see which ones he likes.
Lots of different shapes, sizes, and colors in this class for sure.
Like Emerson had mentioned, there's 12 head in this class, so he placed his bottom 4 and sorted to the top 8.
The last time we were here, we were judging on this. That was a year ago, pretty much.
Yeah, San Antonio kind of holds a special place in my heart.
It's always fun. The stock are high quality. It's neat to get out here on the turf. It's always a pretty good high quality contest.
And I've been competing at this contest since it might have been 5th grade. And every year, everybody always wants to win San Antonio. Bloomberg's working through the top 2. just placed third.
I think they're both taking the top of the class, so maybe we should try to wait on them.
Yep.
Can we grab a drink or something?
There's some more.
Good class here with some depth and quality, I think, all the way down the line. And these two come in, and I knew it was going to take a pretty good one to get around both of them, and I didn't know exactly which way we are going to do them because I like them both. But the heifer, the red-tinged, dark pigmented heifer here, I think just has more to her as you study her. The way she transitions out of her shoulder back into the sweep of her flank, a real bold-sprung, big-bodied, powerfully constructed heifer. Again, is the second one probably maybe just a little more elevated up front, has a little more look perhaps, but it's a brood cow in terms of her body, her mass, her substance. And honestly, I think this heifer just kind of overwhelms that one and the fact that she could fit inside of her. Now, they're similar built in terms of their foot, their bone, and their mass. This one just has more to her in the center part of her body. Good heifer there to lead off the class. Beats a nice one in second, long-sided. I love the extension this heifer has. To be that long, stays good in her top line and out of her hip. She's got some paws underneath of her in terms of foot and bone. I didn't think she was quite as good in her lower flank line. Right in there in her heart is what we found in the heifer that wins the class. But again, that's kind of sorting that poo from pepper on those two because that's a good pair of cattle that both have a lot of quality, just a little more body mass in the heifer that wins. The chocolate heifer was, I think, the first one to come in, and she's a good female. She's really cowy. She's got a lot of utility. She's got a lot of density to her. She just doesn't have the extras of the two cattle we have that precede her in the class. But you melt her down in her own right. That's pretty good cattle. She's functional. She's one that's got some replacement retention value because of her kind and her substance. She just run out of extras in relation to a top pair. I like this heifer's refinement. I like her flatness of shoulder. She's pretty smooth in terms of her design. She's a little narrow as you get up on top of her, and she's probably starting to pack on the most condition of our top four cattle. I didn't feel like she was as genuine as you got up on top of the cattle as we compare her to the three that go ahead of her. Here's a real sensibly sized, easy keeping kind of a female. With that, though, she gets out-horsed by those cattle ahead of her. Hasn't captured as much weight per day of age, but still solid female. A little more length and extension and a little more lift in this heifer. I didn't read her being quite as correct off of her rear leg. A real solid female here that's cowy and broody. Just runs out of the bells and whistles as we compare some cattle on up the line. This one's got a nice pattern to her. When we set her in motion, though, she comes in too many pieces. Here's a real round-bodied, big-ribbed kind of a female. With that, though, she struggles from behind. Little flatter made heifer here, pretty functional at the ground, needs more substance than a pair of cattle here. This one's a little sounder than that one. This one's got a little more to her. We just need to change this heifer off both ends of her skeleton. Good class and a good top pair.
Well, thank you, Dr. Blueberg, for that critique of our Class 8 and our Junior Simbra show. Winning that class, Wayland Seal, Shelbyville FFA. Second place award goes to Nolan Seal, Shelbyville FFA. Our third place award goes to Brooklyn Beard, Axtell FFA. Placing fourth, Justice Epley, Calhoun County 4-H. Our fifth place ribbon goes to Emerson Wood from Klein Kane FFA. Sixth place award, Sawyer Mao, Fayette County 4-H. Seventh place exhibitor is Kenley Kachurik from East Bernard FFA. Placing 8, Emily Denny, McAllen FFA. Our ninth place heifer was shown by Dane Fitzgerald, Hardin FFA. And placing 10th, Seeley Jones, Wilson County 4-H. We're now evaluating Class 10 in our North Judging Arena. At the conclusion of this class, we'll go into our Junior Heifer Division.
Well, as we get into this class, I tell you what, the young man's brought us an awfully nice one, in my opinion. I am not a Brahman breeder, but I sure know that one there, as she hits the ring, she's pretty dominant. That's a high quality female. I think as we start to study her, and to me, she wins the class and wins it by 100 miles as we start to study. You talk about one that is good at the ground and hits the surface correct and true, she's got it. You talk about one that's balanced and fresh and well presented and attractive, she's got that. And then she's got plenty of power to go along with it, just balance, proportion, muscle. That heifer, very, very good. Easy winner in my class. Congratulations, young man. That's a very, very nice female on top of this class. I don't want to take anything away from the rest of the heifers because we got some really good heifers. I think it gets a lot more interesting after that, a lot more give and take, and you could switch them up. I think this top end of this class a lot of different ways. I landed on the young man's heifer here in front of me. I think she follows our class winner from a balance standpoint. Here's the female that I think blends together in terms of her profile and her pattern as well as anything. Her top line's good. I think she's better in her hip structure than the female that comes into third. I think she's better in her hind leg, and we put her in motion. Here's the other sound-footed heifer that's loose in her skeleton, gets out and goes. Now, would I like to give her some more center body and rib cage? Yes, I'd like to open her up, make her a little more bolder right there. She's probably as light a muscle, this heifer, as we have on the top of this class, but I think she's more than adequate in terms of muscle shape for a female. Looks like a female, like her balance, like her on the move. She becomes your second place heifer. Stoutness of bone and thickness comes in our third place heifer, and I do really appreciate this female. She gives you a nice, neat look too when you get onto the side. So she's got the muscle and power. She puts a balance together pretty good. Her problems come when we set her in motion. She wants to get just a little steeper out of her hip, a little straighter in her hock, makes her just a little more rigid in the way she wants to go. Like to free her up just a little bit, but a stout, powerful, heavy muscled heifer to come into third. Big old broody heifer, I think, comes in next. And boy, from her shoulders back, I can really find a lot of ways to get this heifer up a notch or two in the class. So she just gets a little bit plainer, a little wastier, not quite as attractive and neat from those shoulders forward up through her front 1/3. But that's a big body, deep flank, good made heifer. That's another pretty loose skeleton heifer to go along with it. Needs to be a little bit cleaner fronted. Good profile and good balanced heifer the young man has. He hung in there and done a nice job getting this heifer shown all the way through in the class. She's wanting to act up there specifically at the beginning of the class. But profile, she's as good as anything we got here at the top of the class. She needs more bone. She needs more stoutness. Heifer that comes in next, young man, like this heifer from her hooks forward. Heifer's got the right kind of shape of rib and body. She's got some shape over her top. Heifer blends together well. She just wants to get steeper and rounder there. We'd like to level her up and square her up right out through her hip structure. Long spine, long extended, loose skeleton. Heifer comes in next. It's a little too flat. Little more moderate framed heifer. I like her body. I like her thickness. Just a little more compact, a little quicker made in terms of her skeletal maturity. So we get them down in class. We got a big class here. So I think some very, very fundamentally good heifers just lose out in a spot or two and don't have quite as much punch or power, I think, maybe to get on the top. But a very good class on top and bottom. Extremely high quality, very good heifer on top to win.
And we thank you very much, Mr. Yoakum, for that overview of this Class 8 here in the Gray Brahman Show. And ladies and gentlemen, taking our first place honors, entry 54-176, exhibited by Trenton Wade Garrett of Nueces County with his female Red Smith 80 Manso. Our second place in the class going to Ty Ritchie, the exhibitor from Gladewater FFA, with his Miss 125/3. Our third place award going to Dylan Garrett of Nueces County 4-H with our fifth in the class. Excuse me, fourth place. We jumped over it right down at the bottom. Fourth place, Weston Montgomery of the Johnson County 4-H. Fifth place winners, Nebraska's Bean of Comanche County 4-H. Sixth went to Woodrow Knox, the New Caney FFA member. Seventh, Anthony Hinojosa, Rio Vista FFA. Your eighth place to Sophia Unison of Foster FFA. Ninth to Savannah Ristro of East Central FFA, and taking 10th place was Catherine Jackson, Austin County 4-H member.
Another good class of Cimbra heifers here. I think 5 very competitive females and not a lot of drop off in this group. The striped heifer here, one that gives you a nice look from the side. She really balances up well. I like her freshness of composition in relation to her contemporaries in this particular group. She's got some genuine width as you get up on top of her, got some foot quality underneath of her. I like her presence from the side. Want to nitpick on her, you could clean up her udder and just balance it maybe just a little bit in terms of her teats. But again, at least she looks like she's bred. I like that. She's one that's got a real flashy look, and yet she's still got something to her while being fresh. I like this heifer in second as well. Really deep ribbed, a lot of capacity, a lot of volume to this female. She doesn't hook up at her top line and out of her hip quite as nicely as our heifer that wins the class. Like to set her tail head down into her just a bit. She got a little forward chest, and again, for me, that doesn't really, I think that'll melt right off first lactation. But in comparison, when you got a heifer that's just a little better balanced and is a little fresher, I think we'll go ahead and give her the class edge. But that's a nice female there in second as well. The red heifer that comes in second is just really broody in her design. A lot of utility to this female in terms of softness, body, mass, volume, all those things. She's just a little coarser in her design up front, not as feminine, not as cow-like and ladylike in terms of her femininity, but still, I like that heifer a good bit. Here's another good female, probably maybe just freshen her up just a touch as well. As she's shaking down a nice udder, her teats are spaced right. They're out at the corners. She just gets a little plainer up through her front end, starting to distribute just a little more weight in the front third of her skeleton, just freshen her up a bit. And I think that'd loosen her up as well. Nice heifer to close. She probably is a little fresher than a couple of those other ones. She gets a little coarser about her teats as well. But where we get in trouble with, for me on this one, just when you set her in motion, I like the line and the balance that heifer has. Got a clean look about her. She's just got a motor a little better off either end of her framework. Good class, very competitive all the way through.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for that critique of Class 10 in our Junior Cimbra show. Winning the class from Brazos County 4-H is Cameron Skaggs. Second in Class 10, exhibited by Parker Pilat from Columbus FFA. Our third place female, exhibited by Kaylee Elsner, Alvin FFA. Fourth place, exhibited by Micah Eilert from Columbus FFA. And our fifth place female, exhibited by Elani Lacey from Fremont FFA. We're now bringing in our previous classes from 7 through 10 from these females. These class winners in second place heifers will select our junior division champions.
Attention in the barn, gray Brahman females in Class 10. It's your turn to be in staging. Class 10 gray Brahmans to staging, please. This will be the final class in our division. Classes 11 and 12 will be junior heifer division classes. So you exhibitors with Class 13 Brahmans be standing ready. We need you once we start the division drive for the junior heifers.
So as we bring them out here for the junior heifer drive, we have first place on a Class 7 would be Emerson Posey. Her calf would have been born December 15th. Second out of that class would have been Lakin Rich. That heifer would have been born November 16th. First place out of Class 8 would have been Waylon Seal. And second would have been Nolan Seal. We did not have a Class 9, so champion out of Class 10 would have been Cameron Skaggs. Second would be Parker Pilat.
Dr. Bloomberg's going to be selecting his
Class
division
10 Gray
champion.
Brahmins, final call for lineup. We're short one head. Class 10 Brahmins. Grays, we need you in the staging area with Class 10, final call.
Wayland's red heifer is probably a little different speed than these other two. A little more powerful, a little broodier. And then Cameron Skaggs and Emerson Posey's heifers are a little sleeker looking, a little more feminine. So we'll see what he ends up picking here. I don't know about you, Emerson, but Cameron Skaggs' black and white heifer looks pretty nice.
I agree. That thing's kind of a combination here. However, all these heifers are good in their own right.
Let's
It
give
kind of
these
depends
exhibitors
on
a
your
good round
goals
of
for your
applause here in our
operation long
second
term.
group of these Cimbras. Very, very competitive. But again, you got close calls out here, and we realize what's on the line from a scholarship standpoint. So every decision that you make, you certainly got to be able to justify. And this heifer that wins that first class, you know, that's a kind of a tough class to put together. I'm actually pretty pleased with this heifer. She gets back out here. She's got some substance. She's got some strength to her, some dimension. You know, is she maybe quite in the same league in terms of her look from the side as some of the other ones? No, but she's going to make a really fundamental brood cow for this young lady. Her foot quality is good. She's clean in her joints. Like those things about her, and she's got something to her. This heifer won a very competitive class. This one I really like in terms of just her robustness, her boldness of spring of rib, and her dimension. You know, again, some people nitpick on her because might run downhill just ever so slightly, but my dad told me that really didn't affect him as a cow, and I think that's true. This heifer's just really functional. She's really bold. She's really stout. She shows us good breed character. I like that about her. I really like this heifer off of her hind leg. The way she sits down to the ground, the stability of her hind leg, the way she sits and evenly distributes her weight on her feet. Again, there's other ones out here that are flashier from the side, no doubt, but I like her, and I think she's going to make an extra good kind of a cow. This is the one that gives you the flash from the profile. She's really fresh. She's really up-headed. Like those things about this heifer really well. She's really good in terms of the way she balances from the side, the eye appeal that she's got. We talked about her udder, but again, at least it looks like to me she's bred. When you watch her go right away from you, I'd square her up in her hock just a little bit. She still uses her hock well. We're just talking about nitpick things of what I would change about her. And again, I think there's give and take amongst this set of heifers. We got some good seconds as well, some cattle that are very competitive in terms of the way that they're made and designed as well. But this is a really good group of females. Again, let's give them a nice round of applause. We'll get you a grand reserve in this division.
Well, Bloomberg likes the red heifer,
And there's
the
your
more
junior
moderate
division winning
cattle that are
female
going to go
comes
make
to
good
us out of
cows.
class
And
number
I
8,
completely agree. That thing's
exhibited by
good-footed
Wayland
and
Seals,
big-bodied
Shelbyville,
and
FFA.
definitely a
Congratulations to you.
nice decision there on Blake's part.
Like Emerson mentioned, that would have been Wayland Seal out of Class 8 that went ahead and won.
Bring her in for a reserve, and again, very powerful, very dense in her design. We talked about her just being an ox in terms of her foot size, her bone work. I like all those things about her. In class, we talked about did she transition in her shoulder and her heart quite as nice as the heifer we ended up using? She does not, and that's where I would tweak on that heifer. So I think it gets close here for reserve. I think you got kind of a beauty heifer here in terms of her look and her eye appeal. You got kind of a beast in terms of body and mass. You can pick which one you want. I'm going to use this black and white heifer, though, to be our reserve in this division.
And there's your reserve division champion in our junior heifer classes. Goes to Cameron Skaggs from Brazos County 4-H. Congratulations to all the youngsters who showed in our junior heifer classes. We're missing Addison Cypret, I hope I got that name right, from Leon County 4-H. We need your heifer to the north staging area. We're missing him. We're about to lead in class 13. So Addison from Leon County 4-H, we need your Cimbra heifer to the north staging area.
It's a nice
In our class of
division.
summers, got a pair of heifers to me that come up to the top. They're the sounder, more correctly structured females. I really like them both as they get out on the lead and go. Both of them very, very correct. And of the pair, a little more the moderate framed heifer that leads off. I think she's just a little bit fresher in terms of where she's at in her condition, and that affects her balance and her look for me. She's a little fresher from her up through her front 1/3. I really like this heifer in her top line. She's big in her upper hip, like her from hooks to pins in terms of her stoutness, levelness, and squareness. Just gives you a little more of attractive, neater, nicer pattern look than our heifer that comes in second. Heifer comes in second is a big, big body, bold sprung, very, very female, cowy in her look, and I love that about her. She's got a real good set off of both ends of her skeleton in terms of her structural design, gets out and goes extremely good. Just a little bit plainer, not quite as neat, not quite as attractive there through her front end is what we find in our class winner. The red heifer that comes in next, here's another bigger outline, longer bodied heifer. Another one that's plenty loose in her structure. She loses out from a muscle standpoint compared to those two. She's not as stout and robust in her build, I think, to come in here to third. We come around with another heifer that certainly has some thickness to her. She is probably bigger over the top side of her skeleton. As she gets in motion, she wants to drop her pins just a notch and get up under herself just a little bit. Kind of throws her balance off when we put her in motion. A leveler top, square hipped heifer follows her. She's just a little flatter, though. You get in behind her, she's flatter rib, a little bit narrower. Another long-bodied heifer that gets just a little bit stiffer in her step, a little straighter off her hind leg. We'd like to loosen her up. Another heifer that's got some rib and body the young man has, but once again, she just strikes me as a little bit narrower, a little bit lighter muscle. Young lady's heifer we conclude with does have some muscle and thickness. I really think there's some good in this heifer. She struggled getting this female showed as good as she'd want to, but once again, just a heifer doesn't balance up quite as nice today, wants to roll out of her hip. Very nice class, good top pair of females here in this individual class.
And we thank you for your overview, Mr. Yoakum. And the blue ribbon in Class 9 going to entry number 49887. That's Cameron Ray Ripkowski, the exhibitor from Liberty FFA. Our second place winner, Caston Wayne Tip of Gonzales County 4-H. Third in the class went to Terry Self of Union Hill FFA. Our third place award going to fourth place award to Savannah Remy of Tidehaven FFA. Fifth in the class, Jessica Hinojosa, the exhibitor from Rio Vista FFA. Sixth place went to Jillian Grace Rogers, member of the Palo Alto County 4-H. Our seventh place to Wyatt Parker, Liberty FFA. Eighth to Miranda Correa of Rio Grande City FFA. Congratulations to our ribbon winners here in Class 9. Final class in the division here in the Gray Show, and we have 10 entries in this class.
Well, good
We are
morning.
currently evaluating Class 13, Cimbra females in the North Judging Arena. So Class 14, we need all your females to the North Staging area. Class 15, start getting it on your mind. We have these three classes, 13, 14, and 15. After those three, we will move into our division drive, which will be our senior heifer division drive. So 13 in the ring, 14 and 15, let's get them ready.
Well, good morning over here on your Cimbra side. I'm Cale Campbell, and I'm here with Jed Sidwell. We're going to be talking through them with you today. Just a couple of Oklahoma State students enjoying the warmth down here in Texas. Jed, how are you this morning?
Pretty good. Enjoying the weather for sure, like you said. Fun Cimbra show that we've had so far. Got to appreciate just like the diversity of cattle out here. A lot of different types and kinds. So a guy really gets to pick and choose what he wants out here. So it's fun to watch Dr. Bloomberg evaluate these.
Yeah, you and I both judged against Dr. Bloomberg's teams for a few years now, so it's definitely different seeing him out here in the ring and not trying to get a team to beat you. But we both definitely have respect for him and enjoy the job that he does.
In case you're wondering why Cale Campbell isn't talking right now, he just broke his microphone.
I think I'm back in good shape now, so yeah, we're doing all right now. Jed and I had talked about it a little bit before we came up here, and we're talking about the green turf. It's not often you show cattle on a surface like this, and it makes the cattle got to be sound because it's not a very forgiving surface. It offers just a little bit of cushion, but you can definitely see how the cattle move on it, and it'd be a little different than a nice 6-inch layer of chips. So it's different to see, but I think the judges certainly appreciate not being able to hide anything, and you can definitely take a good look at foot shape.
For sure. As a cattle showmanship perspective as well, you get these big red heifers out here. It gets just a little bit slick every now and then, so you got to make sure that these cattle can have their head, stay stable while they're out there. Yeah, after a few rounds of this deal, you get a little slippery.
Jed and I both judged here at San Antonio in the collegiate contest, both last year and then in junior college. And, it's a fun experience getting to compete out here on this turf. It's just kind of a feeling unlike anywhere else. I mean, obviously, you've got the green chips at Louisville and different things like that. But I'd say this is just a little bit different than anywhere else. The atmosphere is a lot of fun. It's a little bit warmer than most parts of the country this time of year. So it's just a different change. And I think most of us college students and then just the competitors out here today just enjoy the atmosphere. It's just a lot different, and it's pretty neat.
Yeah, I had an upperclassman tell me once before he came down here to judge that, yeah, it feels like you're judging the show when you're judging at San Antonio in the contest. And, man, I think that's what makes it so cool when you're out in the actual show ring, on the turf, evaluating the livestock that were in the show just a couple days before. Yeah, it's definitely a favorite contest for sure.
Yeah, I think to add to what Jed said, it really is like judging a show, and a show of the utmost quality. Not only, obviously the hogs that we get to evaluate are next level, and then obviously the cattle are just superior to a lot of places that you get to evaluate. So it's just a lot of fun as a judging contestant, kind of getting to evaluate stock that are the best in the nation.
Dr. Bloomberg has us down here to 4, it looks like 3. 4. We got 4 head here left. Got her down to 3 now. Man, high quality class. A lot of good ones here, top to bottom.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Got class number 14 walking in next, senior Heifers in your Cimbra show. Looks like a good-sized class here.
Yeah, I'd like to give a big compliment to our last class winner. You got to love one that just looks like that and comes at you that maternal and just how she looks. And plus, just a little splash of white there on the face always helps one just grab a guy's attention.
Yeah, it caught my attention for sure as we were just walking up here. We got to walk to the holding ring, and she was kind of pulled off to the side. Man, just a great cow.
Yeah, I about had to grab Jed by the ear just to get him up here and stop looking at her. So, yeah, I think we kind of noticed her on the way in here, but certainly a very nice class winner. And, yes, Dr. Bloomberg found her pretty quickly, it looked like to me. I'd just like to say, man, the quality of these classes from top to bottom is very, very good. Just quality livestock, really, from the bottom to the top. And honestly, sometimes it's just hard to tell which end is which. And then that's a big compliment to all of these exhibitors out here.
And Kayla and I were talking about earlier, it's impressive the number of cattle that they fit in this barn. I mean, they got them stacked in here one after another. I mean, for someone that comes from the northern part of the country, everyone's fighting for stall space. We have 20 head for one steer, or 20 feet for one steer. It's, really impressive.
Yeah, what's probably more impressive to me about that is just all these exhibitors able to kind of work together and make that space enough. And you know, like you said, some of us northerners have a little bit of trouble there sometimes, maybe get into a couple arguments. And for the people down south, they definitely got to get used to it. So props to them for that. For those of you listening in that are just a little bit curious about the Cimbra breed, it's just a mix of Simmental cattle, which we have a lot of up farther north, and then they're mixed with the Brahman cattle that are really prevalent down here in the south, and it really makes for a nice moderate framed breed that's kind of versatile, and these cattle, as you can see, are just extremely high quality and have a life outside the show ring, and certainly are a big part of the cattle industry here in the United States and further south.
Yeah, it's cool. It's a breed of cattle that we don't get to see a whole lot where we're at, Kale. And I've just been impressed by the foot quality here, top to bottom. A lot of really good footed cattle that can move good on this unforgiving surface, like we talked about earlier. Really represent a lot of function, a lot of good.
Yeah, that's a good point because I think some of the cattle that we got to look at up farther north might have a little bit of trouble out here on this green turf, and you can see their skinny little toes. So props to these exhibitors out here with these cattle with good feet, big round feet. Props to them, and really just nice cattle from top to bottom. It's just kind of a privilege to get to look at these cattle, and really nice job to all of these individuals on getting them shown. Well, Jed, I don't know about you, but I've always enjoyed coming down to San Antonio, and especially if we get just enough time to go to the Riverwalk and, of course, the historical buildings like the Alamo, and just kind of get to see the history of our country and just kind of how things got together. It's just always been a privilege. So, yeah, we always kind of enjoy getting to come down here and just kind of see the sights.
For sure. I mean, I think the highlight for me has to be the crawfish down here. Just the food you get on your San Antonio trip and judging college, it's awesome. But yeah, like you said, the Riverwalk, the Alamo, just a cool place to hang out, enjoy an afternoon. That was, pretty grateful that, Taylor Frank, my coach in JUCO, we spent like half a day there just relaxing, hanging out for the contest. It really helped get our minds right, too, for the next day. We were relaxed going into it.
Yeah, as an Oklahoma native, I've always loved the Mexican food we have, and I'd like to say it's good. It's up there with the best in the nation, but it probably doesn't have anything on the food down here in San Antonio. So that's always kind of the highlight of the trip. Well, looks like Dr. Bloomberg's getting close to the end here, and obviously another stacked class of really, really good cattle. I'm just kind of curious to see how he's going to end up lining these last few.
Yeah, this top trio that he has here, I mean, what a tough 3 cattle to get sorted through. Represent just a lot of good. man, what another nice class winner again. Love that heifer, just front end and femininity, look, awesome. But still, the power she had from there back, I think was really, really unique.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a breed that's designed to have just a little bit more skin and ear, but for one to come with that kind of stoutness, like you said, and still have that kind of presence and look up front, truly kind of a unique individual. And the young lady, man, she did an awesome job getting that one shown, and you got to appreciate the fancy colored show stick too. If that's not eye-catching, I don't know what is.
I think if you let me show with a zebra show stick to this day, I probably would.
Yeah, I kind of learned at a young age that being a bright redhead out there was probably intention enough, and if you came out there with a glittered colored show stick, you might get towards the bottom of the class faster than you would the top. So that's kind of what kept me with a nice silver or black show stick.
I believe the term you're looking for, Cale, is ring appeal, and I think you got it.
Yeah, something like that. Well, I'm not quite sure if ring appeal would be the word, but... Well, if you're curious what makes Jed Sidwell and Cale Campbell, qualified to talk about these cattle, we're here with a program called Top Judge. It's a selection of a few individuals from senior colleges from across the country. They get to come down here and be mentored by some of the industry leaders, and we really appreciate the opportunity to work with those individuals and to be able to have the chance to come up here today and just kind of look at the livestock alongside all of you viewing the live stream.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to really learn from some of the best in the business. I mean, some of the mentors we have in this thing. Cale and I's mentor is Dr. Scott Shockey. It's been great learning from him, but having Shane Benwell and Scott Greiner and those guys around, you can learn a lot in just a short amount of time. We only got here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday, and I mean, from then until now, I feel like I've learned a week's worth of information from those guys. Class 15 in here now. Senior Cimbra heifers, got some pairs out here, so that makes it a little bit more interesting. That one out there, man, she's not very old.
Yeah, it's really interesting to look at these cows, or these heifers as they become cows, and just kind of see how well they hold together. And a lot of that has to do, obviously, with management. So props to these exhibitors out here, because as you and I both know, getting a cow to hold together after she's had her first calf can be a challenge. And all of these cows out here just kind of look like they're still in prime condition, and that can be a challenge. So really nice job to them, and we should definitely give them a mental round of applause for doing an outstanding job there.
Yeah, just exhibiting pairs by itself is a task that requires a lot of labor, a lot of patience as well, because you have to let those calves nurse for a while. Cows sometimes aren't the most friendly right after they calved, so yeah, it requires, it's not for the faint of heart, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's a good point, because as many know, cows can become awfully protective after they've had a calf, and you know what? That's something we want. We want protective cows that really take charge and protect that calf. But as you said, that can add a different little challenge to it, because obviously we've got to halter these calves and lead these cows out in front of these calves, and sometimes they don't like that very much, and it can get you in a little bit of a dangerous spot. And even a show heifer that you've worked with for a couple of years can still surprise you in some ways at some times. Well, for a lot of you guys out there who have been viewing the show from top to bottom, it's kind of fun to see. We've run our last class here before our champion senior heifer, and it's fun to see the differences from across the board. Obviously, we start out with some young heifer calves that haven't made it very far in their show career, and now we're looking at those who are rounding it out, and it's funny and it's fun to see it come full circle and just look at this. These pairs out here, and some of these calves on these pairs might be here, next year showing on their own. So it's kind of fun to see it go full circle and just kind of see how the livestock industry works from top to bottom.
Yeah, it's something we only see in the cattle species for sure. I mean, you don't get to see baby lambs out there walking alongside ewes in shows. So yeah, if you're not a cattle person, it can be a little bit odd to watch for sure.
I think it'd be pretty interesting if we did that, with some show gilts, ran her out there with, 12 piglets running around. If you did that and you had probably 5 or 6 of them out there, it'd get a little chaotic, and somebody might come home with some hamp pigs, and they come home with a do-rot gilt, so who knows?
Yeah, we thought showing cow-calf pairs was labor-intensive, Kale. We haven't even gotten the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, I think we should probably leave that to our pig people. Well, I don't know if you all could hear that over the live stream, but we had a pretty loud crack of thunder out there, and it looks like we're getting a little bit of rainfall. So Yeah, in northwest Oklahoma, where I'm from, we're getting a little bit closer to having snow and ice than rain, so definitely a transition in the type of weather that we're having here today.
All right, we got our division drive walking in now. We have, I think, 3 classes in this division. One a reserve out of the last one would have been that pair. This will be our last division in the Cimbra show, and then right after this, we'll pull in all our division winners for our grand drive.
Obviously, a really nice class winner there in the last class. And I'd like to give a shout out to the second place also, because that calf, while being young, has got a lot of quality, and it's neat to see one that comes out here and, was producing already at a high level there with her first calf. So props to both of those individuals there, and a nice job to both showmen.
Dr. Bloomberg's going to have his work cut out for him here. I'm a big fan of all these 3 cattle out here in our front lineup. It's going to be hard to choose.
Really an outstanding lineup, and he's done an outstanding job getting himself a kind here, because all these cattle match each other extremely well. And as a livestock judge and someone who just likes to watch, it's neat to see a guy get a lineup that all match each other this well.
Not sure if you can hear it on the live stream, but it is coming down here in San Antonio. It sounds like a thunderstorm outside.
It's a good thing we have a breed here that, isn't known for a lot of hair, because getting one dry in these conditions could be a bit of a challenge. It's awfully humid in here, as many of you Texans are used to.
Another really good division here as we get them back out. And again, like we have thus far, let's give them a nice round of applause, if you would, and show them our appreciation. That 7 a.m. start, I'm sure, came early for all these. Takes a little longer to get these big heifers ready to go. It's a good lineup as we come back. I'm not going to go back and talk each one of them again. I think there's some really nice cattle out here, but I'd be lying to you if I told you I don't think it's not a real tough decision for me. I think there's one out here that's she's very, very good, and she's good in a lot of ways. And in terms of the way that I like cattle to be made, I think she's very, very high quality. This heifer out of Class 1 is going to be our division champion. Congratulations to him.
And there's your senior division winner coming to us out of class number 13. That female exhibited by Gage Gillespie from Anderson County 4-H. Congratulations to you. Senior champion Cimbra female.
The red heifer's kind of what you see is what you get. A big-bodied female, sound on her feet and legs. We talked about just a lot of capacity to that heifer. Is she quite as flashy maybe as another one or two out here? She is not, but I think she's very dense. She's very stout. She's very powerful. She's very good. Again, I like these 3 cattle that are all in contention. I think there's give and take amongst the 3 of them. The one that hit me the second hardest, though, and I think is the most like our champion in terms of build and balance, this young lady here in the middle class is going to be our reserve in this division. Good job to these exhibitors. A really nice lineup here as we get ready to pick our champion Cimbra.
And our reserve senior champion female comes to us out of class 14. That heifer exhibited by Brindley Buzzard from Grimes County 4-H. Congratulations to our winners in our senior division. As Dr. Bloomberg just stated, we'll bring in our 3 division winners, our KEF winners, our junior females, and our senior females. And from these 6, Dr. Bloomberg will select the 2 that he likes best to be our champion in the reserve Cimbra females here this year at San Antonio.
Over here on the Brahman side, a really interesting class, give and take, and we land on this young man's heifer to lead off the classes. And I'll be the first to admit, I'd like to give her just a little more center rib and body. But, outside that, I think she poses the most positives in this class, just in terms of her balance from the side, her strength at the top, her correctness of her hip structure, and then in motion. she's very, very good in terms of her feet and legs. I think easily the best structured heifer we have in class. And combine that with her smoothness and balance, I think you find your class winner. Here in the middle, second and third, a little bit bigger outline heifers. Really a powerful female that comes into second. She's the bigger footed, heavier bone, heavier muscle female of the class. Just wants to get a little rounder in her hip, a little coarser in her shoulder. I don't see quite the extra smoothness or neatness that we find in our class winner there, but certainly a big old stout, powerful heifer that has a lot of things to offer in this class. The red female that comes next, I think is a lot like her from a muscle standpoint. Here's another big top, thick-ended heifer. Wants to get a little more refined about her bone work. Probably a little shorter in her step, just maybe loosen her up just a nickel as we get her on the move. But there's another really nice, thick, powerful, attractive female to come into third in this class. The next heifer, I think, is kind of the odd one here, the top of this class. Obviously, she's the more moderate frame heifer. She's good-bodied. She's bold-sprung. She's sound. I just don't know if there's quite enough heifer there and where we're at in this stage of development. Like to make her just a little more wider, a little more opened up in her skeleton all the way through to compete a little more. Real broody heifer the young lady has that follows her. Big body, bold sprung, soft made. Like to trim her up just a little bit in terms of her condition. She's pushing a little extra for me here today. And I think if we did that, that'd freshen her look up. But there's a sound, good body, good moving heifer there. That's sure nice cow in the making. Another big top, thick-ended heifer just needs to be changed in her hip just a notch. She wants to roll in her hip, but she is a fresher, probably trimmer-made heifer that comes in next behind that real broody female. As we get on down in the class, another big class with some quality, some good functional females. Just lacks some extra bells and whistle maybe of the top end of this class to move on up. But very nice class. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Champion drive.
We thank you, Mr. Yoakum. We'll yield to the Simroff. They're ready to do a champion drive.
Ready. I don't know if he's ready. He may not be ready.
I think we're still looking over there. We'll give you some quick results here in Class 13. First place honors going to 6671, Carl Welsh, the exhibitor, Godly FFA. Second to Casey Baca of Bowling FFA. Your third place went to Grady Pasas of Nixon Smiley FFA. Fourth in the class to Mason Cochran of New Caney FFA. Our fifth place award, Cecilia Guerra, the exhibitor, Edinburgh North FFA member. Sixth to Rope Jackson of Austin County 4-H. Your seventh place to Tate Moore of Anahuac FFA. Our eighth place to Sidney Shiley of Van Zant County 4-H. Ninth to Cora Rumke of Washington County 4-H. And rounding out the class, 10th going to Peyton Hoffpryor of East Chambers FFA.
Well, we come to the conclusion of our Simbrau show, and really a good lineup as you get them back out here. And growing up in the Simmental breed like I did, a lot of times we had to wait for the Simbraus to show. So Jake and I would go watch, and I'm sure my sister's here showing a goat. She said she was going to come over, but I'm sure she was doing her makeup while Jake and I were doing the work. But I always enjoyed Simbrau cattle, and I think that they're very functional. They're a really unique part of our breed, and obviously in this part of the country, what they offer from a heat tolerance perspective and those kind of things is obviously really important. But then you get a halter on them and they look like this. I think you sure would have to be impressed as you get them back out here. I'm not going to go back and talk each one of them. My poker face is about as good as my diet right now. And there's one that just hits me like a ton of bricks. I don't know what color you paint her or, what I get to me. I kind of wonder how she's bred. I don't know how much I'd be curious to see, but this one is very, very unique. And she's very, very high quality. Probably not a lot of guesswork on which one I like, young man. Big time heifer right here, this young man's got. She's going to be our champion Simbrau. Congratulations to him.
And there's your grand champion, Junior Simbrau heifer of the 2025 San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. Comes to us out of the senior division, and that's shown by Gage Gillespie, Anderson County 4-H. Congratulations, Gage. Really good female.
Here, I think you can do some different things depending on where you want to set some priorities. You got a sharp heifer calf that's got a neat look about her. Again, You know, I'm only a calf user when my kids are showing them, and I want them to use my calf. But I think it's hard to use a calf when you got good big breds. But I think she makes you stand up and pay attention because of her elegance, her attractiveness. She's really nice and clean in terms of her line. You got a big, dense husky heifer here out of Class 2 or Division 2. And I'm not telling you she's for everybody, but I really like her cowiness and her broodiness. She's really soft-middled. She's stout-built, and she moves good. And then this young lady's got a real nice heifer here that's attractive, pretty sound on her feet and legs, and really, I think, one that's got some quality to her as well. So you can do some different things here. I know it's a big decision. I'm going to take one more look at them here. We'll get you a reserve. But again, my compliments to these exhibitors, an excellent group of Cimbra females.
And there's your reserve grand champion Cimbra female of this year's San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. Comes to us out of our junior division. Female exhibited by Waylon Lee Seal from Shelbyville FFA. Congratulations to you, Waylon. As well as all of the youngsters who showed Cimbra heifers this morning here in our junior heifer show. Again, take about a 10-minute restroom break and we'll crank up our Red Brangus.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Man, what a pair of champions there in our Cimbra show. That's really just an enamoring pair of cattle there. Just got to appreciate their just overall presence, how striking they are. Like we talked about, I saw that heifer in the holding ring as we walked up, and man, just one that really, really catches your eye.
And like Jed said, obviously come with striking presence and really catch your attention. But, you know, they're real-world cattle that still come with the body width and dimension, you know, that we correlate with, you know, a good type of generating potential. So really nice job there to Dr. Blake Bloomberg. He had to get himself just a little bit of Coke over here for some fuel, just a little bit of Coca-Cola, and he was ready to go, and he sorted that drive in a hurry. So nice job there to Dr. Blake Bloomberg.
Well, as Kale and I wrap up our time here, we're going to pass it off to two of the other boys here in the Top Judge program here in a little bit. But we'd just like to go ahead and thank the Taylor Fort crew, San Antonio, the Top Judge program for having us. It's been a lot of fun. I think we're going to be hopping on some shows here throughout the next couple days. Yeah, we're really looking forward to it. It's been a blast so far. So yeah, thank you to everyone.
Yeah, once again, really appreciate the opportunity to come join you here this morning, and I commend all of you watching online, and it's always good to see how many fans are in the stands here at this specific show. So once again, thank you, and I greatly appreciate it.
Red Brangus females, we got about 2 minutes. Red Brangus females, we're going to start at 10 till 10, and I got 9:48, so let's bring them up to the north staging area. Red Brangus females, we need our first class to the north staging area. Bring them on up. Class 2, Red Brangus, get on your mind. You Red Brangus exhibitors, I know we're calling for classes 1 and 2, but there's not but 45 head in this breed, so we're going to run through all the classes relatively quickly. And so you need to be on point if you're showing a Red Brangus female. We're going to start the show shortly, and we'll run through them pretty quickly, the whole breed, so start getting it on your mind. Red Brangus females.
Well, this is one of our deeper classes, I think, just in terms of depth from top to bottom and good quality females all the way through that offer some functionality and offer some positives, I think, in the class. And I tell you, the longer you're out here and the longer you study them, this young lady's heifer that we're going to lead off the class with, first and foremost, she does an absolute outstanding job getting this female show. For a young lady that size and a heifer of that stature, boy, she, I mean, gets her out, gets her cocked off and shown just about as perfect as you'd want one at any angle. When they're moving, when they're set up, just a phenomenal job of getting that heifer exhibited and shown. Really want to congratulate her on that. And outside of that, you start to break the heifer down. Boy, that female, she's awfully nice. She's a bigger outlined heifer, obviously, long-bodied, super extended, but she's so powerful. These two heifers on the top of this class offer so much stoutness of bone, muscle, dimension, and width. And the real area that, to me, that she separates herself is her extra presence. This female is a very, very attractive female. You're drawn to her. I think she's neater through her front 1/3. She's better in her top line. I like her hip structure better than the female that comes into second. I think she remains just a little leveler from hooks to pins. She overall, you back off of them on the profile. This heifer blends just a little bit nicer and then gets out and goes. Very nice female here on the top of this class to win. Heifer in second, I think, kind of follows her in type and kind, not only in kind of their brindle kind of color pattern, but she's the other powerful one. Big top, really thick-ended. I mean, just strikes me as one that sure ought to be able to raise a herd bull just in terms of having foot and bone and substance to her. just a lot of power, and she puts it into a nice package as well. She's not quite as nice in her hips. She's not quite as fresh in her overall presentation or look here today, but another very, very good high-quality female to come in second. Couple more moderate framed heifers that come in next, and I like the rib cage and the body volume and depth of the young man's heifer that comes into third. Great big old rib, like the extra depth back through her rear rib and flank. I think this heifer proportions really, really well. She gets a little easier in her top. She's not quite as powerful when you get right in behind her. Very good heifer. Another one that's really nice when you get on the move. Here's another heifer that's just a little more compact in the way that she's made, but I do like her center body. She's bold sprung. She's deep sided. Heifer's got some shape to her, some real genuine shape when you tudy her down her top. She wants to roll out of her hip. She wants to be just a little shorter body in relative to those heifers that stand ahead of her, but a very nice female. They're very good at the ground, got some good body depth. Long-bodied heifer that's a little leveler hip. She's better in her hip structure than the heifer that stands right ahead of her. She gets a little flatter rib, a little narrower maiden when we get right in behind her. Bigger framed heifer. It's long and smooth and extended. I like the way this heifer gets out and goes. She doesn't have quite enough muscle or power. Gets a little bit flatter made. We get another heifer that comes in next the young man has that certainly has some length to her. A heifer that's got some body and substance to her. She's starting to drop down and make some udder to her. She gets a little shorter in her step, a little tighter in the way that she wants to go. Smaller statured heifer that's got some thickness to her, that's just a little shorter coupled and rounder made. So we get them down in the class. Once again, I think we got a lot of depth in this class. Females that are sound, true in the way they want to go. Females that ought to make some really nice cows for these young people. Maybe just a spot or two, some muscles, a spot or two need to be just a little fresher and neater in their makeup. Very good class, very, very competitive group of females. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Yeah.
And we thank you, Mr. Yoakum, for the overview here of Class 14. Taking the first place honors is entry 47,999, Jolie Kate Barrett of Bowie County 4-H. Your second going to Drake Vetta of the Guadalupe County 4-H. Third in the class going to Corey Koshin of Bowling FFA. Fourth place exhibitor is Mackenzie Dorsek of Jordan FFA. Our fifth place award, Addison Gary, Johnson County 4-H member. Sixth, Bailey Petek of Moulton FFA. Our seventh place to Cody Calhoun, a San Jacinto County 4-H member. Eighth to Colt Robertson, New Caney FFA. Ninth place to Nicholas Geronimo Guerra, Rio Grande City FFA member. And 10th place in the class, Devin Hinckley of Vandale FFA. Congratulations to our ribbon winners here in Class 14. Final Class 15 moving in the Brahman Arena at this time. And we've got a lot of cattle to move through here. This is the final division. We'll line up those division winners, and we want at this time to bring up our calf and junior division gray Brahmins to staging, please. And we're just going to have a brief transition break between the breeds here in our red Brahmin. Before we start the red Brahmin class, once again, just a brief transition break to move out our champions. So you exhibitors with the red Brahmin class 1, y'all be standing ready.
I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce to the red Brangus exhibitors. Our judge for today is Dr. Blake Bloomberg, who is the professor and lead livestock judging coach at Black Hawk College. Blake is no stranger to livestock show arenas, particularly cattle. He's judged at all the big cattle shows in the country: Kansas City, Louisville, Denver, Fort Worth, San Antonio, Houston. Very knowledgeable in the livestock arena. Also, he was a member of the national junior champion livestock judging team and senior college national champion judging team. And quite a feat that for those 2 times that he was a judging competitor in junior college and senior college, they only lost 1 contest. Won every one they were in. I don't know if anybody could ever have said that or still can today. But in my mind, what I admire most about him is his ability to transition his knowledge into young people. He's one of the most outstanding coaches that I've ever known at the junior or senior college level, and we're certainly proud to have him here evaluate the Junior Heifer Show for us at San Antonio. So, Blake, thank you, and have fun going through the Red Brangus females.
I'm going to have to hire Doug Pierce to go announce me at everywhere. That's nice. I appreciate that. Doug's been a good friend of mine for a long time, and this is a really nice way to dive into these Red Brangus. And there's some variation, I think, as you get out here. We use the youngest heifer in class here to lead off, and I think she offers us the most quality. A really good middled heifer that's really nice and attractive in the way she's designed. She's one that's got some athleticism built into her structure. Again, she's not the most overwhelming heifer in the class from a power and a dimension standpoint. That would come in the heifer in second, but she's sculpted a little nicer into her shoulder to me, and I like her stretch as you actually get out and go in terms of her stride. That's a quality heifer, win the class. Good heifer in second, deep and stout and powerful. You like that about her. One that's got some horsepower and some substance to her. With that extra mass, she's a little coarser about her shoulder and the way her elbow sits onto her body. I didn't see her being quite as feminine as the heifer we have that starts the class, but she's got something to her as you get up on top of her. I like that about her, and she's another quality heifer. I like the refinement and the sharpness of the heifer in third. She's nice in terms of her design. You know, maybe a little cleaner in her underline, perhaps, than some of the others. Again, where you want to sit on breed character, I'm not the classifier. That heifer is a little cleaner naveled, but she gets third because she's not quite as stout built. She's a little up on her toes, a little more refined in her bone work in relation to our top pair of cattle. Certainly like the look and the presence and the balance that heifer brings to the table. This heifer, I like the roundness of body she's got. Springer rib is good. She gets a little rounder out of her hip, though, and a little tighter up into her shoulder. I didn't see her being quite as good on the move as what we found in those heifers right ahead of her. A real moderate, sensibly sized, powerfully constructed heifer come out next. Just a little plainer in terms of her overall makeup. A real long-bodied, very attractive heifer to come out next to the end. Just needs a little more center body and rib and volume. And then the heifer that closed the class, young man's got a real sound structured heifer, really nice on her feet and legs. Just need to pry her apart off both ends to move her up. Good class and a good way to start in here to our next breed.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for that critique of our first class of Red Brangus females. Winning the class from Austin County 4-H is Presley Jacob. Congratulations to you. Our second place shown by Derek Hempel from Victoria County 4-H. Third place exhibitor, Ariel Elliott, Reeves County 4-H. Our fourth place female shown by Jace Cunningham, Holland FFA. Fifth place exhibitor, Roll Mercada, Progresso FFA. Our sixth place exhibitor, Savannah Hanson, Liberty FFA. And placing seventh, Parker Rod, Wharton County 4-H. Now bringing in class number 2. So class 3, be ready. I'm showing a single entry in class 3, so class 4 needs you to the staging area. Got class 2 in the ring in our Red Brangus show. Class 3 only a single entry, so class 4 needs you to the makeup area in our Red Brangus show.
Getting started here in Class 2 of the Red Brangus. Got a couple different voices on here for you. Cole Murphy here from Houstonia, Missouri. Go to K-State.
Yeah, my name is Jacob Clout. I attend Kansas State as well. I'm excited to be here. Looking forward to watching and announcing and commentating a little bit here on the Red Brangus side. Started off on a really strong class, I thought. A lot of really good cattle that have a lot of future as we looked on down the line in there, and I think a really great way to kick off this particular show.
Yeah, very good. I think there was 7 of them, and I thought 7 heifers. That certainly the future was bright, and the young people were doing a good job. Just finished up a really good Cimbra heifer show, I thought, all the way through there, watching, like they said, Dr. Bloomberg from Illinois there at Blackhawk East, getting through those. And then we got 6 of them here in Class 2 for him to go ahead and work through.
Yeah, I know. As we were watching the Cimbra show there, I think you noticed the quality of the cattle at first too. But for me personally, I also noticed and picked on the quality of showmen that we have here, and it's certainly translated to the Red Brangus side as well. A lot of good, very capable young people showing these livestock.
Very, very competitive group of females here, particularly on the top of this class, 5 or 6 deep. I think get very, very good. And boy, I like this young lady's female that we lead off with, and you get her out and get her emotion. You just really love this female. Moderate frame, big bodied, easy moving, super sound at the ground, got good feet. Probably not the most powerful one you study a bone or just true width or dimension, but boy, that one's really good when you talk about femininity and looking like a cow and getting out and going really good. I like that heifer to win pretty handily. Heifer comes in the second, I think, follows here. Here's another bold sprung, big bodied heifer. You like their center rib and dimension that she offers. Another good heifer at the ground, ultra smooth in her pattern. Compared to the heifer in second, I think she blends together a lot better. Flatter, more angular about her shoulder, just neater made. A little more true in terms of her composition. Powerful female that comes in next in terms of muscle, width, and power. I think she's really good. She's a little coarser about her joints, more open in her shoulder. I like to smooth her up. But you want to talk about power and muscle, that's the one you really like. Here's another, as I said, this class gets really deep, and here's another really strong top, level hip, smooth made heifer. I like to drop her down, give her some more rear rib and flanks. She wants a shallow there, just a nickel. Like to drop her down, balance her up just a notch more, but awfully nice heifer there to come in this class. Another heifer that's super sound, got good feet underneath her, loose in the way she goes. She's just a little plainer. She don't have that extra look as she hits the ring. A bigger heifer that's got bone and power. Obviously one that's not quite as far along in her gestation as those heifers that stand ahead of her, but still, here's another heavy, stout, powerful female. Gets just a little bit tighter in the way that she wants to go. Another nice heifer. She's probably a little more correct in her hind leg. A flatter, narrower built heifer. Another loose skeleton, long-bodied heifer that just needs a shot more muscle. So we round out the class. I think we got some females that have some doability, some functionality about them. Just a little bit plainer, a little bigger in some ways to my liking. Last pair of heifers, we could free up just a little bit structurally, but certainly some females that have some muscle. Very nice class, very competitive on the top end.
We thank you very much for the overview in Class 15. And ladies and gentlemen, taking first place honors 46-124, exhibited by Tyler K. Bowler, Gonzales County 4-H members. Second in the class going to Mary Catherine Cecilia Beatty from Wills Point FFA. Your third place award.
It's going to be our senior division, and then we'll do our senior. This was third.
And your third place going to Avery Kolosek of Lexington FFA, taking fourth place in the class. That's Carlos Xavier Guerra of the Edinburgh North FFA chapter. Your fifth place award going to Jackson Crew of Galveston County 4-H. Sixth in the class, Holden Jefferson of Danbury FFA. Seventh, Callie Kraft, the exhibitor of Brazoria County 4-H. Our eighth place, Levi Reisner of Willis FFA. Ninth in the class to Quinn Zakora, East Bernard FFA member. And 10th place, Noah Richter of Bryson Steel FFA chapter. Congratulations, all our ribbon winners in class 15. Ladies and gentlemen, your senior division in the lineup here in the arena.
Another really nice heifer here to lead off this class, and our second group of Red Brangus, just really well balanced and hooked up good from the side. Her presence and her pattern, her utility and softness. Yet I think this heifer still moves very stable off of her rear skeleton. She's a nice female, kind of gets right away with the class. A little bigger, stretchier heifer to come in second, but I think foot quality is good. She's the second best built cattle we've got in the group, just in terms of the design of her shoulder and of her hind leg. Not as flashy as the heifer that wins the class, probably not quite as soft middle, but I think one that's nice pattern, nice outline, one that's got some performance to her and still some skeletal strength. A real boxy, powerful heifer to come in third. You like her dimension, like the spread that she's got. Probably consequently, though, with that extra mass, she wants to separate up into her shoulder just a bit more, starting to pack on just a nickel more condition to me than what we probably need at this stage of the game. But I thought you'd have to give up too much to not put her third. She could move just a little better, but there's a lot of good in that heifer. I think this female's got a lot of future. She's green, and she's still pretty skinny. She's one that's got a nice build of her hind leg. She's probably the most fragile heifer we have of our top four, though, as you take her to the ground in terms of foot size and her bone work. Once she kind of figures things out, I think her flexibility is good. Maybe a little extra set there behind, but I think that's a good female. That's her days are ahead of her. The heifer that comes out next to the end here, probably just a little more daylight underneath this female, the one I'd like to see. I'd like to drop her down just a bit as you study her in her lower body line, but her top line strength is good. She's still good on her feet and legs. Young man's battling with a nice heifer here to close out. She probably has just a nickel more softness than the heifer that goes ahead of her. She wants to separate a little more in her shoulder, wants to dump her hip just a little bit on the move, throws her off balance, but still a quality female to round out a very competitive group.
Attention in the barn, Gray Brahman, champion and reserve for the calf division and the junior division. You need to be at the staging area at this time. We're getting ready for the announcement and selection of our senior champion, so we need all of our two previous division winners in the Gray show and their reserves to come up and check into staging. Final call.
Here in this division, interesting lineup. Good set of females. You got a real attractive one that's good top, that's just a little bit shallower in her flank, but good on the profile. You got the powerful heifer that comes out of the second class. I love her dimension and her width and her substance that she has. We can make her go just a little bit easier at times as we get her out here on the surface, but that's a powerful, big-scaled, long-bodied, heavy muscled heifer. Real cowy, real big-bodied, real bold sprung heifer that gets out of the last one. She might get just a little plainer in her look at times, but you really, really like that heifer as she gets in motion. So there's a lot of give and take. There's things you can go back and forth on and what you want to do, but the heifer I like comes out of the middle class. She'll be your champion in this division. Congratulations.
Our winner, class 14, your first place. They're taking the division honors here in the senior division. That's entry number 47999. Joe Kate Bartlett, a Bowie County 4-H member, will move up that second place for reserve consideration. And class 15's winner taking the reserve honors here, and that's entry 46124. Tyler K. Bowler of Gonzales County 4-H taking reserve senior honors, and they'll be circling around for the grand champion drive here in the Gray class.
Single entry February heifer here, one that's certainly got some size and scale to her, a deep-bodied female that's got some capacity, and again, pretty functional from that standpoint in terms of her body design. For a heifer calf at this stage of the game, she's captured some performance, and you like that. We could probably just maybe relax her a little bit there on her rear skeleton in a more ideal world, but we certainly like the rib, the body, the mass, and the stoutness that she brings to the table. Young lady did a good job. She's got a class winner out here doesn't have to tell anybody how many was in her class. Still got the blue ribbon. So we'll see how she stacks up when we get her back out here in this calf champion drive.
And there's your class winner out of Class 3, a single entry, but certainly could stand some competition, exhibited by Tatiana Torres from the Woodlands FFA. I'd like to go ahead and give you the results of Class 2 Red Brangus that was shown before. Winning that class is Westlyn Elliott, Pecos FFA. Second in Class 2 Red Brangus, Ivan Everett from Westlaco FFA. Our third place heifer exhibited by Henley Lessiker, Flatonia FFA. Fourth goes to Logan Woodruff, El Campo FFA. Placing fifth, Vaughn Wilkerson, Harris County 4-H. And our sixth place heifer exhibited by William Lust from Victoria County 4-H. Now bringing in Class 4 in our Red Brangus. And I think Mr. Harvey's getting ready for the champion Brahman drive over on the south side.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. And a quick announcement to you Red Brahman exhibitors. We'll need you moving up. Class 1 Red Brahmans, we're just going to have a short transition break, so no official breaks between the Reds and the Grays. So let's bring up those Class 1 Red Brahman females. Check them in at staging, please.
Kind of got a bit of a quiet time now
Got
that
58 Red Brahmans to work.
You know, Cole, I think we've had an exceptional start here to our Red Brangus show. A lot of good heifers, I think. No major questions in cow character or brood cow potential. A lot of strong individuals have come through the ring so far. I think if the calf indications anything to indicate
Let's get a
what's
big round
to
of
come.
applause. Great Brahman show here today. Thank you so much for having me. A great breed to start out with. A real pleasure to work through your young people. They presented a very high quality set of females. Certainly want to congratulate you for they're presented well, and I know how hard it is. And obviously we don't have any of these up where I am as far as what our family does. But it doesn't matter what you're getting ready in the show world. It is tough to get them ready, presented, and at 12 o'clock. And boy, I think we got some females out here that are exceptional in terms of their quality, and then the extra step to be ready, fresh, well presented, well shown. Very, very good set of Brahman females, and a lot of fun to work through. And I obviously understand the versatility that these cattle offer, and it's a lot of fun looking at them because, like I said, we don't get to see a lot of them up around me, but boy, they're really, really useful cattle. A lot of good, a lot of fun to look at them, and just really want to congratulate you young people. Wish you the best of luck with them. I think as we bring our divisions and our reserve divisions out here, I think it becomes very, very competitive. I think there's one heifer she sets apart for me. She wins the deal. I love the way she's built in terms of what we look for in females and in cattle, just her soundness, the way she goes, her body, her muscle and balance. I think reserve gets a little bit closer, but I do want to encourage you. Each one of these heifers brings some positives out here, whether it's muscle, power, or balance. I think each one of them's got something unique about them. That's how they ended up out here. So once again, young people, congratulations. Thank you so much for this morning as we work through your Gray Brahmans. We're going to select your champion and reserve at this time.
And we thank you very much, Mr. Harlan Yoakum, serving as our judge here from Oklahoma. And ladies and gentlemen, our junior heifer champion, exhibited by Trenton Wayne Garrett of Nueces County 4-H, showing Redskins Manso, and we'll move up our reserve out of that group. That's entry 49887 for reserve consideration. And the reserve grand honors going to our junior breeding heifer champion. That's Peyton Wheels of Boscoville FFA with her entry 46-152, taking reserve grand.
Get into this class at Red Brangus here before our division. Kind of a dominant heifer here to lead off with. One that's really opened up in terms of her skeletal width. Got some power and spread to her, a bull body kind of a female. Really got a pretty good look to her as you watch her on the stand. Set her in motion. You know, we could maybe tweak her structurally if you want to get critical of her, but we'll break that down a little further as we get her back out here. You could set her back on her shoulder just a bit, but again, kind of an overwhelming heifer here to win this class. I think just as easy as you use her, to me, you find this heifer in second. She's deep ribbed. She's got volume. She's got capacity. Got a cow-like look about her. Probably just not quite as sharp as our heifer that wins the class, but I probably prefer her shoulder design and the set of her knee just a bit better. She just doesn't have quite enough extension to compete with that heifer that wins. A big outlined, real sound, structured heifer to come out here in third. A little flatter in her rib, a little narrower as you get up on top of her. Just a little plainer from the profile. But I thought her extra structural integrity allowed her to beat the heifer that closes the class. This heifer's real powerful, and she's really stout as you get up and on top of her. Just a little over in her knee and a little too tight in terms of her movement for me. Again, you want to say she got a little more to her. You want to swap that pair. I just didn't think she moved quite as comfortably as our third place heifer. Good class.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for that critique of Class 4 in our Red Brangus show. Winning the class is Truett Marks from Ellis County 4-H. Our second place female in Class 4 shown by Madison Perry from Madisonville FFA. Placing third, Naomi Brander, Southside FFA. And our fourth place female was shown by Cooper Smith, Brazos County 4-H. We'll now bring in our first and second place females out of classes 1 through 4, and our single entry out of Class 3 into the North Judging Arena. From these 7 heifers, we'll select our champion in reserve in our heifer calf Red Brangus division. So, Class 7 Red Brangus needs you to the north staging area. Class 7 Red Brangus, we need you to the north staging area. We're bringing the winners in from classes 1 through 4 to select our champion in reserve in our heifer calf division. Class 7 Red Brangus, north staging area.
Attention, Red Brahman exhibitors. We need you in the staging area. Class 1, Red Brahman, final call. We're just having a brief transition break to take care of a few things here. Let's get Red Brahman, Class 1 in staging. Class 2, you need to be thinking about it. We do have some showmanship presentations, thanks to the Texas Junior Brahman Association for their sponsorship of the Gray Brahman Showmanship Award here in San Antonio. And we'll be recognizing 3 of the top showmen in the show. We're going to start from bottom to top. How would that be? I want to thank the young folks assembled here in the arena that'll be making these presentations. And taking the third high showmanship in the Gray Brahman division is Ty Ritchie. Congratulations to Ty. Let's give him a round of applause. Second high showman, that award going to Mackenzie Dozak. D-O-V-Z-A-K, Ack. Zach, Dubzak, Mackenzie, congratulations to you. And our top showman, how you say that? Teal Cronky. Congratulations to Teal for our top showmanship in the Gray Brahman division. Mackenzie taking second, Ty taking third. The awards are available out here in the announcer stand. If you'll come forward, they'll be happy to present you with the awards for your accomplishments today in showmanship here in the Grade Junior Show. Final call for Reds in Class 1. Red Brahmins, final call. We're getting ready to start your Red Brahmin show. Let's have them checked in at staging at this time. As soon as they enter the arena, we're ready for Class 2 Red Brahmins.
Get into this first division of these Red Brangus here, and I think some quality, no doubt. We had a good class up here out of Class 1. I still like this heifer. Heifer out of Class 2 really balances well. She's got a neat look. Our single entry there, we talked about having some body and some mass and performance. Need to maybe tweak her just a little bit on her rear leg. Then a big, stout, robust heifer there that, again, could move maybe just a little bit better, but you certainly like the quality. Young man does an excellent job presenting that heifer. So got some good seconds as well. Not a lot of numbers in this division, but I think a really, really good lineup. Let's give them a good round of applause, if you would, and I'll show you my preference here in this first division.
And there's your heifer calf champion in our Red Brangus show, coming to us out of Class 2, exhibited by Westland Elliott, Pecos FFA. Congratulations to you. We'll lead in our second out of that class, Ivan Everett.
Final call for Ashland Moore, Lexington FFA. You're needed in the staging area. We're about to bring in your class. Last and final call, Ashland Moore, Lexington FFA. This will be, Livingston FFA. Class 2 Red Brahmins, you need to be making your way to staging. Class 2 Red Brahmins to staging, please.
In our Red Brangus heifer division, our reserve female comes to us out of class number 1, and that's exhibited by Presley Jacob from Austin County 4-H. Congratulations to our champions in our heifer calf division in our Red Brangus show. We're now bringing in class number 7 into the judging arena, north side. So class 8 Red Brangus, we need you in the staging area now. Class 8 needs you in the staging area now. Red Brangus.
Just finished up the first division there, the junior heifer, or the heifer calves there, the Red Brangus. I thought a very good division there, Jacob.
Yeah, I think Dr. Bloomberg definitely identified 2 really good individuals to go ahead and begin in reserve in that division. I think a really strong start to the show here, and looking forward to the rest of it. So.
Yeah, it's been good. You know, not being from the state of Texas, coming down here, it's a pretty neat event. You know, the venue, just the numbers, the quality of the cattle.
I've
And
just
the young
been
people.
notified by our superintendent that we will not take a lunch break. The judge said he doesn't need one. We don't need one announcing, so we'll just keep showing cattle. I know I could lose a few pounds up here, so it's not going to hurt me at all.
I couldn't agree more, Cole. A lot of history in this city, a lot of history at this show, and it's just a really cool event to be at. I've had the privilege and the opportunity to compete at the collegiate livestock judging contest they have down here, and man, you want to talk about a high-quality event. A big thanks on my end as a competitor and as an evaluator to the folks who put that on. They ensure a really good contest for everybody that's involved, and as we've been around these breed shows this morning, I can say the same thing. Very well ran, and just things going very smoothly.
Yeah, looks like another good class here, Class 7, first class of the junior heifers. And then on the other side, they're kicking off their Red Brahmin show, so going to get that going. Just had a good Gray Brahmin show over there, and I thought pretty deep all the way through, and I thought Harlan did a really nice job, and a good set of kids over there as well.
We've got 2 new people on here for the Red Brangus Junior Heifers. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce myself. I'm Salem Sifford. I'm a junior at Virginia Tech, and I'm here with the Top Judge event, kind of along the same lines of the other new young voices we've had in
So
here.
we started here in our Red Brangus show. A good winner here. Nice heifer calf here to lead this class off with. Really good moving heifer, really sound heifer in the way she goes, and still one. I like her length and smoothness and tractiveness. I think she puts the most positives together to win the class. Second and third's a little closer. I flip-flopped them at the end. Heifer in second's the more powerful one. She's thicker from behind. She's got more dimension. She's bolder sprung. You study the way her ribs come out of the top of her spine. She's got more shape there to her rib cage. She moves just a little bit tighter. We'd like to loosen her skeleton just a little bit, but she is a little heavier muscle, more dimensional, you think, when you get right in behind her. Heifer in third's a lot like her class winner in terms of length of spine, extension, and length of step when you get them in motion. She's a long-strided, true moving heifer. Just like to open her up. She gets a little narrower, gets a little flatter when you get right in behind her. Heifer that follows her, big outline, long-spined, extended heifer. She's a little piecey today. Some of that's just where she's at. I realize these are heifer calves, but she does get a little easy in her top, a little piecey in the way we get her off on the profile. A couple of little smaller, greener heifers to conclude the class with. No doubt some heifers that have some strength at top and have some muscle to them, just not quite the readiness here today as we see the ones ahead of them.
Thank you, Mr. Yoakum. And first place honors here in Class 1 of your Red Brahma Female Show going to Madison Parker, Liberty County 4-H members. Second to Bailey Gellerlin of Lindale FFA. Third in the class goes to Ashlyn Moore of Livingston FFA. Fourth, Miley Anders, the exhibitor from Floresville FFA. Fifth to Briggs Stevens, a new Cami FFA chapter member. And sixth place to Alexis Bryant of Harris County 4-H. Congratulations to all these ribbon winners in Class 1.
Really a good class and not a bad heifer in this group. I think all the way down the line we've got cattle with quality, and you can jumble them up a lot past the class winner. I think she wins. That's not very negotiable in my opinion. This one's nice. In terms of her body, her substance, just her presence from the side. You know, at times when she gets settled in, she'll creep up in her back just a little bit. But again, when you get that heifer collected and get her on the standstill, she still moves good. That one's got such a unique presence about her, and I think she gets right away with the class. From here on out, you can do different things, and you could jumble these up a lot of different ways. I think the second soundest heifer comes in 2. She's one that's really got some flexibility and some reach off both ends. One that's got a pretty nice presence to her from the side. Does she have the extras of the class winner? No. Is she a stout build as the heifer right behind her? She is not. But I think in terms of her movement, her flexibility, and just her design, she's my second favorite in this group. We could make this heifer just a little more limber as she goes. I think she's an easy second. I like her durability. I like the uniformity she has, both her top and her bottom line, and she's symmetrical in terms of her design. She gets just a little plainer up and through her front end. We got to see her get out and grab the ground just a shot differently for me. The next heifer I like in terms of being a bold and wide and deep, it's just her parts and pieces don't maybe blend together quite as well from the profile. Here's a long outlined heifer to come out next. Just needs a little more presence as we study her from the side. A big stout heifer to come out next to the end, just doesn't piece together with quite as much balance. And still a real good heifer to close the class that's sound and athletic. Probably as much condition on her as any heifer we've got in the group, and just gets a little plainer in her overall makeup. Good class and a very nice winner.
Need entry number 54-158 to staging in Class 3. Final call, Stephen Garrett for Class 3 lineup. Final call. Class 4 Reds, y'all be making your way to the arena.
Single entry over here, but an awfully nice heifer. Young ladies brought us a good one. It's well presented, gets her shown well. This heifer's good in terms of her structural base, her side profile, I think, is really nice. Very good heifer. We'll bring her back in a little bit, stack her up for our division lineup. Congratulations. Nice single entry class winner.
Results in Class 7 on the north side in our Junior Red Brangus show. Winning the class is Porter Jacob from Austin County 4-H. Second in Class 7, shown by Caitlin Hendricks, Mercedes FFA. Our third place female exhibited by Kinley Kirk, Robertson County 4-H. Fourth place award goes to Jaden Balderas, El Campo FFA. Fifth place female shown by Leonardo Moran, Pasadena Memorial FFA. Our sixth place female showed by Logan Kirkwood, Lavernia FFA. And that's it. Moving into Class 8. Yeah. Oh, 7 I didn't do. Landon Stewart. Seventh place female shown by Landon Stewart, Victoria County 4-H. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, over on the south side in your Red Brahman show, we just completed a single entry Class 2, and first place honors there went to Macy Thigpen of Victoria County 4-H. And currently Class 3 in the arena, 3 head. Final call for Class 4 to check in. And exhibitors in Red Brahman, this is moving real quick with smaller classes, so we'll have a division championship drive, and this will be your first call for Class 7 Red Brahmans to staging.
Class number 8 of our Red Brangus are in the ring, and it's heifers calved from September 1 to October 31st, and there's 7 head in this class for Dr. Bloomberg to sort through. I'd say
We're going to leave these heifers the way they come in. Young lady, if you want to go ahead and wheel your heifer on out. She's going to be our class winner. And both these heifers on the top of this class, you really like them from a balance standpoint. Like both of them in their hip and their hind leg structure and set. I think they're both very ideal, very correctly made. Of the pair, the young lady's heifer's the more powerful one. She's bigger top and thicker ended when you get in behind her. She's got more bone and stoutness to her when you start to study her from those angles. And I like that extra mass and substance and power that she brings to the class, along with her balance and structural correctness. Heifer in second, ultra smooth. I love the pattern of this female, her strength at top. I love the levelness from hooks to pin. She's got about as good a hip as you can lay into one. Just want to stouten her up just a notch. Give her just a little more power when you get right in behind her. That's a very, very nice pair here on top of this class. Remaining heifer to round out this trio of females. A good female in terms of having some rib and some body and substance. She's another sound, loose skeleton heifer. She's probably the plainest heifer when we get off on the profile and study her. Just like to clean her up through her front 1/3, make her a little neater in terms of her profile look to get it higher in the class. Nice trio, stout, powerful, good moving heifer to win.
Aaliyah.
Thank you, sir. And Class 4 Brahmins, be ready to move in. Class 3 results. First place honors going to entry 55-932. That's Brooklyn Renee McNutt of Camp County 4-H. Second in the class going to Stephen Michael Garrett of Nueces County 4-H. And third to Allie Albright of Union Hill FFA. And you first and second place exhibitors in classes 1, 2, 3, be ready in the staging area for your division drive. And once again, second call here for Class 7 Red Brahmins to staging. Red Brahmins in Class 7, let's move them up to staging, please.
Another very deep class of Red Brangus females here over on my side. And the heifer that wins the class, again, just in terms of the things that putting the most good together, I think she needs to get up to the front of the class. This heifer is very dense in her design. You like her feature, one that's got some body and some shape to her. When you get around behind her, she's got some upper pin width as well. I think she's sure adequate enough when you ask her to get out and travel, and she needs to go ahead and win this class. I like the lines of the heifer in second. She's really well balanced, a very feminine heifer who's very attractive. She gets in second because of her movement. This heifer really has a nice build of her hind leg, good construction up into her shoulder. Probably doesn't transition quite as effortlessly as the heifer that wins the class, out of her shoulder and back into her heart. Probably doesn't have quite as much extension as the cattle on either side of her. I think her movement gets her to the second spot. This heifer you really like in terms of her length of sides, a very feminine, very attractive kind of a female. I'd like to just stouten her up behind and pry her apart at her base. And when you set that heifer in motion, she wants to get up on her toes just a little bit, and I'd like to loosen her up there. But you like that heifer's outline and you like her pattern real well. Here's a real roomy middled heifer here that's got a lot of utility to her. She's just a little duller in terms of her look in relation to our top trio heifers in this class. Might want to freshen her up just a tick compositionally. This heifer is probably on the other side. She's very, very fresh, almost to the extent she looks just a nickel hard back into her flank and in her forerib. I do like the way this heifer's built, though, in terms of having some toughness at the ground. We just need to make her a little more parallel in her body. This heifer to come out next gets up underneath of herself just a bit, wants to fall out of balance, but you like her depth of body. She's got some volume and some cowiness to her. Nice heifer to close the class. It's big-footed and heavy structured. She's the one that just gives us probably doesn't have as much presence to her as some of our other females in the class.
Thank you, Dr. Blumenberg, for that critique of Class 8 in our Red Brangus Junior Heifer Show. Winning the class is Teas Durheim from Klein Kane FFA. Placing second, Ariel Blethen from Needville FFA. Our third place heifer exhibited by Chloe Brooks, Union Grove FFA. Placing fourth, Turner Hewlett, College Park FFA. Our fifth place heifer shown by Noah Williams, Alvin FFA. Sixth place goes to Wyatt Rifle, Friendswood FFA. And seventh is shown by Zaria Wharton from Navasota FFA. Now bringing in class number 9 in our Junior Red Brangus Show. Not a lot of heifers there, so class 10, Red Brangus, we need you in the north staging area. Class 10 Red Brangus, need you in the north staging area.
Good trio of females. Young lady has brought us one. I think she wins the class pretty handily. She's a heifer that combines the most positive. Big-bodied heifer, really like the rib cage, body volume, and depth that she offers. You get on the profile, she's the best in her top line, levelest in her hip, gets out and goes as well as anything in the class. Second and third, I think, is a lot closer. The female in second, I think, makes it tougher because she doesn't want to relax and show just quite as well. But here is the stouter, more powerful heifer. She's the heavier muscled of the pair. You know, certainly the heifer that completes the class is a little bit smoother and neater in her makeup. I do like her through her front 1/3. She just gets a little frailer, gets a little flatter when you get right in behind her as comparison to the two heifers that stand ahead of her. Nice trio of females. Really like the completeness of our class winner.
And taking first place honors here in Class 4 of your Red Brahman Female Show, that's entry 52-955, Riley Montgomery of the Johnson County 4-H. Second in that class to Alvina Duncan of Gladewater FFA. And your third place award earned by Tegan Toller of Chester FFA. And this will bring us to our calf division drive, and that means you exhibitors in the first class of the second division, that's your class number 7 of the Red Brahmins need to be at staging. Let's move them on up and check them in, please.
Back over on the red Brangus side, I think that's one of the interesting things we've seen kind of all morning, I guess. In this breed, there's been a lot of versatility and a lot of differences to talk through. Some very interesting classes to study and watch. Definitely really interesting to watch Dr. Bloomberg sort through these.
Want to thank our Junior Brahman Queens for being on hand, as well as the Princess. That's Madison Parker serving as Queen this year, and Macy Baker is your Princess. So thank you for assisting with the awards presentations here in the Junior Brahman Show.
I don't know about you, Salem, but one thing I've really enjoyed since we've been sitting here and watching these shows is just how much they're focused on the kids and the exhibitors. You can tell they're there for him. And
just a little more give and take in
things.
this class, and kind of 4 good heifers, but all 4 kind of different kinds. So you kind of throw it all against the wall. And this one is the one that sticks for me because of her balance, her quality from the side, the look that she has. I'd like to see her motor just a little differently than what she does, but I think you'd have to give up too much in terms of presence and eye appeal to not use her to win the class. She's a heifer that's really got a nice pattern about her, one that's ample in terms of her body and her mass, but just that look from the side elevates her to the front of the class. Just a real cowy heifer here, kind of what you see is what you get on this female. She's deep ribbed, a lot of utility, a lot of softness to this heifer, a little plainer from the profile in relation to the heifer that wins the class, but I do like the way she toes the carpet in terms of her flexibility. Just doesn't have quite as much dynamic look as our heifer that starts the class. Heifer that comes out next, I think a close placing here between 3 and 4. I think she just patterns up a little better. I would like to soften her up just a notch in her rear rib and flank. But I think that just in terms of eye appeal, she's a little leveler out of her hip and a little more collected on the profile. Young ladies battling out here with this little stretchier heifer. And again, you can swap that pair because this heifer's longer. She does have maybe just a tick more body. She wants to get a little off in her hip and get up underneath of herself. I thought she ran the wrong way from her chest up into her flank, threw off her balance just a bit. But that heifer's not wanting to cooperate as good, but that young lady is doing a nice job. Good class, interesting to put together.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for that critique of class number 9. Winning the class is Megan Hansen from Pecos County 4-H. Placing second, Tabitha Rifel, Friendswood FFA. Third place is shown by Sky Alexander, Navasota FFA. And our fourth place exhibitor, Leighton Lara, Foster FFA. Now leading in class number 10, Junior Red Brangus Show. Conclusion of this class will select our junior division winners.
Here in our first division of the Red Brahman Show, really good classes, as just like earlier in the grays, very competitive. I really appreciate these heifer calves and kind of where the young people have them. It's tough to get them out and get them showing, to where you want to keep them, to keep them right for big heifers. But I sure think these, as far as where they're at and the stage and development and the rig they've got them presented in, I really like them. I think they're fresh enough and got enough longevity in them. They're going to be really good females as you continue to grow and work on them and get them into big heifers. I think there's a lot of good pieces out here. I think there's one heifer puts a lot of good things together. She hit me hard when she first come in. Reserve, I think's a little bit closer. So we'll go out, we'll select your champion. We'll pull that second place in. We'll get you reserve. Put your hands together. Congratulate our first division here. Nice set of females. Great kids working hard.
Thank you, Mr. Yocum. And our winner of Class 1 taking the division honors here, and that's entry number 5548. We'll move up second in that class, 36,742 for reserve consideration. And congratulations goes to Madison Parker with the Liberty FFA. And our Class 3 winner taking the reserve honors here, Entry from Brooklyn, Magna of Camp County 4-H, entry number 55, 932, taking reserve calf honors. Congratulations to all who participated in this first division of our Red Brahman show. And we'll be ready to move in our Class 7 Red Brahmans. Class 8, you need to be moving up and checking into staging, please.
Well, we just wrapped up our first division in the Red Brahman show, and I would say, back to Emerson's point, definitely can see the dedication and the time just cut out to make sure that these kids all get a good look from the staff and the judges and everyone involved in this ordeal for sure.
Oh my God, oh my God.
We're on to class number 9 of our Red Brangus over here. And 4 heifers from May 1 to June 30th in this lineup for Dr. Bloomberg to look through, and definitely all some shapes and sizes and females that are definitely ready and in their maturity pattern. So we're pretty excited to see what he does with this class, and congratulations to those exhibitors.
Again, some variation in type and kind as you get into this class. Heifer that wins is awfully stout built. You just like the amount of mass and power that she brings to the table, and still pretty elegant in terms of her design. Not maybe perfect in the way that she gets out and goes, but I think certainly good enough. Just that clean line look with that power and that mass that she's got, a lot of volume and capacity, that heifer, and on the standstill, I think is pretty much a no-doubter in this group. I like the heifer in second. She's a real deep-ribbed, real cowy kind of a female, probably just a little duller in terms of her look in relation to some of the other heifers, especially the one that wins the class. But I like the fact that she's very comfortable as you actually get out and go. Ride changers right off the edge of her shoulder, though, when she stands. She needs to be just a little more conservative in her frontal base width. But I like that heifer's kind and what she represents in terms of practicality. Just kind of what you see is what you get on this third-place heifer. She's got a good construction to her build. She's just a little plainer, though, as you study her, right in behind her shoulder and in her top line. Maybe doesn't pull herself together quite as good, but I think she's going to make a functional brood cow. She's got all the basics. We just need to piece her together a little better. Real deep-bodied, real moderate heifer here to come out in fourth. One that we just need to peel just a little bark off her tree from a condition standpoint for me. I do like the extra doability that she's got, but she just needs to be a little fresher compositionally. We could probably stouten her up just a pinch as well in relation to her classmates. But a good class, a lot of variation in type and kind.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for those comments of Class 10 in our Red Brangus show. Winning that class is Banker Kulak from Wharton County 4-H. Second, Lua Green, College Park FFA. Our third place heifer, exhibited by Gracie Rawlinson, Klein Collins FFA. In fourth place, Harrison Patterson, Tiago FFA. We'll now bring in classes 7 through 10, first and second place females. And from these, we'll select our junior division winners.
Here we got in this class a heifer that leads off pretty handily. A really well-balanced heifer, really good structured heifer. Love the power this heifer has, and she puts it all into a very, very good, fresh, nice package. You like the smoothness that she offers. Get her set up. She's the freshest. She's the nicest fronted heifer we have in class. Easy winner, I think, here to lead this class of Red Brahmans off. The next, after that, you know, you can go different ways. I think the young man's heifer comes in seconds, has got some power and some thickness to her. Sure, we'd like to strengthen her up in her top line there, make her a little deeper, but I think here's a heifer that's got some thickness, got some muscle, got some width and dimension to her to come into second. The third place heifer, she's the big-bodied, she's the deep-flanked, soft-made type of heifer, but here again, you get give and take. You either use some muscle or power or get some depth, and I still think that heifer needs some more width of skeleton and some muscle mass, I think, to move any higher, but I do like her body volume and depth. Two bottom heifers to conclude the class. You got a bigger frame, longer bodied, stouter heifer that's shallower and lower volume, or we got a little more moderate framed heifer that's real sound at the ground, but easy in her top and needs to be squared up out of her hip. So give and take there. I think I used the stouter, thicker one there and concluded with the heifer. We'd like to just make her a little better in her balance. Very nice, high quality heifer. Good one the young ladies brought us to win this class.
Thank you, Mr. Yoakum, for our overview in the Class 7 placings. First place honors go to Olivia Daly of Union Hill FFA. Your third place to TJ Kircher, Williamson County 4-H. Your third place to Brahman Baxter Whitworth, a member of the Rusk County 4-H. Fourth in the class to Emily Arzua of Crockett FFA, and fifth to Jenna Fitzgerald, East Chambers FFA.
On our red Brangus side, we're going to bring back in our class winners and seconds from class 7 through 10 to pick our champion junior heifer. So congratulations to those exhibitors, and we'll go ahead and bring those cattle back in.
Red Brahman females in Class 9, we need you in the staging area. Class 9. Class 10, y'all be thinking about making your way to the arena.
We're now currently leading in our winners from classes 7 through 10 in our Junior Red Brangus show. From that, we'll pick our junior division winners. With that being said, classes 13, 14, and 15 in our senior division in our Red Brangus show are very small classes. So we need all our senior division Red Brangus females up to the north staging area from classes out of classes 13, 14, and 15. Let's get it on your mind. We'll be rolling into your classes very, very shortly. So classes 13 through 15 Red Brangus.
Probably as much variation as we've had in one lineup thus far today comes in this second group of Red Brangus here in this intermediate division, but still some good cattle, just kind of different types and kinds out here. That heifer that won the first class, man, when she settles in, I don't know how you make one any nicer from the side than what she is. From her hook bone forward, you got to like that heifer. She doesn't just, she moves good, but she just gets a little up in her top. If you want to get critical of her, and we can all see that, but boy, she's pretty undeniable in terms of presence and balance and symmetry from the side. It's a big husky one here out of the second class. Foot and bone is good. You like the mass and power that she's got. She's probably on the borderline. Is she feminine enough, I guess, compared to like the heifers on either side of her? But she's just an ox in terms of being opened up, powerful and stout as you take her to the ground. I like the heifer out of class 3 when she stands in terms of the presence that she has, the eye appeal and the balance. We talked about when you set her in motion, she gets just a little tiptoey behind, and that's where I would change her. Maybe the shape of her feet we could maybe alter just a little bit as well. But you like the look, and this young lady does a great job getting her presented. This one is pretty husky here as well, out of class 4. Really dense as you get up on top of her. A big backed kind of a female that's powerful out of her hip. You know, we talked about when you set her in motion, she's a little coarser up and through her shoulder. And I don't know that she moves just perfect, but she's packing a lot of heat there in terms of width and mass and substance. And you like those things about that heifer very well. We got some good seconds. Maybe just didn't have quite enough eye appeal to get on this side, or maybe didn't have quite enough horsepower, but I think a real good lineup. A lot of give and take, I think, in this division. It's a quality division. The heifer that suits me the best, though, comes out of Class 1 that the young man has. She's going to be our division champion. Congratulations to him. We bring in that second place that's in contention, and we like her. She needs to be a little stouter. We're going to follow up with this young man in the back here. He's going to be our reserve in this division.
And there's your champions in our junior division. Our champion coming to us out of the youngest Class 7. He's headed by Porter Jacob, Austin County 4-H. And our reserve junior division winning female comes to us out of class number 10, exhibited by Banker Kulak, Wharton County 4-H. Now bringing in class 13 in our Red Brangus show.
Congratulations to
Here
those
in this
exhibitors.
class, one of the more interesting classes I think we've seen all day. I don't know if you find just that one heifer to land on or a pair of them, but they're all pretty nice and they all have some kind of give and take. Young man up there up front's going to lead the class off, and here's the heifer you probably like the best as you put her in motion, get out and go, and from a structural standpoint, she's probably the best that excels the class, and that's where I kind of land. I like that heifer in terms of her range of motion, and then offer some power. She's a pretty good bodied heifer. I'm not going to tell you she's the sharpest or the most attractive female, but I think soundness, rib cage, body volume, that heifer's got a lot of fundamental qualities that you really kind of like. Heifer in second kind of follows her. Here's another heifer that's got some rib and some body to her. She gets a little frailer bone. She's not quite as stout in her features, I think, to rival our class winner. Next heifer's a moderate frame, a big bodied heifer that gets a little shorter, quicker in the way that she's put together on the profile. Would like to lengthen her out. From the shoulders back, this heifer that comes into fourth you really like in terms of having some thickness, some dimension to her. She gets a little waisty, a little plain through her front 1/3. Heifer that comes in next, the young lady has is probably the most interesting heifer of the class. She's definitely the different one. She's a big top, big hip, thick-ended heifer. She strikes me as a little bit coarse, not quite feminine enough in her features. We'd like to loosen her up in the way that she wants to go. Female that concludes the class is another one that's probably a little bit looser in her skeleton. She struggles a little bit at the halter. We'd like to power her up, give her some more width, some more dimension all the way through. Interesting class, like the soundness, the movement of the heifer to win.
We thank you very much, Mr. Yoakum, for the overview of your placings here in Class 8. And taking the first place honors, the blue ribbon there, going to entry 6710. That's Kylie Hunter Vera of Guadalupe County 4-H. Your second place award going to Ellie Suzanne Backhoff of Willis FFA. Third in the class, Abigail Snyder, the exhibitor from Giddings FFA. Our fourth place went to Chase Crawford of Melkoff FFA chapter. Fifth in the class to Scarlett Lovecott of Falls County 4-H. And sixth place going to Sarah Siska of Belleville FFA. Congratulations to all of our ribbon winners here in Class 8 of your Red Brahman Female Show.
Start into our next division here, and it's a good trio of heifers. I think there's good in each one of them. A young man's heifer that starts off the class. Again, from her shoulders back, I think is a pretty runaway kind of a heifer in this group. You know, it's interesting. She's got some chest, and we can all see that. We need to switch these two, but she's got a little chest. I think that'll melt right off at the first lactation. She's so nice in her hind leg design. The design of her udder is good. You know, she just got a little chest, but she's still pretty fresh up around her pins and over her ribs. So, you know, she's just pretty easy doing. That happened to me in college too. But this is a nice heifer, got quality, got build, got presence. I think you need to go ahead and start her to lead off the class. I like this heifer in second. You know, she looks like she can maintain herself on wind, water, and weeds, and you get her into production. She's just a little too plain, though. As you study her, comparatively to the heifer that wins. Top of her neck, down and through her chest, just not quite as feminine as that heifer that starts off, but really robust in her body type, big ribbed and cowy, and you like those things about her. This is a good heifer to come in third, maybe as fresh as any heifer we've got in the lineup from a composition standpoint. She's just a little easier to divide into thirds, though. Doesn't balance quite as well out of her hip, right in there behind her shoulder. You could bust her open a bit. And she, too, of the trio, probably is the tightest on the move. Good trio of cattle, some differences in terms of their design.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for those comments on Class 13 in our Junior Red Brangus show. Winning the class is Rory Lessiker from Flatonia FFA. Our second place award goes to Carlos Castillo, Klein Kane FFA. And our third place heifer exhibited by Blaine Scott, Comal County 4-H. We're now leading in Class 14. So Class 15 needs you into the north staging area at this time. Class 15 Red Brangus females need you in now.
Well, if you're listening on the live stream, we swapped commentators during the last class. We're back to I'm Jed Sidwell, and this is Cale Campbell sitting next to me, the two OSU guys you heard before in the Cimbra show. We're just starting our senior division here. Had a quick four-head class there. Looks like we've got another small one coming in. But man, I like some of these ones that are coming in here next. High quality set.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, limited number on that last class, obviously, but the quality was still there. I mean, 3 real-world cattle that are going to be really, really good on down the line, and obviously just another stellar, looks like 3-head class
I'd like to take
here.
this opportunity to thank and announce our American Junior Red Brangus Association Queen, Ms. Rayleigh Weed, who's been helping us here today with our ribbons. And so certainly appreciate her taking the time and effort to come out and not only show herself, but also help with the ribbons here in the show. So congratulations to our queen for being here from El Campo, Texas, Rayleigh Weed.
Good pair of heifers on this side in the Red Brahman show, and a couple of heifers that kind of come to the top. They just strike as a little bit fresher and neater in their makeup. And of the pair, I really like the young man's female. He does an awesome job of showing the heifer. Just works very, very well. She's a notch more shapely in terms of her muscle as you study. She's really good over the top side. You get in behind her, that's where the heifer's really, I think, has got an advantage over the second place heifer. She's bigger in her upper hip. She carries that muscle dimension lower as you get into her quarter, and still one that just off to the side right there, he puts her together. She's fresher and neater through her front 1/3, and she blends together a little bit better in terms of her undercarriage and the way that she ties. I think I like that heifer just a notch better on the profile as well as some muscle dimension. Heifer that comes into second, boy, she's massive. She really strikes you. I like this heifer. She's wide chested. She's opened up through her center rib cage and body volume. Just a little bit plainer to look here today. Maybe a little flatter when you get right in behind her, but that's a very, very good pair. Nice top end on this class. Next heifer's another bigger kind of a female. It's got some rib and body volume and depth to her. I think you get into third and fourth, and this darker red heifer is just a little bigger in her upper hip. I think she's leveler and square from hooks to pins. Once again, a heifer, as we compare to those contemporaries ahead of her, she does get just a little bit plainer. She doesn't have quite the power as like our class winner, but a very good heifer to come in third. For hooks forward, here's the heifer. She's a lot like the heifer stands ahead of her, and having some rib and substance and width to her. We'd like to change her right out of her hip, set her down with a little stronger, truer set to her hind leg. We get into a pair of smaller statured heifers. I think are really good built. They're just a little bit smaller in this class, a little bit quicker in their makeup, but still heifers that are sound and true and correct in the way they go. They just don't have enough bone or power. You get a little bigger framed heifer to conclude the class with. She gets a little bit easy in her top. Like to change this heifer off her hind leg, but no doubt has some weight, predictive age, performance, and length to her here to conclude the class.
And we thank you for the overview in Class 9, Mr. Yoakum. Our first place Blue Ribbon Award going to 57-091. That's Travis Eastland, Henderson FFA member. Second in the class to Jalen Ashley Tesh of Belleville FFA. Our third place, Diego Reyes of Westlaco FFA. Fourth in the class to Bransum LaRue of Pasadena Memorial FFA chapter. And our fifth place to Carson Waller of Scurry Rosser FFA. Sixth to Case and Peters of Kuntz FFA. Our seventh place award, Tanner Hoskins of the Victoria West FFA chapter. Congratulations to all of our ribbon winners here in Class 9. And your arena now, Class 10.
A good trio here of very functional females. And heifer that wins the class, again, on freshness and just straightness of lines, is the heifer that I gravitate towards. This one's got a lot of stretch, a lot of length to her. You sure like her from hooks to pins in terms of the length that she's got. She's carved in nice at the point of her shoulder. In a perfect world, could she get out and grab the ground from behind? Maybe just a shot better. She could, but I think this heifer's sure plenty good enough in that regard. She's shaking down a big udder here. You know, you could maybe refine her teats up just a little bit, but at least she's bred and looks like she's going to calve, so that's a positive. This one's fresh and good in her kind. I like her lines. She's got some skeletal strength to her. It's a nice female. This one's just a ground sow in terms of body and mass and volume, here to come in second. And again, you know, we try to put as much rib into them. You know, at times, do we take it a little far? Perhaps. But this one probably for me just needs to be freshened up. You know, as you study her, she's got a lot of natural body, but we also got maybe just a little extra bark on this one for me. Just freshen her up a bit. She rolls a little on her front feet. I'd like to change that as well. But you got to like that one's kind. Got some doability, and she's got some utility to her. I like those things. Just need to freshen her up a bit. This one probably is just a shade fresher as you study her at the top of her neck in relation to the heifer that comes here, that beat her. This one's got some length aside to her as well. She gets a little off from hooks to pins and wants to close up on us as we get in right behind the cattle. I like to change the shape of her rear foot too as well, but that one's got a lot of doability and a lot of mass to her. Another high quality female. That's a very good trio of red Brangus cattle.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for that critique of Class 14. Winning the class is Kennedy Penn, Friendswood FFA. Second in Class 14, Ashland Peters, El Campo FFA. And our third place exhibitor is Gavin Schindler from Dodd City FFA. I'd like to call all of our division winners in our Red Brangus show from our calf and junior division back to the north staging area. This is our final class that's entering the ring in our Red Brangus senior division. So you previous division winners in our Red Brangus show, start getting on your mind. Let's get the cattle back up to the north staging area.
Well, obviously, just a class of 3 there in our class right before
Red
this
Brahman
one.
exhibitors will be moving into our junior division. So those of you who are entered in Class 13, you need to be making your way to the staging area.
Yeah, as I was saying, you know, just a class of 3 there.
Class 13, Red Brahmans to staging, please.
I think even
Just a real good kind of heifer here to close out as a single entry. Again, you take 100 of them that look like her from a replacement standpoint, just her feminine characteristics, her flatness and smoothness of shoulder, one that's pretty good in her hind leg design. Looks like she's going to have a really tidy udder in terms of her teat spacing. The size of her teats is good. You know, she's not maybe as husky as some of the other ones we've seen, but they've done a good job keeping this one fresh. She's the right lines from a composition standpoint. That's a quality female. We'll see how she stacks up as we get her back out here, but a very nice class winner for this young lady. Congratulations to her.
And congratulations goes to our American Junior Red Brangus Association Queen, Ms. Rayleigh Weed, on winning class number 15. Congratulations to you. We'll bring our winners back from classes 13 through 15 and select our senior champion. Then we'll go into our grand champion Red Brangus selection. So we need the heifer division winners, our junior division winners, to the north staging area for the Red Brangus Grand Drive at this time.
Man,
Young lady's brought us a really nice class winner over here on the Red Brahman side. And I love this female. As she hits the ring, you study her at the ground. She hits the green turf. She got big old feet. She sets them down right. She's strong. She's true. She's square in the way she goes. Just exceptional in her structural design. And then you get them on the profile. And here's the heifer that's got the right kind of look in terms of her length, her levelness, correctness, a hip structure. I like that heifer quite a bit. She wins the class. Heifer in second, I like her body type. She's a bold-sprung, big-bodied heifer. She's powerful when you get in behind her in terms of her thickness and dimension. She gets just a little bit shorter in her step. She's not quite as fluid in her movement as her class winner. Gets just a little bit plainer in the look through her front end, but a nice, very, very competitive second-place heifer in this class. Another good functional female that comes into third. I like the body, the substance, the depth, the flank that she has. But here again, we got a heifer gets just a little bit narrow when you get up behind her. Not quite the muscle mass as we see of either the top two heifers. A little plainer through her front end. Heifer that certainly has some functionality in terms of her soundness and her feet and leg structure. She needs to be changed in her balance from the side. She gets a little deep in her chest, easy in her top. We'd like to change that about her. A really nice heifer young lady has that comes around next. If we could change the way this heifer's getting out and going just a little bit straighter, more upright in her shoulders, shorter in her step. But there's a heifer that's got a nice look. She's powerful and heavy muscle. Just like to change her at the ground. Got a couple of heifers that can include the class with that just need a shot more bone and stoutness. I think presence would certainly help them to excel and maybe get a little higher. But nice pair of females to conclude that's got some soundness. Really nice, very good structured heifer on top to win.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yoakum. And taking first place honors here in your Class 10, that's entry 48445. Jennifer Moss, the exhibitor from Robertson County 4-H. Your second place going to Miley Curry, Montgomery County 4-H member. Third to Lily Reed of Chester FFA. Fourth to Emily Bryant, member of the Harris County 4-H. Your fifth place award to Emma Francis, the exhibitor, Longview FFA member. Sixth to Wyatt Nugget of Brazosport FFA, and seventh to Ashlyn Marthiash of Italy FFA. Congratulations to all of our ribbon winners in Class 10. Lining up for the division drive at this time for your junior division. I'll have all of our first and second place winners back in the arena for that selection. So that means Class 13, Red Brahmins, you need to be at staging. Class 14, you need to be making your way in the direction of the staging area on the south.
Get into our last division of Red Brangus here, and still very competitive and very high quality set of cattle in this group. The heifer that wins that first class we talked about, shoulders back, you like a lot of things about. Probably gets just a little uneven in the way that she's balanced. She's a little heavier up front, but you like this heifer in terms of her hock design. She's one that's got some stability and still a female that's long-sided, and you like the femininity at the top of her neck. The heifer that wins Class 2 you like in terms of the presence from the side. She's a very fresh compositioned heifer and one that's got a nice angle to her shoulder, and she's clean in her joints. We talked about you could maybe just stretch her stride a little bit there from behind. She's probably just a nickel courser in her teeth design, but again, I think that gets critical. One that's got a lot of good things about her. And then a real moderate, easy keeping kind of a female here. Probably just a little daintier in her size and stature, but still you like the outline and the basic build of this heifer is really nice. She's flexible, she's attractive, she's smooth. Gonna be really nice when you get her in production with that little tiny udder there in terms of her teeth design. Certainly like that about her. And then our seconds are still good cattle. They're robust and powerful. Maybe you could freshen both of them up just a pinch, but I think they're going to make really good brood cows for the young people. So let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Heifer I like best comes out of Class 2. Congratulations to her. We'll follow up with the young lady here out of the third class will be our reserve in this division. Good set of these females. Looking forward to a nice champion drive.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for those selections. Our champion in our senior division comes out of class number 14. That's exhibited by Kennedy Penn from Friendswood FFA. And our reserve champion comes out of class number 15. That female exhibited by Rayleigh Weed El Campo FFA. We're now going to bring in our previous division winners out of our heifer and junior divisions to fall in with our senior division winners just selected and pick our overall champion Red Brangus female. You Black Brangus exhibitors, we'll start with y'all about 11:30, 11:35. So Black Brangus exhibitors, particularly those first and second classes, let's start getting it on our mind. We're now selecting our Grand and Reserve overall Red Brangus female. We need our Black Brangus exhibitors to start getting it on your mind. Try to start y'all around 11:30, 11:35.
Well, like you just said, we're going to bring our grand drive out here for our Red Brangus show. Senior division there. Maybe not the most head, but man, a really cowy one that won there. I like that one. It's just a good deal from a brood cow standpoint. Hit me really hard.
Yeah, Jed and I are up here getting to watch two shows kind of simultaneously, so obviously kind of just getting in here where we can, but really it's kind of an honor to get to watch both of these gentlemen sort through livestock here in our Red Brahman show and then our Red Brangus show over here on our side. So really just kind of an honor for us to get to watch both of these shows go simultaneously and just kind of get a word in here where we can. So really appreciating this opportunity.
Yeah, getting to watch Harlan and Dr. Bloomberg here sorting these, it's impressive their level of efficiency and conciseness, their ring procedure, and the way they operate these cattle. A lot of head in just a short amount of time is something that's really impressive, especially us two younger guys just starting to judge shows, something that we can surely learn a lot from.
Yeah, I'd certainly agree with that. Just watching how these guys work the kids, and don't overwork the kids, is something that's really impressive. So props to both of these judges that we're getting to watch here today.
Another very strong division as we bring our class winners and seconds out here. And I think as we bring them out here, I find a couple of heifers to me that pair up very nicely together in terms of being sound structured heifers that's got some muscle and power to them. But they also, to me, they're the two heifers that kind of come with a little more presence, a little more look. You like the profile of them, just a couple of subtle differences that separate them. I think, once again, we had a very, very strong division. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulate this division on the Red Brahman exhibitors. I'll go out and I'll select your champion in reserve.
And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, our champion here in the junior division going to the winner of Class 7. That's 49,633, Olivia Daly, the exhibitor, Union Hill FFA chapter member. Reserve honors going to entry 57091, Travis Shepard Eastland from Henderson FFA. Congratulations to our division winners. Y'all need to be staying handy. We'll be moving into the senior division, and we don't have a lot of numbers, so you division winners be standing ready. Class 13 ready to move in our Red Brahman show.
Let's give our Red Brangus exhibitors a nice round of applause, if you would, and show them our appreciation. Sure, a good lineup. And, again, I don't know, we didn't have as many numbers maybe as our first breed, but you never take for granted getting back out here because you never know how long you're going to show and have a division champion, or as we get down to make these decisions for champion and reserve in this breed. And I think there's a lot of good heifers out here. You can certainly justify doing some different things, but we've talked about each one of them, and we've talked about things you might nitpick on them. And again, don't want to sound negative, but I think you need to see the differences and what I see in them. And at the end of the day, you got to be comfortable with the ones that you get back out here. And I really like all 6 of these cattle. They're not cut from the same mold by any means, but they certainly got a lot of quality. So again, my compliments to these exhibitors. The people behind the cattle, these young people are out here battling, doing a great job, and this is what it's all about. Good thing about it is I know you got another show coming up, or at least a couple of them, as far as majors go. I don't know what the scholarship situation is at them. I know this is a pretty lucrative decision, though, from a scholarship standpoint, so you got to be sure that you take it pretty serious. So a nice lineup of Red Brangus. Again, let's show them our appreciation. I'll show you my preference here for Champion and Reserve.
And there's your champion, Red Brangus Junior Heifer of the 2025 San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo, exhibited by Westlin Elliott from Pecos FFA. Congratulations to you, Westlin. And our reserve comes out of our junior division, shown by Porter Jacob from Austin County 4-H. So congratulations to Westlin and Porter on our champion and reserve champion, Red Brangus females. Again, we're going to transition into our Black Brangus show. Try to get that started around what I've got here on my phone. Try to get that started about 11:35. So start about 11:35 with our Black Brangus show.
Man, a great set of champions there that Dr. Bloomberg picked. It's not every day you get to see a calf win a breed like that, Cale. If you've been around a lot of cattle shows, but man, one that was certainly deserving of it, I thought. Great set of exhibitors. Young lady really got that heifer stuck well there from the side.
Nice effort to lead this class off with. I'll be the first to admit we can make her just a little bit looser at the ground when she goes, but after that you start to break this heifer down, and she brings the most positive to the class. I like her balance. Young lady does a nice job of getting this heifer shown and exhibited. We get her on the profile. You like her lines the best. She's a levelous and square. She's got some thickness and dimension to her. Good bodied heifer, good proportion. I think she wins pretty handily. After that, it gets a little more interesting. We got a middle pair of heifers here in second and third. Very loose skeleton. I like their big feet and the way they go. I think the heifer in second, to me, just ties together just a little bit better at times when you study her on the profile. She's another good-bodied heifer, but once again, doesn't have quite the power as our class where it gets a little narrower. Heifer that comes into third. Here's another one that gets out and goes, and looseness of skeleton's nice. She gets easy in her top line. We'd like to strengthen her up there, make her a little bit nicer there. Some give and take on the other side of our class to conclude with this pair. And you got a big, stout, powerful heifer. I just like to trim her up, make her a little fresher. She's pushing a little extra condition, I think, out here today. Makes her just a little bit staler in her look. Once again, you do have one that's a little leaner in her design. Big outline, long-sided, heavy bone. To me, she's the pieciest heifer that needs to be cleaned up, and her balance needs to be a little nicer in her top line there to conclude the class.
And the results here in Class 13. First place honors going to entry 45-111. That's Hannah Wright of Banquetti FFA. Second in the class to Noelle Wilson from Robertson County 4-H. And our third place, Barry Belt of Montgomery FFA. Fourth to Ryan Raub of Karnes County 4-H. Fifth in the class to Aiden Chambly of Hudson FFA. Congratulations to our Class 13 ribbon winners. Class 14 moving in the arena at this time.
Well, as Kale and I wrap up our time here in the Red Brangus show, I thought I'd give you some pedigree updates from our Cimbra show that we did earlier. Coming to you from the Pulse, your champion Cimbra heifer was F4 Athena Hagen Hush Money 647G. She's out of TSC Ginger and would be her cow, raised by Webb Fields, bred by Williams Cattle, sold with Dustin and Cleve Cart. That one was, of course, shown by Gage Gillespie. Then your reserve was the red heifer, 3cc LMC Gin Blossom L69. That one was out of LMC Gold Medal. And the cow there would be 3cc CTCF Gwen, bred by Marshall Curl, sold by Guerrera. Congratulations to Waylon Seal there on that one. That about wraps up Kale and I's time here. Sorry it was so brief on the Red Brangus in terms of your commentary. Just a lot of reasons there from both sides of the ring. We're going to pass over the mic.
Short animal in class 15. This will be final call for entry 46-481. 46-481. We need you to staging on the south, please.
Another very good class, top pair of heifers. I think I like quite a bit. And young lady's female that we start the class with. Love the body type of this heifer. She's really wide-chested. She's really bold through her center rib cage and body volume. Really gets out and goes, I think, plenty well in terms of her structural design. And then I think she's just a notch better in her hip structure than the heifer that comes into second. She maybe not be quite as neat through her front 1/3. Heifer in second gives you an awfully good look. I like this heifer in terms of her freshness and a presentation and where she's at. I think she's very nice. She's a thick-ended, heavy-muscled heifer. Maybe not quite as much bone, not quite as much stoutness. Maybe goes just a tick stiffer at times as we get her about the ring. But that's a really nice pair of big-body, bold-sprung, wide-dimensional type females come to the top of the class. Heifer that comes in next is a little bigger outline. She's a long spine.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Good top pair of females.
And ladies and gentlemen, taking the blue ribbon honors here in class 14 was entry 44053. Jolie Grace Zimmerman, the exhibitor from Brazos County 4-H. Second in that class, Adrian Betancourt from Hidalgo County 4-H. Your third place winner is Lillian Burnett, Cooper FFA chapter member. Fourth, Reese Talpin, the exhibitor from Athens FFA. Your fifth place award, Kelson Eaton of DeWitt County 4-H. Sixth, Journey McCullum of Pruitt FFA. Congratulations to all of our ribbon winners here in Class 14. Class 15 moving in the arena at this time. Final class in the senior division. Let's have all of our division champions and reserves back to staging. If you're not there already, you need to be moving in that direction immediately.
Attention, you Black Brangus exhibitors, we're going to start your show here very quickly. Said 11:35, I'm showing 11:32, so hopefully we've got Class 1 and our Brangus females already staged here at the North Judging Arena. If you're not here, you need to be here. Got a pretty big Class number 1. So all Class 1 Brangus females, we need you to the North staging area. Class 2, start getting it on your mind. Also, I'd like to remind everyone that has been fortunate enough to be a overall grand, which we've got our 2 grays, we've got our 2 Cimbras, we've got our 2 red Brangus. You were given a biography sheet for tonight's award ceremonies, so please get those filled out as soon as you can and return back to the announcer's stand. So you champion reserves of the 3 breeds that we've done and the ones to come today, we'll need those biography sheets about yourself back to the staging area as soon as you get those completed for tonight's ceremony. Class number 1, Black Brangus, you're about to miss your class. If you're not here, you need to be here. Class 1, Black Brangus, we're about to lead your class in to the North Judging Arena. Black Brangus, we need you. Class number 1. Class number 2, get it on your mind.
Looks like we're going to start into the red Brangus show. Oh, it's regular Brangus, sorry. I thought I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Logan Berman. I'm from Wisner, Nebraska. I'm currently a senior at Kansas State, and I was a part of the livestock judging team there. And I am here in San Antonio with Emerson. We are for the Top Judge program, good program to get us out there and meet a lot of industry professionals. So.
High-quality heifer here to win this class. I think she does so pretty handily. Young man did an awesome job. Love the way this heifer's presented. The rig she's in, she gets out and goes. She's a powerful female. Awesome in terms of her body and her look. easy winner here in this class. After that, you get a lot of give and take. Young ladies heifer, I think, is a very comfortable second after you start to study him, because here's the other sound heifer of the class. She's good at the ground, got good feet, really fluid in her movement, still one that's got some look to her from the side. Maybe not quite as powerful or robust as our class winner, but a very, very solid second. We get a couple of heifers in the middle of this class, third and fourth. Thick, powerful females. I like their type and what they have to offer. Once again, we're getting into some that I'd like to trim up and make her just a little neater and nicer in their condition. Both them heifers, I think, would do them some good just to freshen them up, make them a little neater in terms of their look. Big framed heifer that's got a lot of length, loose skeleton. She is a trimmer, fresher heifer. She just gets a little bit steeper in her hip. She don't have quite enough real body or dimension for this stage of the game for me. We get a really heavy structured, really stout female that comes in next. It's just a little coarse, a little smaller statured heifer that's really nice in her lines, good in her pattern, I think, to conclude the class. Just a little smaller, lighter weight heifer that just needs more of her to compete. Nice class. High quality heifer on top to win.
Go ahead.
Class 2 Brangus, we need you to the north staging area at this time. Class 2 Brangus, we need you now to the north staging area. We're leading in class number 1. Our Brangus show has begun.
Over in the South Arena, we've just completed our final class, 15. That's your senior class, and its winner was entry number 5555, Ryan McSimpson of the Cameron County 4-H. Second in that class going to Lacey Cole Bailey of Fairfield FFA. Third place, Truett Toller, the exhibitor from Chester FFA. Fourth place going to Miley Turner of the Lexington FFA. Our fifth place award to Evera Grace Wright of Navarro County 4-H. Sixth place to Ryland Venn of Union Grove FFA. Seventh to Tegan Venn of Union Grove FFA. Congratulations to those ribbon winners in our Class 15. Staging now for the division championship here in your senior Red Brahman Heifers. This is final call for getting in our champion and reserve calf and junior division winners to staging. And an announcement for you, Beefmaster exhibitors. We will not have a long break between these shows. We will have just a brief transition break and move into your 180 head Beefmaster show.
There's a lot of them, about 15 of them in this class for Dr. Bloomberg to sort through, starting off our Black Brangus show. And it's pretty exciting to sit here with a teammate of mine and be able to watch Dr. Bloomberg do his thing and be listening to both these men on either side of the ring talk these cattle. It's been pretty interesting for us to learn from, for sure.
Help me congratulate our Red Brahman exhibitors here in our last division. Done an awesome job. Another high-quality lineup of cattle, 6 very, very good heifers, 3 very strong contenders, I think, here on this side of it, of our class winners. And I'm not going to go through and talk them, but each one of them obviously very much deserving. And some of the comments, like Blake was saying earlier, it's hard to win a class. It's tough to win a division. So really be thankful for it and happy, because a lot of things have to come together in one day to make it happen. no different in this division. I really, really like these heifers. I think it's a tough decision. I don't think there's just one standout heifer. I think you got three very solid females that all bring a lot of good out here. So one more time, thank you. Very, very good set in this division. We'll go select your champion in reserve.
And ladies and gentlemen, our judge, Mr. Yoakum, selected our Class 15 winner, exhibited by Ryan McSimpson, as our senior champion. And we're moving up our second place, entry 49,987, for reserve consideration. And your Class 14 winner taking the reserve honors, that's 44,053, Jolie Zimmerman of Brazos County 4-H, the exhibitor of our reserve senior female here in the Red Brahman Show.
Dr. Bloomberg sorting and pulling these cattle here in our Black Brangus show, and it's pretty neat to see all these exhibitors put all this hard work in. I like this little girl's yellow bow she's got here as she's getting pulled in. It's pretty cute.
Well, now that our senior champion in reserve has been determined, it's time for the grand champion drive here in the Red Brahman Show, and they'll be staging for that event. As soon as they're lined up, that means you, Beefmaster Class 1, will be asking you to make your way to the staging area. Once again, we will not observe a lunch break. We'll be moving right into the Beefmaster Show with only a transition. Time to move out our red champions out of the staging area. So as I said earlier, this will be first class call for Class 1 in our Beefmaster Show.
I believe Mr. Bloomberg made his first sift for the top end. He's evaluating them right now.
Yeah, Dr. Bloomberg's walking the top end of this larger class of our first class.
Here at the conclusion of our Red Brahman show, just want to say thank you, exhibitors, for bringing such a heck of a set of females to work through in every one of these divisions. I think as you find with all three of these division champions and reserve divisions have lots and lots of quality, presented very well. I like the soundness of the structural design of these cattle, and still ones that have some rib but body to them and still have that show ring look that we all desire to get, to put a halter on one and lead them out here. So really want to congratulate you. It's a great lineup. It's fun watching them as they come back and get to compare them to one another as they come back in for your overall champion here today. So let's put our hands together and congratulate them one more time. They've done a great job. The kids are working hard. As I said earlier, it's always tough to get these things just to get 12 o'clock the right time, and I sure think you got several of them out here. We bring them back out here. I do land on one heifer. I do find one heifer I think that becomes your champion for me, just from a brood cow standpoint, body, substance, soundness, the things we all talk about. Reserves a little bit closer between a pair of them. But once again, congratulations, young people. I'll go show you your champion reserve here today.
And ladies and gentlemen, our senior division champion taking the grand honors here, that was entry 5555, Ryan McSimpson, Cameron County 4-H member. We'll move up our senior division reserve for reserve consideration. Grand. And your junior champion, that's entry number 49633, Olivia Daly, the exhibitor, Union Hill FFA member, taking reserve grand honors. And this concludes our Red Brahman show. Want to thank our judge, Mr. Harlan Yoakum, for his work here with the red and gray Brahmins, 198 head. And we do have some special awards for showmanship here in our Red Brahman show. So you exhibitors, listen up. We'll read them from the bottom. But your Texas Junior Brahman Association sponsoring the showmanship awards here in the Red Brahman show. And the third top showman in the Red Brahmins was our champion exhibitor, Ryan McSimpson, taking that honor. Congratulations, Ryan. Second runner-up, Hannah Wright from Banquetti FFA, taking the second honor here in the showmanship. And our top senior, top showman in the red show, Travis Eastland, takes the top honor. Congratulations, Travis. Hannah Wright, second runner-up, and Ryan McSimpson, third runner-up in the showmanship. And appreciation goes to the Texas Junior Brahman Association for sponsoring these awards.
Nice way to start off here in our Brangus show. A good deep class. We made a cut and we talked to those that we let go by. But this heifer that wins the class will make you stand up and pay attention here. It's a good looking one that's got a good running gear underneath of her. The right kind of body composition for me at this stage of the game. Yet she's so good in terms of her cleanliness, her balance, and her design. This female sure-footed as well. I think that's a real good heifer here to win this class. That heifer that comes in second, deep-bodied, a lot of springer rib, a lot of volume to her. Probably just not quite that eccentric look we find in our heifer that starts off the class, but you like the doability and the softness that she's got. She too's good on her feet and legs from a skeleton standpoint, just maybe not quite as dynamic as our heifer that wins. A big outline, long-bodied, powerful heifer here coming third. I like her dimension, like her springer rib. I like the capacity she's got. A little snug in her forerib and doesn't probably balance in her shoulder design quite as nicely as our top pair of cattle. I thought of our initial three, maybe just a little tighter in terms of her movement. Good heifer in fourth that's deep ribbed, a lot of capacity to this heifer. A little flatter as you get in it on top of her, a little narrower in her pin set. I thought she too struggled maybe just a little more off of her front end than we had in our top two cattle in the class. Stout featured heifer to come out next, one that just doesn't balance up quite as good, but I like her foot size and her bone work. She just doesn't balance in her top line quite as nicely as some of the cattle we have on up the line. I think this one's got a real promising future to her. She's long and she's extended, really green in her composition. Just needs a little more to her today. This young lady does an absolutely awesome job of getting this heifer presented. This heifer's got more to her, but she's just a little over in her knee. We just need to change her a bit from a structure standpoint. And we close out here with 3 cattle that made the cut here that are good stock. They maybe don't have some of the extras of some cattle on up the line, but it's pretty good to make your cut in a deep class like this. Those are 3 very good heifers as well. Good class and a very nice winner.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for those comments on our first class of Black Brangus females here in the North Judging Arena. Winning the class is Clevie Allen from Houston County 4-H. Second in that class goes to Kinsley Hine from Royal FFA. Our third place exhibitor is Shaylee Metter from Wiley Abilene FFA. Fourth place honors goes to Allie Renee Tiemann, Washington County 4-H member. Our fifth place exhibitor, Randa Tillman, a member of the Brenham FFA chapter. Sixth place goes to Lana Tyder from Decatur FFA. Seventh place, Mackenzie Schrader, member of Austin County 4-H. Eighth place, Aiden Englehart, Guadalupe County 4-H member. Ninth place, Gracie Johnson from Austin County 4-H. And our 10th place exhibitor, Wyatt Lidke, Cuero FFA. Now leading in class number 2 in our Brangus division. Also, as I've done in the previous 2 breeds, I'd like to introduce our judge, Dr. Blake Bloomberg, no stranger to the livestock show rings. Judged about every American breed that I know of at the majors or state and national junior shows. Coached some of the most competitive and winning judging teams at both the junior and senior college level, and was a member of some very competitive teams when he coached. Presently, he is the professor and lead livestock judging coach at Black Hawk College, and we're certainly proud to have Blake here with us again, evaluating our Black Brangus. He's already gone through 2 breeds already this morning.
Congratulations to the last class winners. We're going to go ahead and head out to lunch, and we'll be back shortly.
Have a lost and found item turned in at the announcer's stand. Looks like a ladies' item. And if you misplaced something and can identify it, we'll be happy to return it to you.
Okay, Harvey. I kind of screwed up one of your papers.
Final call for exhibitor 43921 in the Beef Pasture Show. That's Jency Heffron of the Brazos County 4-H. Needs you in staging with your Beef Pasture heifer, please. Final call. What's that number again? Final call for number 43921 to staging in the Beef Pasture Show.
Maybe just a little more variation in this class, but again, this heifer that wins the class, I think does so with ease because of her structure. She's the most flexible heifer we got in the group. She's the best at the ground in terms of her foot quality and the way that she goes to the surface. This heifer's got a really nice look about her. She's a little more immature maybe than some of the other cattle that come behind her, a little greener, but I certainly like the outline, the presence, and the structural integrity this heifer brings to the table. Big-bodied, powerful heifer to come in second. You like her in terms of her midrib and her flank. This heifer is a little more set out in her shoulder. I didn't think she handled her rear skeleton quite as nicely as our heifer that wins the class, but in terms of being broody and cowy, you certainly like those things about her. Heifer that comes in third kind of kept moving up for me just from a structure standpoint. I like the way this heifer gets out and covers her track. She is a little coarser about her shoulder and probably doesn't blend as smooth up through her front end, but I think this heifer in terms of movement and symmetry you have to appreciate, and I left her in third. A big easy keeping heifer that's got a lot of rib and mass to come out next. Need to change her out of her hip. She doesn't stay quite as balanced in her top line. That heifer still grabs the ground fairly comfortably. We just need to change her rear skeleton a bit in the way she's made up out of her hooks to pins. Next heifer, I like the body and the volume. Again, we change her hind leg. I think she can get up in the class. She wants to get up on her toes just a bit and snaps her pastern. Same goes for the next heifer. I think she can get as high as second in this class in terms of look and balance and eye appeal. It's when we set the cattle in motion where she's just got to go to the ground with more stability for me. We got to loosen her up. A big-bodied, easy-keeping heifer to come out next, just a little plainer in terms of her design. Probably need to freshen her up just a bit. We still got 4 good cattle to close out. A little bigger outlined heifer here that just gets a little tighter behind her shoulder. This heifer's made really good, just needs more to her. Heifer that comes out next to the end, an easy-keeping look, just a little plain in terms of her design. Young man's got a nice heifer to close the class from a structure standpoint. We just need to see a little more horsepower in that female to see her to compete in the group. Good class.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for those comments on our second class of Black Brangus females. Win the class, Mallory Winkleman from Brenham FFA. Second place award goes to Claire Wright, Stockdale FFA. Our third place exhibitor, Peyton Reeves, Polk County 4-H. Fourth goes to Avery Eckelberg from Austin County 4-H. Our fifth place heifer, shown by Rhett Reichart, Sealy FFA. Sixth place female, shown by Colton Smith from Hood County 4-H. Seventh goes to Lane Lovacott from Falls County 4-H. Eighth place female, shown by Jillian McKendry from Onalaska FFA. Ninth place, Keely Brooks, Groesbeck FFA. And our 10th place heifer, shown by Tavin Thompson, Washington County 4-H. We're now leading in class number 3 in our Black Brangus show, so we should have all class 4 females staging in the north arena at this time. Have a little downtime. I'd like to recognize and thank Ms. Peyton Hanson from Liberty, Texas. She is the Texas Junior Brangus Breeders Association Queen. She's here assisting and donating her time with showing these heifers and passing out awards. So thank you, Peyton, for being here today, helping in the ring, and certainly serving as the Texas Junior Brangus Breeders Association Queen.
Another good, strong class of these black Brangus heifers here. And again, a female that finds herself to the forefront for me in this particular group, relatively easy. She's a easy keeping kind of a female, a lot of rib and volume and mass to her, yet still handles herself pretty good on her feet and legs as you actually get out and go. She's the densest made heifer we got in the group with just the most rib shape and volume. That's a nice heifer here to grab the blue ribbon. A little more stretch and length than the heifer that comes in two. Like that about her. She's a good fresh heifer from a composition standpoint. Not quite as opened up right in behind her shoulder. Not quite as soft in her rear rib and flank as the cattle on either side of her, but a little more look and a little more eye appeal than the heifer that comes in three. Here's a big ribbed heifer to come in third. A lot of depth of body, a lot of volume to her. Probably just a nickel more condition on this particular heifer, and maybe doesn't have quite as much extension up front. But a solid female. You like her foot size, her bone work. Just need to make her a little more feminine. Next heifer here does have a nice outline. We just need more to her. Need to soften her up all the way through, but she's got a nice presence. This next heifer's a little green. I think time will be her friend. Just need to get a little more feed pumped through her, but this one's got a nice look. She's strong top, level hip. Like those things about her. Just need to see her to be a little roomier middle. Heifer to close the class. The young man's doing a nice job with. Sound on her feet and legs. Just kind of runs out of gas in relation to these other cattle in terms of her extra mass and power.
Class 2, Beefmaster Heifers, final call. We're one short. Class 2. Let's get calf to the arena, please.
Take this opportunity to give the results of our third class of black Brangus females. Just finished evaluating. Our class winner is Wyatt Davis from Washington County 4-H. Our second place female in that class is shown by Matthew Wybro from Belleville FFA. Third goes to Aaron Towns, member of the Rudder FFA chapter. Fourth place female is shown by Olivia Vissering from Pewitt FFA. Fifth, Kaylin Lest, Victoria County 4-H. Sixth place, shown by Andrew Garza, Pajam Memorial FFA. Now, bringing in class number 4. At the conclusion of this class, we'll pick our champions in our heifer calf division. So, with that being said, class 7 black Brangus females, start getting it on your mind. Class 7 black Brangus females.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very large class here with 33 entries, and we'll be releasing the exhibitors in the bottom end of this class so that the judge has ample room to make his ribbon placings. Unfortunately, we only have 10 ribbons in this class. I want to thank all of you youngsters for the work you've put into your projects here in our show ring, and particularly Class 1, very large, and we encourage you to continue on. These young green heifers have a lot of potential yet, and we look forward to seeing them again.
Nice pair of heifers here to rise to the top of this class. But again, structure, I think, dictates the placing. Heifer that wins the class, just a little freer moving off both ends of her framework, a little looser build up out of her shoulder. I like the set of her hind legs. She's a big, stout, featured kind of a female. Got a lot of body shape. Probably not as nice in her look as the heifer that comes in second. I think that's what makes this pair close. But I think you got to say she's good enough to get her extra skeletal design. I like this heifer standing still a lot. She's got a neat look, very attractive, very feminine kind of a female, carved in a little nicer at her shoulder than the heifer that wins the class. When we set them in motion, she's just too concise in the way she travels off either end of her framework for me. I just like to loosen her up a bit from a structure standpoint. That's a good pair of cattle. This heifer gives up a lot to the two cattle that win the class, but she's a nice made female in her own right. Got some extension and some look to her. Just need to see a little more heifer here for her to compete and get around the top two, but that's a nice female. Heifer in force, big and stout and robust, a little plainer in her design and doesn't get off of her hind leg quite as nicely as some cattle on up the line, but still a real solid kind of a female. Heifer with a lot of utility here to come out next. Like her midrib and I like her flank. A little plainer up through her front end and probably just need to peel a little condition off of this female. Next heifer's very stout and very opened up. I like that about her. Need to change her from chest in relationship to her flank and make her just a little looser as well. We get on down the line here, some good cattle. These cattle got some rib and volume. These two probably just need to have a little more sharpness to them. And we get a pair of cattle on the end that probably just need a little more to them, but they're both sound, good-looking cattle. Just need a little more power.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for that critique of class number 4 in our Black Brangus Heifer Show. Winning the class is Matthew Phillips, member of the Washington County 4-H Club. Second place goes to Kenley Fail, Wilson County 4-H. Our third place heifer, shown by Reed War, Brazos FFA. Fourth place goes to Reagan Reeves from Big Sandy, Dallardsville FFA. Fifth place female, shown by Emmanuel Benavides, Webb County 4-H. Sixth place, Lila Porter, Taylor County 4-H. Seventh place, Brayley Van Vickle, Chambers County 4-H. Eighth place, shown by Taylor Booty, Conroe FFA. Ninth place, Camila Alvarez, San Isdro FFA. And our ninth place exhibitor is George Rogers, Galveston County 4-H. We're now bringing our first in place and second place females from classes 1 through 4. From these 8 heifers, we'll select our champion and reserve in our heifer calf division.
So we get started back over here. Tremendous class to start off with. Obviously, lots of cattle. Really want to congratulate even the cattle that left the ring. I think we saw some there that certainly have a lot of future and promise, just not quite there. And we got a wide range of ages in here too, and I think that makes it a little bit difficult on these young heifer calves. But super quality, great class. Love these top pair. A couple of gold females, I think, that come to the top, and boy, you ought to really like them. Not only are they just ready today as far as presentation and where they're at and their development, but these two are awfully good. They're big-bodied, they're bold-sprung, they're stout-made heifers that's got the right pieces to them. And I think of the pair, boy, you look at the young man's heifer, and I really like this heifer. You start at the ground. She's got really nice feet. She's a good-footed heifer. She's strong and true in her movement, and I think she does move out just a little more stronger and truer in her stride than what we find in the heifer that comes into second. She's a big top, nice hip, got a nice set to her hind leg, attractive, very, very good. Nice heifer, great way to start off here in this first class. Heifer in second follows her just in terms of her body type and design. I think it's very, very similar in where she's at. Like to set her down a little stronger to her, particularly on her left hind leg. She can get up just a little bit in her pasturing at times, doesn't set down quite as comfortably. She's not as fluid in the way she wants to travel about the ring, but two really, really nice heifers there, I think, to come to the top of this class. After that, we get into some very good heifers, a little more variation. The third and fourth, really sound heifers. I like these on the move. The third place heifer is a little more powerful from a muscle standpoint. I like the heifer in fourth in terms of her length and rib cage and body volume that she offers. And she's green and her type and kind. Just a couple of heifers that aren't quite as far along as what I think we have in our class winners. They're not quite as massive. They're not quite as robust in their build is what we find in those two. But very, very solid, nice pair there in third and fourth. Black heifer young man has solid kind of a female that's got rib and body and soundness, a little plainer in her overall look. The next heifer in the lineup I like in terms of strength of top. I like her hip structure. She's probably better in her hip and her hind leg than the black heifer that stands in front of her. But once again, a heifer's probably just a notch flatter rib, a little narrow when you get right in behind her. This little heifer that comes next, I think she's the really unique one of the class. No doubt she stands out. She's one of a couple of greener, very immature type heifers, but boy, this heifer's got a lot of class and style. You talk about attractive, neat look to her front end. She's long neck, ties high to the top of her shoulders, got a real cool look to her, still sound and correct. I think that heifer's going to be an awfully fun one, young man, to continue to work on and get that one grown and developed. But unfortunately, just not quite there today in terms of her development. A lot of good pieces, nice heifer. Big-bodied heifer comes in next. Love the rib cage, body volume, and depth. Just needs to be a little cleaner from her shoulders forward. Much the same can be said for the next red heifer. Another good kind of female that's good in terms of her structural design and the way she's built. I just like to make her a little cleaner and tidier in terms of her profile. This little black and white one's another one that's ultra green. She's got a lot of style and presence about her. Little frail at the ground, a little narrow underneath. Heifer, young man's heifer, a grab before she went out. She come in late to the class, so didn't quite get the first initial look. But I tell you, from her shoulder, or really from her neck back, that heifer's built really nice. Like the muscle shape she has, gets a little plainer up through her front 1/3. She doesn't quite balance up as nice as some of the other heifers today. Heifer we complete the class with, another solid female that just gets a little plainer in her look. She's a sound, good moving, nicely patterned heifer, just not quite as neat in her overall look. Very good class, awesome pair on top to start.
Thank you, Mr. Yoakum, for this overview of our large cast. Class 2, we need you in the staging area.
Well, just as we've had all day, another really good division here as we start off in our Black Brangus show. And again, I'm real pleased with these 8 heifers as they come back out here and try to describe them to you the best that I can in class. And so I don't sound like a broken record, I don't always go back and describe them again, and I don't think we need to in this particular group. There's a heifer to me that's kind of a standout. And again, it doesn't mean I'm right or wrong, but I always like to tell you what I think, because I think it's important to know that from my standpoint, I think there's a heifer out here that's really, really unique. She's a combination heifer, a balance. She's got a lot of quality. I think this heifer's got a bright, bright future ahead of her. She comes out of class 1. She's going to be our division champion. Congratulations, this young lady.
As our champion in our heifer division comes out of class number 1, exhibited by Clevie Allen from Houston County 4-H. We'll bring in our second place in that class to compete for reserve.
Here's where you earn your check a little bit, I think, in this group. I thought that heifer wins. And then, you know, the heifer that's her classmate, I like a lot of things about. She's really functional. She's really good on her feet and legs. I don't know if she was quite as wowy as that heifer that ended up winning, but she's got a lot of good parts and pieces to her. I like this heifer out of class 2, and she won that class because of structure and just the way she's designed. She gives up a little performance out here, but I think that's a quality female that next year at maturity is going to fit right in size-wise. I think that's a good heifer. Big-bodied, easy-keeping heifer to come out of class 3. Like her mid-rib and I like her flank. She gets to get up underneath of herself maybe just a little bit as you get comparison on her. And the heifer that won the 4th class, that was a good pair of cattle in that group. I thought she outmoved the other heifer. You know, she's, again, not carved as neat at the point of her shoulder, but I like the power and the balance that she's got for extra foot size and bone work. So another good lineup here. Heifer I like second best is out of class 4. She's going to be our reserve calf.
And there's our reserve champion in our heifer division. Goes to class number 4, exhibited by Wyatt Davis, Washington County 4-H. Oh, excuse me, I was looking at class 3. That's Matthew Phillips, Washington County 4-H. Apologize for that, Matthew. Your reserve in our calf division.
And at this time, we'd like to get the results shared with you on our large Class 1 in the Beef Masters Show. 33 entries in this class, and first place honors went to entry 50, 439, and Nate Saucer of Liberty FFA. Second to Jency Heffron of the Brazos County 4-H. Your third place to Carson Ann Barnett of Aledo FFA. Your fourth place to Megan Ruther of Columbus FFA. Fifth place earned by Gage Cameron Seal of the Weatherford FFA chapter, sixth in the class, going to Brady Sutzenberger of Morgan Moret FFA. Our seventh place what happened to seven? Eighth place, let's see, you got a seven in here. Eighth in the class went to Jacob Weasley. Ninth to Lucas Salinas. And our 10th place award to Santiago Garza. I didn't find a seven.
The very top.
And I'll go back and recognize our seventh place exhibitor. That was Cody Barnett of Victoria FFA. Class 3, Beef Masters, final call for you. Class 4, you need to be thinking about making this way shortly. Class 3, Beef Masters, you need to be in staging. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a very large class. Let's give these exhibitors being dismissed from the arena at this time a big round of applause for their efforts in bringing us a good group of Beefmaster females for Class 2.
Another very competitive class over here on the Brangus side. And again, some give and take up here amongst this top trio. Heifer we start the class with, again, just in terms of ease of movement, having some body and some rib and some volume to her. She's my preference to go ahead and win this class. She's not quite as neat in her look as the heifer that comes in second, but she's got quite a bit more cow power in terms of her softness of flank. Her body design is just a bit better. I like the way this heifer gets out and covers her track in terms of the slope and angle of her shoulder and the bend and give of her hind leg. This heifer, I think, wins a standing still contest just in terms of her look, her balance. She's a very stout-featured female. I didn't see her having quite as much softness to her rear rib and flank. I think she's just a little stiffer out of her front shoulder in relation to the heifer that wins the class, but I think that's a good pair of cattle that complement each other well. Heifer that comes in third, again, more like the class winner in terms of her depth and spring of rib and her volume. She gets a little pushy up out of her shoulder. I didn't read her having quite the elegance and attractiveness that we find in the top two pair of cattle in this group, but another good female that's got a lot of body and a lot of mass to her. I'd like to just see her get a little freer off of her front end. Next heifer is a skeleton away, I think, from being a real player in this group. I like this heifer's look. I like her balance. I like her attractiveness and her femininity. It's just when we set her in motion, she's the tightest off both ends of her skeleton for me. If we could loosen her up, I think it totally changes the complexion of the class. I like this heifer a good deal when she stands. For me, we got to make her a little more limber. Here's a big-bodied, easy-keeping heifer to come out next. Probably just a little detrimental to the fact she is so easy-keeping. She gets a little weaker in her top line, a little off in her hip. Need to probably just freshen her up a notch in terms of her composition. Young lady's doing a nice job here with a real deep rib, soggy made kind of a heifer. Kind of same song, different verse on her as compared to the heifer right ahead of her. We just need to make her a little fresher. Nice made heifer here, just a little straight off both ends. A long, stretchy heifer to come next to the end. Needs a little more to her. Young man's doing an excellent job here to close the class. He's doing a great job showing this heifer. She just needs to have a little more balance in relation to her contemporaries, but it's tough to put him on the end because he's doing a really good job. Nice set of females.
We're missing 3 heifers out of class number 8. We need Maya Benavides from Terry FFA. We need Roel Santa Maria from Rio Grande City FFA. And we need Liliana Garcia from Sam Rayburn Pasadena FFA. We're about to show class 8, and they tell me you're not in the staging area, so we need your heifers here now. Results of class 7 just completed. Winning the class is Madeline Glaze from El Campo FFA. Our second place female was shown by Tristan Fail, Wilson County 4-H. Third place honors goes to Steely Williams, Blue Ridge FFA. Our fourth place female shown by Jenna Jennings, Brazoria County 4-H. Placing fifth is Whit Hackey, Archer County 4-H. Our sixth place award goes to Kelby Baca, Bowling FFA. Seventh, Mackenzie Sessengood, Wilson County 4-H. And eighth place shown by Madison Hanson, Pecos County 4-H. And ninth, Landon Schellenker, I hope I got it right or close to right, Landon from DeWitt County 4-H.
Very, very good class. I really, really like the top end of this. These top pair of heifers, I think, fit together very well. And the one that leads off, boy, she's a show heifer. She's so attractive in her look. You get her out and go, and that heifer is so correct in her structural design. Stays very collected in her top line. She sets in a little smoother and neater to her tail head than the heifer comes into second. I think she's a little cleaner made when we get off to the side. And I just like the extra structural correctness. She's a little easier, a little more fluid in the way that she goes, I think, relative to the heifer in second. Heifer in second's a lot like her, really up-fronted. Heifer's got a lot of length to her front end, ties high to the top of her shoulder. Another great profiling heifer that's really good on the move. Gets a little higher in her tail head. She may be not quite as just true at the ground as what we find in our class winner. Two very, very good heifers there. Congratulations to both those females. Body type of the heifer in third is the one I like. I like how the rib cage, the body volume and depth depth in this, and I like her stoutness of bone. I like the changer in her hip. She's not quite as fresh and neat through her front end as what we find in those two classrooms, but boy, you talk about a big forearm, wide-chested, bold-sprung, thick-ended female. Got a lot going for her. Really, really nice heifer. Clean-made heifer that comes in next. Got a lot of muscle, got a lot of shape. This heifer's got a lot of positives going for her. When you put her in motion, she gets a little tighter in her hip, straighter in her hock. She wants to just struggle just a bit off of her hip and hind leg in motion, but boy, that's a sweet-fronted, good-bodied, thick-ended, heavy-muscled heifer there to follow in this class. As we get on down the class, I tell you, there's so many just really good functional females that are sound. That female going right there, so sound and correct in her structural design, a little greener in her condition. Love the top-line levelness of the young lady's heifer directly in front of me. I like her silhouette from the side. She's a little flatter and narrower. We got a stout, powerful one that follows her. Needs to be cleaned up a bit. She's pushing just a little extra condition for this young of age. Like to just make her a little sharper looking. The black heifers does have a nice look. She's good through her front end. She's a little frailer at the ground. You got a painted up heifer that's got some bone work and stoutness to her. A little smaller stature. A little smaller framed heifer completes the class, but I tell you, that's a good built heifer. You'd like to have a whole pen of them you're keeping back for replacements. Very nice set of females. Congratulations on a very competitive class.
And we thank you very much, Mr. Yoakum, for your overview here of our Class 2 Beef Masters. And taking the blue ribbon in this class was entry 5975, Peyton Brooke Holrack of Brazoria County 4-H. Second place in the class went to Laney Elizabeth Seal, Weatherford FFA member. Our third place going to Ellie Walters of Aledo FFA. Fourth to Brenly Grace Beveridge of Grossbeck FFA. Our fifth place award to Bailey Cabrillo of La Pan FFA. Sixth to Miranda Evert of Westlaco FFA. Seventh in the class to Valentina Barrera of the Hidalgo County 4-H. Eighth to Delynn K. Robbins of Navasota FFA. Your ninth place award to Ella Taylor of Springtown FFA. And taking the final ribbon, 10th, going to Laney Aikens of Victoria West FFA chapter. Class 3 in our Beef Master show in the arena at this time. 16 exhibitors. Class 4 Beef Masters, we need to check in at staging area.
Pretty logical place to start for me here in this class of Brangus females. Just a really well-balanced, really neat, attractive heifer here to lead off the class. One that as she come in, grabs your attention pretty quickly just in terms of her build and her lines and her quality from the side. Heifer that's got the right kind of rib and body, but yet still the right kind of freshness. Comes to us in a pretty sound structured package. I think a pretty good heifer there to win the class. Heifer in second, I think is the most like her in terms of having some broodiness and some utility. She's not as sharp and refined in her facial features, the heifer that wins the class, but I like her extra stoutness, her burliness of body, got a cowy look about her. Not maybe as attractive as that heifer that wins, but I think still a solid heifer and a pretty logical second. Heifer in third has got a neat look about her from the side. She's one that's heads up and tall shouldered and like that about her. A little tighter in her forerib and back into her flank, and consequently doesn't get off of her front skeleton quite as nicely as the heifers ahead of her. But I think a real solid female, striking in terms of her lines, like that about her, and still fairly fresh from a composition standpoint. A little bigger outlined here. Heifer has captured some weight per day of age to come out next. She doesn't balance up quite as well from the profile. Almost too much set to her hind leg. Wants to get up underneath of herself just a bit. But I like that heifer's length of body. I like the fact she's got some doability to her. Next heifer's really stout and bold in her rib design. She's a little tight up in through her shoulder. Doesn't have quite the look and extension we find some of the other heifers in the class. Here's a real refined female who's very attractive. When we set her in motion, she wants to flag her tail head up. Just doesn't drive off of her hind leg with quite as much stability. I like the look and presence that she's got. Get into a cut of them here. This one's moderate, deep ribbed and cowy, just a little too plain from the profile. We got really a lot of similar types of cattle here down the line. They got plenty of body, they got plenty of doability. They maybe don't have as much eye appeal. We get down towards the end of the class, we might need to just stouten those heifers up a bit. But they're still functional, pretty good on their feet and legs, but just need to make them a little more opened up as we get towards the end of the class. Good set of cattle.
Before I give the placings on class number 8, I'd like to call Eli Fishback. We need you to the north staging area. Eli Fishback, Austin County 4-H. We just finished class 8. There's a single entry in class 9, so that's class 10. We need your heifer now into the north staging area, Eli Fishback. Results of class 8 in our Black Brangus show. Winning the class is Logan Denbo from Alito FFA. Second goes to Delissa Acker, Chapel Hill Tyler FFA. Our third place female was shown by Sadie Blankenship from Jones County 4-H. Fourth goes to Avery Moss from San Jacinto County 4-H. Our fifth place heifer exhibited by Wade King, Wilson County 4-H. Sixth goes to Casey Kearney from El Campo FFA. Seventh place award goes to Tegan Thompson, Washington County 4-H member. Eighth place goes to Vivian Ruiz from Grand Oaks FFA. Ninth, Maya Benavides, Terry FFA. And 10th goes to Courtney Gonzalez, Lyford FFA. Should have a single entry coming in to class number 9, Dr. Bloomberg. After that, we'll go into class 10 and then into our junior drive. You got it?
Young man's brought us a standout here to win this class. No doubt about it. When he hit the ring, you knew that this one here was the class winner. This heifer here, her presence is undeniable. She's got the right kind of look. Awesome in terms of her structure, her power, and her rib, and her substance. That heifer there, she leads off handily, wins the class hands down. Congratulations. That's a very nice, high-quality heifer. I think from there, you get a lot more variety, and you can do a lot of different things. Young man's heifer worked his way up, and I landed on her being second. She's the other heavy-boned, stout, constructed female of the class. She's got some thickness to her. We'd like to make her a little deeper in her rear rib and flank. Sure, that'd help her balance and proportions, but here's the other heifer that's still smooth enough in her pattern, got some stoutness and power. You get into a pair of heifers here in third and fourth. They're a little greener in their condition and where they're at, a little smaller statured females, but they're sound. I think they're very loose and correct in their structural base. I like the extra length of this heifer that comes into third, just like to stouten her up. She's a little more refined about her build and makeup, but nice kind of heifer there, gets out and goes. Once again, another good-footed, sound heifer. She's not quite as stout in her upper hip. heifer gets a little flatter in her rib shape there to come into fourth place. Bigger framed, higher performing heifer that comes in next. It's got some rib, body, substance to her just to push in a little extra condition, a little plainer up through her front end. We got a white-legged heifer that comes in next to young Manhassan. I like the functionality of this female. I like her look of femininity on the profile. She just gets a little easy in her top. She's not quite as neat and attractive in her overall look. Big-bodied heifer the young man has comes in next, a little more refined about her bone work, gets just a little bit frailer bone, flatter made on the side, but nice profile and very, very attractive female to come in next. Big, stout, powerful heifer that just gets a little plain in her overall look. We'd like to clean her up in her overall makeup. Heifer comes around next, is good in her lines in terms of her profile and her pattern that we find. Just change her right there in her hip. She wants to duck her pins when she gets on the move, but at the standstill, you can like her a lot. Complete the class with some very functional, very good kind of cattle. Maybe just fall out a little bit from a balance standpoint, but very, very good, super high quality, awesome heifer on top to win. Congratulations.
It's a single entry here before we pick our division champion. But again, a lot of times the judge says, oh, they could have stood more competition. And, you know, sometimes we might stretch the truth on that. But I do think this heifer could because of her body design, her stoutness of feature. She's got a quality look to her from the side. This heifer's good in her underline, good in terms of her top line as well. She balances so symmetrically from the side and still gets out and covers her track pretty well. So we'll see how she stacks up as we get her back out here. Another good single entry here for the young lady. Congratulations to her.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for those comments. Winning Class 9, Lainey Siska from Sealy FFA. Congratulations to you. Now bringing in Class 10 in our Black Brangus division.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back on the Beefmaster Show and the placings here in Class 3. First place honors going to entry 6692 with William Cutter Lowe from Chester FFA taking that blue ribbon. Our second place award went to Caden Witz of Texo FFA. Third in the class to Levi Hefferin of the Brazos County 4-H. Fourth in the class to Madeline Forsberg of Taylor County 4-H. The fifth place award went to Yadira Ibata of Pasadena FFA members. Sixth in the class to Casey Bruni of Belleville FFA. Your seventh place ribbon winner, George Shackelford of the Columbia FFA. Eighth to Tinley Martin of Pruitt FFA. Ninth in the class, Allison Fugit, member of the Weatherford FFA chapter. And 10th place, Jack Vincent Singer of Columbus FFA. Congratulations to our ribbon winners in Class 3 of your Beefmaster Show.
Nice heifer to lead off this class. To me, the most feminine heifer we've got in the group. As you study her in terms of her refinement and her attractiveness, she's still agile as you actually get out and go on her feet and legs. Good construction in terms of her foot and her hind leg. Good designed up and through her shoulder and her knee. You know, again, she is overwhelmingly stout and powerful. Some of these behind her, probably not, but I think she's the most ladylike, the most correct in her build, and this heifer's got a neat look about her from the side. This one is just a bruiser in terms of body and mass and volume. There's a lot to this heifer. In any angle you want to study her, any adjective you'd want to use to describe width or bone, she would fit it. For me, though, she's just a little plain as you study her up front. And she's, again, I'm not going to dictate frame size. She's on the upper end for sure, but there's a lot to that heifer, and she still handles herself pretty well. The heifer that comes in third is a little more moderate in her size. She probably maybe just a little more feminine up front, but with that, she closes up more as you get on top of the cattle. And I didn't think she hooked up in her hind leg quite as nicely. You could probably debate that pair if you wanted to. I think if this was a judging class, that'd be where the small cut would be. I just didn't think this one balanced quite as good. And with that, she didn't have the extras we found in the second place heifer. Female that closed the class, one that is pretty fresh from a composition standpoint. She's a little more refined in terms of her bone work, maybe just a little more off type from the side in relation to her contemporaries, but still a good project for this young man. He's done a nice job getting her presented out here.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for those comments on Class 10. Winning the class is Eli Fishback, Austin County 4-H. Placing second, Macy Keithley, Angleton FFA. Our third place ribbon goes to Kidney Smith, a member of Hood County 4-H. And our fourth place ribbon goes to Ryder Santa Maria from Rio Grande City FFA. We'll now bring our class winners back from classes 7 through 10 and pick our junior division winners. Class 13, Black Brangus, we need you in the north staging area. Class 13, Black Brangus females, we need you to the north staging arena. Oh, you need places.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause to these young people that are going to be dismissed from the arena. Appreciate all of the effort you young people have put into raising your projects here for the show.
We keep rolling along here in the Brangus Show. We come to our intermediate division, or our second division. Really a nice lineup of these heifers as they come back out here. And again, we don't need to go back and re-talk each one of them. I think you've heard me discuss them in class, and we're going to have a lot of the same things to say about these cattle. But again, I think there's a heifer to me that puts a lot of good things together into one package, and I think she kind of gets away with it for me in this particular division. And then you got to make some decisions for reserve. But this is a good lineup of females. Let's give them a nice round of applause, if you would. Our champion heifers, this young lady in the pink shirt here that's circling to be our division champion. Congratulations.
And there's your champion in our junior division coming to us out of class number 8. That's Logan Denbo from Alito FFA. Congratulations to you, Logan.
He gets just a shade closer here for reserve between the heifer out of the first class and the heifer out of the third class. And I think there's some differences between the two of them. I do think there's some similarities between the two of them as well. Both of them got some substance. Both of them got some dimension. One's maybe just a freckle longer and more extended. One of them's maybe just a little shorter backed and a little denser. So you can do what you want here in this division. My preference for reserve, though, is class 1. Young lady in the striped shirt here. Good division of females. Congratulations to all these kids.
And your reserve champion junior female comes to us out of class number 7, sewn by Madeline Glaze, El Campo FFA. Congratulations to our champions in our junior division. We'll now bring in class 13 in our Black Brangus Show, be our first class in our senior division.
Very competitive class to work through top to bottom. I know we sorted some out, but the ones we kept, they're awfully good. And I think this class gets really interesting. Longer they're out here, the heifer you're drawn to, she's not one that just hits you just initially as she comes in, young man. But I tell you what, the longer she's out here, you really got to appreciate this female. That is as pretty a headed and as nice a fronted heifer as you can build. Just feminine female all the way in her look. The way she ties into her shoulder is awesome. Her rib cage, body volume, and depth's impeccable. And then she's got the power to go along with it. Easily as good a structured, good a moving heifer as we got in class here. I end up finding her, the longer she's out here, she becomes a very solid, easy winner. From there, second, third, fourth, fifth, I think you can jumble them around. This heifer that comes in second, she's got some power to her. That's a big top heifer. She's got some hip to her and some shape when you get in behind her. And I like that heifer on the standstill and in motion over the heifer in third, just so much better. From leveler, from hooks to pin, she sets down very correctly on the move out of her hip and hind leg. And then that heifer, you know, she pieces together pretty nice. She's good in her top line, smooth in her shoulder. I think she ends up balancing as good as anything after our class winner, but I do like her hip and hind leg better. This heifer in third, she's the big bodied one. Big rib, bold sprung, deep flank. Love the center rib and body dimension. I like the openness of structure, how wide she is in her chest floor. Just like to change her back in her hip. She wants to get just a nickel off there from hooks to pins. Wants to drop her hook pins when she gets in motion. Just kind of throws her balance off a little bit, but nice built, good kind of heifer. This heifer that comes in next, boy, she's one I really like. She come in the ring and she's got big feet and she's really sound. She moves good, and I think there's a lot of good to that heifer. I'll be honest with you, young lady, I think she's just a little bit empty today. If we could get that heifer just a little fuller, I think that would change a lot of things that we could do in this class. But the longer she's out here, she becomes a little flatter, a little more empty, not quite as much heifer there, particularly through her center rib and body is what we find in those other. But that's a long pattern, good top line, good hip, good structured female there to come in this class. Nice heifer. Here's another powerful heifer that the young lady has. Big top, thick-ended. Another one's got a good kind of rib shape to her. She gets a little rounder in her hip, a little uncoordinated off her hind leg. We'd like to change her there. So we get on down the class. And once again, very, very competitive. This dark red heifer, stout and heavy bone. She gets just a little bit awkward in the way she wants to travel travel off of her hind leg as well. I like some things about the young man's heifer. She's got some thickness and muscle. She never wants to really relax. She gets a little easy in her top line. We find some very useful, good body, good moving heifers, just a little bit plainer. Maybe a few of them we could trim up a little bit from a condition standpoint to make them more competitive. Very nice class. Congratulations all the way from top to bottom.
There's such a glare
Yep.
that when he's got them like where they hit, it's hard.
We'll be staging for our calf division drive here, which is the classes 5 and 6. So you exhibitors with class 7 in the Beef Pasture Show, you'll need to be standing ready. We'll have your results for you here shortly. And ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to share with you the placings here in Class 4 that was just completed. First place honors going to entry 51-231. That's Jack Shackelford of Columbia, FFA. Second in the class to Peyton Medlock of Weatherford, FFA. Your third place award to Brady Falsus of the Grand Oaks FFA chapter. Fourth to Riley Denman of the Pruitt FFA. Our fifth place award going to 21-9-21, Sophia Garza of Edinburgh Vela FFA. Sixth in the class to Ethan Hart of Huffman FFA. Seventh place, Julio Cardia of Sherryland Pioneer FFA. Our eighth place in Class 4 was James Gisserset of Buffalo FFA. Ninth to Karina Rose Trevino of Robstown FFA. And 10th place to Diego Arce of Hidalgo County 4-H. Congratulations to our ribbon winners in this big Class 4. And at this time, we'll have our Comments on the division championship.
Here as we reach our first division, certainly just I can't express how good it is and how tough it is just to get out here. And certainly any of the people, any of the spectators here, if you just think these young people just happen to fall in here and get lucky and get to the top of their class or their second, you wasn't paying attention very close, because boy, these classes are tough. They're big with lots and lots of good ones. And I don't know. We've seen a lot of cattle thus far, but I tell you, this division here has really set me back, because it's been so good with so many good ones, and each class, especially, I keep saying it, and I know we talk about these heifer calves, but there's so many good heifer calves you see, and you want to use them, but they're just not quite there today. And I know we dismiss some really good cattle, and it's so much fun to watch them and see them. But as we bring our first and seconds back, boy, I think it gets awfully tough. They're so high quality. I mean, these cattle got stoutness, they got power, they got body to them, they still got the right kind of presence. I mean, you talk about putting a lot of fundamentals together to make brood cows with, but still have that show ring look. I think there's several heifers out here that do that in a high quality manner, and certainly want to congratulate you young people on a great division. Let's put our hands together, congratulate them. Ultra tough. It's very close for both your division and your reserve division, but just want to say congratulations. We'll get you 2 champions.
Another good class over here on the Brangus side. A really nice heifer to lead off the class. Really functional from a structure standpoint, really fresh in terms of her eye appeal and her balance. This heifer's good bodied, yet she's not fat. She's got a great set to her hind leg. This heifer's got a nice look. Not the biggest one out here, but I think she's plenty big enough when you're made like that, and just the flexibility that she has. That's a good heifer there to win the class. It's a robust, powerful heifer to come in 2. I like her structural stoutness extremely well. Got a lot to her in terms of mass and power. Doesn't handle herself quite as good off either end of her skeleton. Comes up just a little short in her stride, but that's another high-quality female. Good heifer in 3rd, just really cowy and broody. Maybe not quite as eccentric in terms of her look as the top pair of cattle are in this class, but break her down fundamentally, she's just pretty solid in terms of her type and kind. Just maybe not quite as much eye appeal, but still a solid female. Change this heifer structurally, and I think it makes it a little more interesting. She just wants to get off on the set of her hind leg a bit. I like this heifer's body shape. I like her mass. She gets a little coarser up there and through her shoulder, and consequently moves just a little tighter up both ends. A big outline, long-bodied heifer to come out next. Probably just doesn't piece together quite as nice from the side as you start making that cut here in this class, but good on her feet and legs. Like the stretch and length that she's got. Just need to hook her up with a little more balance. Next heifer, you like her top line. She's got a good upper rib shape. We just need to facilitate her with a little more depth and drop to her flank. The next heifer, we just need to clean up a bit from a composition standpoint. Like her flexibility. Does a good job showing her. Nice heifer to come out next to the end. Just need to see a little more cattle. And the young lady that closed out the class. A real high-performing heifer that's got some length aside. Just doesn't balance up quite as good from the profile. Good class.
Final call for Class 7 lineup. Beefmaster Class 7, last and final call to report staging. Let me have the name, okay. And our winner here in the calf division, championship goes to entry 6692, William Cutter, David Lowe from Chester FFA, and your reserve honors went to entry 51-2-20-31, Jack Charles Shackelford taking the reserve honors in our calf division of the Beefmaster.
I'd like to take this opportunity to give you the results of Class 13 in our Black Brangus show. Winning the class is Catherine Allen from Houston County 4-H. Our second place female exhibited by Mackenzie Tiemann from Washington County 4-H. Third place shown by Holly Sensengood from Wilson County 4-H. Fourth goes to Rodney Rhodes, San Jacinto County 4-H. Our fifth place female exhibited by Keely Scroggins, Liberty FFA. Sixth place shown by Cooper Lyles from Burton FFA. Seventh, Jack Dewey from George Ranch FFA. Eighth, Natalie Pate, Friendswood FFA. And our ninth place award goes to Briley Crawford from ARP FFA. Currently evaluating Class 14, our Black Brangus show in the North Judging Arena. So we need Class 15 lining up in the staging area. Conclusion of 15 will go into our senior division drive. So you calf and yearling champions, you need to be making your way back to the north staging area. Got a little downtime here. I'd like to remind everyone that was fortunate enough to be a grand or reserve overall in your breed. You were given a biography sheet that we'll need to talk about you tonight at the awards banquet. So please get those back up to us as soon as you possibly can. Those of you that have been fortunate enough to be grand or reserve overall, we're going to need those bio sheets back to the announcer stand on you as soon as you possibly can.
Another good class of females here and 5 nice ones that I think sure bring a lot of good things to the table. But the heifer that wins the class, I think, to me, gets right away with it when you talk about utility and softness, starting to shake down a gorgeous udder as you climb in underneath there. And yet she's one that's got some spring of rib and some volume to her. She's one that sets her neck up nice at the top of her shoulder. She's in the right rig for me from a condition standpoint. And then again, as we discuss her compared to the heifer in second, she's got the flexibility advantage. That's a good heifer there to win this class. This is a powerful one as you get up on top of her. This one's broad out of the backside of her shoulder and big out of her hip. A little coarser about her teat structure and her shoulder design. Doesn't stay quite as comfortable as the heifer we have that wins the class. But I like this heifer in terms of being robust and opened up. Center body is good. Spread up high, I like about this heifer. Just doesn't stay quite as comfortable as the heifer we have that wins the class. I like this heifer from the side. She's got a nice look, a really good pattern. This heifer's agile on the go. Her problem is she could just fit inside of the top 2 cattle in this class when you study her in terms of her rib design, her spread up high. That's still a quality female, though. It's very refined, very feminine, very attractive, and athletic on the go. Real cowy heifer to come out next. A lot of brood cow utility in this female. She maybe doesn't have the extra bells and whistles out here on the carpet in terms of look, but I think she's quality in terms of just making a functional brood cow. Just need to sharpen her up a bit in terms of her design. heifer that closed the class, another powerfully constructed female, big-bodied and easy keeping. You like those things about her. Just a little plainer in her overall design. Doesn't have quite the femininity and attractiveness of the other cattle in the line. Good heifer.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for that critique of Class 14. Winning the class is Colton War from Brazos FFA. Second in that class, shown by Carson Miller, Concordia Lutheran FFA. Third place ribbon goes to Ella Yonder from DeWitt County 4-H. Our fourth place female was shown by Cole Lest, Victoria County 4-H. And fifth place goes to Kinsley Van Veckel from Chambers County 4-H. Leading in our last class of the day in our Black Brangus show on the North Judging Arena, Class 15. Following the completion of this class, we'll select our senior division winners from classes 13, 14, and 15, which is in the ring now. You KF and junior champions in our Black Brangus division, you need to be ready. You'll be heading into the senior drive real shortly, and then to the grand drive. With that being said, we're not far away from completing our Black Brangus show, so you ARB heifers, start getting it on your mind. If you're in some of the earlier classes of ARB heifers, we won't be long before we'll start the ARB heifer show.
Well, if you're just now tuning into the live stream, sorry we took a bit of a lunch break there, but now it's Kale and I back on watching your Brangus show. We're in our senior division, working towards the end of it here. I think we have our division.
Beefmasters in Class 8, we need you to the staging area. Class 8 Beefmasters to staging, please.
Yeah, Jed and I took just a moment and enjoyed some good San Antonio food. And I know you can't see Jed and I, just a live stream here, but, you know, we enjoy our food, that's for sure. And I think that's apparent if you get a good look at us. You know, I mean, we're not out of shape, but I wouldn't say that we're just skin and bones either.
I think the good livestock judging term, Kale, there is stout.
We're just good feeding, you know. We know how to convert well, and I think that's something important for not only livestock, but for a good pair of college guys, too, so.
Not one to brag, but my rate of gain is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I'd like to say that I'm right there with you, know. I mean, I definitely eat. I don't know how well I convert, but I put a lot in, and it's really easy to do, especially down here where the food tastes really, really good, and especially you've got great cooks on the other end. We had some ladies cook for us today and made some tamales and some rice and some beans, and I know I'm probably making some people jealous if they're listening to the live stream here today. So, yeah, definitely a big thank you to them, and that was awesome, and we couldn't ask for anything better there.
Yeah, I thought I was going to founder after eating all those tamales, and then the dessert selection they had there, insane.
As we're sitting here watching our Brangus show, the numbers have been insane, and the quality's been there to match it. Another really, really
good
nice
top
class
pair,
here.
a little different in their type and kind, but they're the best two in the class. And after the lead off with, I mean, she motors around the ring and gets out and goes as good as anything. She can lap them all. We got great feet. Loose and correct in the way she's built, and then she offers a little more power and substance. She's bigger forearm, she's wider, more dimensional in the heifer in second. She may not be quite as attractive through her front 1/3, but I sure like the feet and leg structure and the power that one offers there. Great look in the heifer that comes in second. Young lady shows the wheels off this heifer too. I mean, you gotta love the side profile and the look and the extension she offers. So she's long fronted, she's attractive and neat and well balanced as anything in the class. She's not quite as stout. She's not quite as dimensional as our class winner. And then I'd just like to change her just a notch. I'm getting critical of a high quality heifer, but she's not quite as strong and true in the way she goes, particularly off her hind legs. But that's a very good top pair. I like the more powerful sounder one. over the prettier one. We get into a third place heifer, and she's very good in terms of her proportions as a long-bodied, extended heifer that's smooth in terms of her profile. She gets a little frailer boned, a little flatter made. She doesn't have quite the extras that we find in both those top two, but good solid heifer to come in third. Little bigger bodied heifer comes in fourth. That's just a little plainer in her look. I like this black heifer in terms of being sound and true. She strikes me as a little frail on the move, a little short neck, but she's big bodied and sound at the ground. You got a little stouter, longer spined heifer that comes in next that once again, you just like to clean her up through her front 1/3, make her a little nicer in her top line at times. She gets on the move. She gets just a little bit easier in her top line. As we get on down, once again, very, very good class. Big class here in terms of numbers, and we got some cattle that'll make some nice cows in terms of being structurally correct and having some body and thickness to them. Most of them just need a little extra trimness, neatness, more eye appeal to move up higher in the class. Very competitive group, really high quality top pair, stout, powerful, good structured heifer to lead off.
Get into our final class, a black Brangus here, and the female that wins the class, combination heifer we've got in this group. I like the refinement and the femininity that the cow has. Obviously, she's one that's pretty good from a composition standpoint. Got a big strap and heifer calf coupon at her side that I bet this young man's wishing I would not have used him so he didn't have to come out here. She's kind of fighting him a little bit, but he's doing good. That's a nice pair. I think this cow balances the best. She got the most eye appeal. You could probably settle her down in her hook bone there. She wants to get up in her spine just a little bit, but that's a good quality female that I think wins pretty easily. This heifer, you know, she's not going to win any beauty contests, but I think as you start to melt these cattle down, she's the one to me that's the next most functional in terms of her body and her mass and her structure. Probably not as eye appealing as the cattle on either side of her, but I think her durability and her denseness elevates her to the second spot for me, and her looseness of structure. Cow that comes in third, a long-bodied, extended kind of a female. Like to balance up her udder just a bit, but you say that, doesn't look like it's affecting her calf back there. He's a big strapping bull calf that's got some substance to him. Just need to soften this cow up just a bit, maybe make her just a little nicer in the construction of her rear leg. Good female to close the class. Roomy middle, big rib, high volume kind of a heifer, a little more fragile in her construction. Maybe wants to snap those ankles just a bit more, but still one of the nicer heifers we've had there on the end of a class thus far. That's a testament to the quality of this group. That's another nice female.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for those critiques of class number 15. Winning the class is Bailey Sanders, member of the Robinson County 4-H. Second in that class goes to Kenneth Yeager from Grand Oaks FFA. Our third place ribbon goes to Blaine Sessengood from Wilson County 4-H. And fourth, exhibited by George Luis Alvarez from San Isidro FFA. San Isidro. I get it right the second time. Let's bring back our first and second place winners from classes 13, 14, and 15, Mr. Harvey. And from these classes, we'll pick our champion senior Brangus females.
Fun cow-calf class there to evaluate. And like we talked in our Simbra show, it's impressive to see a good cow-calf pair out here like that. I mean, not only does it just represent a lot of really good practical just
and ladies
cattle.
And gentlemen, over in our Beefmaster show, Class 7 results for you. First place honors going to 4753. That's Cale Andrew Jadika of Bowling, Texas, taking top honors. Second in the class going to Lily Grace Collier of Washington County 4-H. Our third place award, Aaron Purini of Axtella FFA. Fourth in the class to Reagan Linton Karish of Fayette County 4-H. Your fifth place to Regan Parks, the exhibitor from Brian Nelson FFA chapter. Sixth place award went to J.C. Phillips of Teague FFA. Seventh in the class to Skylar Wilkerson of Delaney FFA. 8th in the class to Emma McClendon, Washington County 4-H member. 9th to Meredith Gold, El Campo FFA, and 10th to Carbon Griggs of Groesbeck FFA. Once again, congratulations to the ribbon winners in Class 7.
Yeah, as Jed was saying, it's got to be rewarding for you know, an exhibitor to show a pair, especially knowing they made a good breeding decision when obviously the class winner there had a really nice heifer calf on her side with plenty of extension and just a lot of quality to that calf. That's got to let you know, you've done a nice job managing and you made the right decision when it came time to either buy semen or, naturally breed. So props to those individuals for doing a nice job,
We're currently leading in our class and second place winners in our senior division in our Junior Brangus show. So I'd like to take this opportunity to tell the ARB Heifers it won't be long. ARB Heifers, and you're in some early classes, get on your mind. We'll be showing ARB Heifers here very quickly.
My hat's off to the young lady showing the one out of that last class. It takes a certain level of skill to show with a temporary nose ring like that, especially when you're not the biggest individual showing a big tough old heifer like that. It takes a certain level of skill
Class
and
9
determination for sure.
staging in the Beef Pasture Show.
Really an outstanding lineup over here on our Brangus side. I mean, all these cattle match each other extremely well, and obviously, they're great show cattle, but what's more important is it's obvious that they're highly productive animals that are going to really make a difference in somebody's cow herd down the line, because in reality, that's what it's all about. And so it's really fun to see, just from a livestock judging kid's perspective, just getting to enjoy the quality of cows that we're creating here, and they've all got such real world potential.
I think the presentation is impressive as well. Just the skin and hair quality. Obviously, Brangus cattle don't come with a lot of hair, so you'd think it'd be a little easier to clip in a thin-haired one. But speaking from personal experience, it's really difficult. And a lot of these are just dialed in, ready to go today, and it's really refreshing just to look out here at such sleek and elegant females.
No, Jed, that's exactly right. And I don't think some people realize how much hair, and not only hair, but the hide quality of these cattle and how much work that these young people have to do at home. Too many times I think some of us uneducated northerners just think, oh, no hair on these cattle, or, minimal hair on these cattle, it's easy. And that's certainly not the case. And in fact, in a lot of ways, especially with the added temperature and some of the other pests that the southerners have to deal with, it's actually quite challenging and can be more challenging than what we have to deal with. Dr. Blake Bloomberg surely is enjoying this drive, because I know I am sitting from up here. I bet he's enjoying himself down there. Got to know that he's got a quality lineup here in his oldest division. It's got to be fun to know that you've got 3 incredible class winners out here and some really stellar seconds sitting right in behind them.
Yeah, I've had people ask me before if, I haven't gotten to judge the biggest shows in the world, but just judging shows in general, if it's hard to sort the high quality cattle. I think it makes it even more fun. It's so much easier and just relaxing to really look at high caliber livestock like this. Really makes for a fun day.
Another very good division here as we come to D3 of the Brangus show. And again, like we have all day, let's give them a good hand, if you would. Very, very competitive. Man, it's just hard. It's hard to get back out here. I've heard Harlan talk about it. I've talked about it. Our kids show, just the subtleties that it comes down to. And, again, personal preference. This heifer that wins the first class, she's so nice in terms of her design, so fresh in terms of her composition, and really sound on her feet and legs. You like those things about her. As what goes through my mind is, she's probably one of the flatter, narrower heifers you got out here, but I think she's sure ample in terms of her width. She's not going to blow you away in terms of rib shape or volume. I think she's sure got enough. her parts and her pieces match together so nicely. Got a nice classmate there behind her that's big and stout and powerful. We talked about in class, maybe could move just a shot better, but I still like that one as well. Heifer that wins Class 2, she's the burly one, no doubt about it. She's got as much to her as any heifer we've got out here, and she's still pretty athletic from her structure standpoint. Again, you're going to nitpick on her. She breaks just a little right behind her shoulder, and she probably isn't just as tighty as the heifer right in front of her, but got more to her. She's a big rib, high volume kind of a heifer, a lot of mass, a lot of substance. She too is going to have a nice udder. I think both those cattle fit the bill in that regard. Second heifer over there is one that's powerful and opened up. We talked about she could move just a shade better as well. I like this pair. I thought that cow won that class in her calf pretty easily. We talked about where you could change her, but there's a lot of good in her. And just in terms of form to function, she's laid down and done her job like she needed to. She's calved even right at 2 years of age, which is good. She's a solid female. Then a nice second over there that's cowy and broody. So it's a good division. I'm going to put the mic down. We'll get you a champion in reserve and keep the day rolling. But we're going to send a good pair here to the champion lineup. Again, congratulations to these kids.
And there's your senior champion winner. Comes to us out of Class 13, exhibited by Catherine Allen, Houston County 4-H. And the reserve senior division winning female comes to us out of class number 14, exhibited by Colton War, Brazos FFA. We need to bring in our calf and junior senior division winners back into the North Judging Arena, and we'll select our grand champion female in our Black Brangus show.
Really nice contrasting pair of cattle there, like Dr. Bloomberg talked about. Really just make a nice pair because they bring opposite unique traits to the table. I think those two should look pretty special when we bring them out here after the Grand Drive. What do you think, Cale?
Yeah, no, I really agree. I thought both of those cattle did things extremely well. And to be honest with you, I'm glad Dr. Bloomberg was the one picking them because that's a challenging pair. And it really, it kind of depends on which way you want to go. And they're both extremely high quality cattle. And like you said, it's going to be interesting to see them out here in the drive because, man, they've got quality to them.
It's been a tough Brangus show. I mean, that first class walked in, I was like, oh man, I mean, front to back. That thing was absolutely loaded, and it hasn't let up all day for sure.
No, it's extremely impressive, and I love to see it because, I mean, I just think that that's, an outstanding, it's really a great combination breed right here. You've got your, obviously, your Angus breed, which has got the largest registry in the United States, and then, obviously, the Brahman breed that's so prevalent down here in the South, and it just makes for a great combination.
Internationally too, I mean the Brahman thing is so much larger in the grand sense of things in terms of international semen sales. Something I didn't even realize until I went to college, the exponential increase in the price of semen on the Brahman side, I think just is a testament to how valued those genetics are throughout the world.
No, yeah, you're exactly right, and I think we forget that. We really do, just kind of, we get caught in our own little bubble here in the United States and just forget what's out there, and I think that this is a good representation of what it's like when we cross, our most popular breed with probably the most popular breed, or, the Indian influenced cattle. So I think it's really impressive to see this combination out here and really capture some heterosis and just see what these cattle look like.
I apologize, taking a little longer on this class. After we get past our class winner, this class becomes pretty challenging, I think, for me, and lots of variations in type and kind, but one thing you can land on is this painted up heifer. She wins, and she wins for fun in this class because you talk about one that's good at the ground. She's got great feet, She's good bone. She's good moving, easily the best balanced one. I love this one's presence. She wants to fight that halter just a tick, but right there when you get her set, boy, she elevates that head, comes really high out the top of her shoulders. Awesome hip and hind leg. I don't know if you can build one any better in terms of their hooks to pins out their hip and down on their hind leg. To have that kind of head that can go, and it's an attractive look, but yet still very, very good in terms of the way we like them to move, just free and easy. That heifer's got a lot of positives, a lot of good, very high quality. Nice heifer. Congratulations to her on a class winner. After that, as I said, it gets very, very tough, I think, in variations. This heifer here initially struck me as just a little bit harder back through her rear ribbon flank, and I think she is. She gets just a little shallow, but when you break this heifer down, she's big top, she's big square hips, she's got some bone to her, and I think proportionality, I think she's plenty good. Certainly there's heifers that are deeper and softer and give and take, but I like her through her front 1/3 better. I think she's trimmer. I think she's got more real muscle in her than the heifer that comes into third. Heifer comes into third's long body, deep-sided, good body, needs a shot of bone, needs a shot of just some more muscle when you get in behind her. But I think that heifer's really robust in her rib cage, good in her body depth. Proportionality, she's good. Nice heifer, just needs to stouten up. The black heifer has having more stoutness to her. She gets easy in her top line around her out of his hip. But boy, that heifer, she actually looks better on the move. When you get her in motion, that heifer kind of comes together, and you can like some things about her. I call her sound, good moving, big body. Another good moving heifer the young lady has that comes around next that I kind of like the black heifer. She can look a little easy in her top and not quite balance up as well, but I think that's a functionally good one in the making for a cow for the young lady. And I think the further we get into the class, we just find ones that, to me, generally overall, they're just a little plainer in their look. I think they're good cattle. I think they're cattle that's got some positives to them, but we just don't find any of the extras to really elevate them in class. But a very, very good class all the way down. I think you got a super good, high-quality one, easy winner on top.
Let's show our appreciation for our Black Brangus exhibitors, if you would. Give them a good hand. I don't know if everybody went and got some lunch, but we got a good crowd gathered back in here. They kind of dwindled for the Red Brangus, but they're back here, and it's a good lineup as we cut them back out here. I think a quality set of females. I'm not going to go back and talk each one of them again. We've talked them a couple times now. You got to be impressed with the quality of not only the cattle, but the young people. They're out here battling. There's some really good showmen that have been through the ring today, and you'll try to highlight that when we can. But, boy, it's just it's tough nowadays, you know, the level of difficulty that it takes to compete, you know, and when the time and the effort and the money, that sure doesn't fall short on me because I live it right with you every day. So it's a really nice lineup. We're going to go slap a couple heifers that I like a good deal. Again, let's give them a nice hand. We'll go show you our two champions here in the Brangus division.
Final call for Class 9 and the Beef Masters to staging.
And there's your grand champion, Brangus female of the 2025 San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. Comes to us out of the senior division, exhibited by Catherine Allen, Houston County 4-H. Congratulations. And there's your reserve Brangus female, also coming out of the senior division, exhibited by Colton War, Brazos FFA. Congratulations to all the young people that showed Brangus females here today in our North Judging Arena. We'll take just a few minutes and get started with our ARB show. So if you're in one of the first classes of ARB heifers, let's start bringing them to the north staging area. ARB heifers, get it on your mind.
And there you have it, folks. Our champion and reserve champion Brangus females pair of cattle I think represent a lot of good and have something for everybody that you can like and appreciate in those two.
Yeah, like Jed and I were just saying, it's hard to beat a good big one because, it's just so hard to keep them managed this well this late into the game. So really congratulations to both of those exhibitors for some extremely high-quality projects.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see these two go on. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see some of these on the backside of pedigrees here for years to come. As we're talking about
And ladies and
pedigrees
gentlemen,
here
we'd
a
like
little
to
bit.
share with you the results of our Class 8. First place honors going to entry 59-268, Addison Elizabeth Poe of Erath County 4-H taking that honor. Second in the class went to Natalie Hopkins of Latexco FFA. Your third place to Jaden J. Rose of Killeen Career Center FFA. Fourth in the class, Bronk Thompson, the exhibitor with Kaufman County 4-H. In fifth place, Aubrey Renee Johnson from Crawford FFA. Sixth to Holly Vordius of Bear County 4-H. Our seventh place exhibitor was Hazel Scott, Rudder FFA. With the eighth place ribbon was Mason Stow of the Byron Nelson FFA. Ninth in the class, Abigail Nizer, the exhibitor, with Shadow Creek FFA. Your seventh place award, Hazel Scott, Rudder FFA. Eighth to Madison Benjamin Stowey, Byron Nelson FFA. Ninth, Abigail Nizer. 10th in the class to Shelby Stanford of Leon County 4-H. Class 9 in your arena at this time.
Well,
this will be call for Class 10, final call for Class 10 to report to the staging area.
We are beginning our ARB Heifer Show on the North Judging Arena. So if you're in Class 1, we need you, all Class 1 heifers, into the staging area at this time. Class 2 females be waiting outside. Class 1 heifers, we need you now in the North staging area. We are about to start our ARB Heifer Show in the North Ring.
Well, like we did after our Simbra show this morning, I'd like to do it for the Red Brangus as well and give credit where credit is due and give you some of the pedigrees that come off of the pulse. Our champion Red Brangus heifer would have been Red Princess 43. She was out of EJL, GCC, Red Eagle, and out of Red Princess 63. Bred by Audrey Ivy, and of course that one was exhibited by Westlin Elliott. That was the one that came out of the heifer division, the heifer calf division. Truly an impressive female there. And our reserve was 4D Gypsy Rose 21. The bull there would have been 4D Houdini 17. The dam would have been 4D Miss Bella, bred by Reagan Drybrot and shown by Jacob Porter.
Need all our ARB heifers in classes 1 and 2 to the North staging area. Superintendents and the judge says go. They're ready. They're ready to start the ARB Heifer Show. So let's get them all in the North staging area. Green light.
Young man's brought one in to this class here, and it's a nice class, solid class all the way down from top to bottom. Start with the stoutest made, heaviest muscled heifer. She's got the biggest feet, gets out and goes well. I like this one's body type. She's a more moderate framed type of a female, but compared to the black heifer in second, she's just more powerful. She's bigger hips, she's wider pin, she's thicker when you get right in behind her, and still one's got more bone work to go along with it. Nice heifer there, solid one to win the class. Black heifer in second, you like her on the profile. She's attractive and long, a little cleaner fronted, comes out a little higher at the top of her shoulders there, but lacks a little extra bone. You get in behind her, she narrows a little bit from hooks to pins. She's not quite as powerful in her upper makeup. That's what we find in that heifer that leads off with. Next heifer's ultra clean fronted. I love the attractiveness, neatness this heifer has from her shoulders forward. Heifer is super smooth in her pattern from the side, level topped and square hip. Needs more center rib. She wants a shallow back in her rear flank a little bit. Just like to open her up, pull her apart, make her a little more bold in terms of her rib cage, body volume, and depth. And certainly the heifer behind her holds that advantage. That's a bold-sprung, big-bodied, soft-made heifer, just a little plainer in her look. Nice built heifer. One that you like the lines and pattern. I don't know if there's quite enough of that heifer to get her any higher, but a nice built heifer with a lot of good things going for her. Another big-bodied heifer is just a little bit maybe want to trim her up in terms of her condition, a little more advanced than what I'd like to see. We got another good kind of a heifer that's just a little coarse and plain. She's good at the ground. Like to just smoothen her up, neaten her up. Got a painted up heifer that sure like the foot and the bone and the stoutness of this heifer. She's just a little bit thinner in where she's at in her condition. Like to make her just a little bloomier, fleshier here. Big outline, long-sided heifer, needs more body volume. I like the top line levelness, but needs more center rib to get up higher. Nice class. Good job. Congratulations to the young people.
Well, if you're just now tuning in, I'm Jed Sidwell. I have Cale Campbell sitting right next
and
to me.
ladies and gentlemen, taking the first place
ARB
honors
show.
in Class 9, Brandy Fitterman of Denton FFA chapter, taking that blue ribbon, second in the class. Presley Barrett of the Brazoria County 4-H, third in the class. Natalie Anderson, the exhibitor with Alvin FFA. Your fourth place to Taylor Drinkwine of Quitman FFA. Our sixth place to Maya Strong of Finnendale FFA. Seventh to Emily Cross of the Byron Nelson FFA chapter. Eighth place to Nathan Abel of Grapevine FFA. Ninth in the class, McKenna Elsom of Fort Bend County 4-H, and your 10th place award. Since there was only 9 calves, we don't give it out.
We have our first class of ARB heifers in here. These are calves that were born after April 1st of 2024. A little bit of age range out here. A lot of different types and kinds in the ARB division. So a guy like Dr. Bloomberg really gets to go out and kind of pick what's his kind. So it's fun to watch him evaluate and sort through these.
Yeah, it'd probably add just a little bit of challenge to things with some different breed combinations out here, which could, add some challenge, like I said, but man, it could add some fun too. I'm sure he's going to enjoy sorting through these and kind of just, like you said, going out there and picking the kind that he likes and kind of making them match each other throughout the day. To give another big shout out to the fans that we have out here today. Obviously a lot of parents and ag teachers and just friends and family. Everybody just likes to show up and support. We've had a lot of full stands out here today, as you can see from the live stream. Something really impressive to me is just the support that comes out here, and obviously the sponsorships and things like that. So I commend all of you from down here for really showing your support, whether it's online or up here in the stands.
I think one thing that's really stuck out to me, Cale, is just like the sense of community you have here down at these Texas majors. When somebody wins, there's a lot of hooting and hollering, a lot of families and schools, teams, 4-H clubs, things like that working together. It's not something you get in every single part of the country. So it's really refreshing to come down here and just see that sense of community.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right, because, I mean, we watch sporting events like the Super Bowl the other night. Maybe Chiefs fans weren't cheering too much, but, you know, we like to hoot and holler for our favorite sports team. I think we should do that for these projects out here because, you know, a lot of money
Going to start
and
this
a lot
class
of
with
work
the
go into
nicest
things like that.
balanced heifer. I think she's the freshest in terms of her condition and where she's at here today. She's not the biggest outlined or the most powerful female, but I think just in terms of strength of top, levelness, correctness, balance, and proportions, and still one that gets out and goes really well, I think there's one we can land on to win with. The other spotted up red and white heifer follows her. She's a pretty powerful female. I do like the bone work and the stoutness that she offers, and she's another one that gets out and goes pretty good. Just a little bit plainer in her look relative to our class winner, maybe not quite as level and square in her hip. So we get on down in the class here. We got another heifer that's really loose skeleton. I like her at the ground. She's not as powerful as the heifer behind her, but I think she does set down with a more correct set to her hip and hind leg. I think she's just a little truer in the way she wants to go. We just like to power her up, mass her up a little more. A bigger, wider chested, bolder sprung heifer that's a little plainer in her overall look. We just like to change her as we get her out on the move. She wants to be just a little bit awkward, not as quite as true and as comfortable in the way that she wants to travel today relative to the ones ahead of her. Black heifer we conclude the class with, certainly one that's long-bodied, extended. She's trimmer than the heifer ahead of her, just not quite enough of her. Gets kind of outpowered, outmassed here in this class.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yocum. Appreciate the overview of Class 10. Beefmaster exhibitors in Class 13, you need to be making your way to staging. We'll have a division drive at this time.
Well, not now. Yeah, we are.
And they'll be staging them while I share the results in Class 10. First place honors going to Mia Rose Fitzgerald, bowling FFA chapter member, taking that first place honor. Second went to Peyton Hembry, Victoria County 4-H. Your third place award earned by Riley Medlock of the Weatherford FFA chapter. Fourth, Caden Stevens, the exhibitor from Liberty FFA. And fifth place to Amberlyn Grace Langford of Aledo FFA. And we'll move up our class winners here in this division. First and second place winners. Classes 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Well, back here on the ARB show, Bloomberg's made his sort here, just kind of initial sort on these cattle. I think it really helps you put these classes into
Class 13,
frame and
Beefmaster
perspective
exhibitors,
when there's
we need
so
you to
many
staging,
numbers,
please.
just to kind of get them somewhat of in an order, so that way he can go through and make those really analytical and tough decisions.
And speaking of tough decisions, this one's full of them because, man, there's quality cattle really from top to bottom. And I know it's tough to, be towards the bottom, bottom of a lineup. And, a lot of us have been there. Me personally been there a handful of times, and I know the feeling. But not to take anything away from those kids because, man, they're working hard. They've got high-quality livestock. It's just a big, hard class, and it just gets tough.
I'm sure Kale would agree with me. There's cattle 10, 12 deep out here. I would be more than happy to take home just a really, really tough class.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to such a personal preference thing and just a little minute details that just sort stuff. And, that's the hard thing about showing livestock, but at the same time, it's the fun stuff because when you can really get on a good one and have success, it just makes it that much sweeter.
One thing that's unique about this show, and if you're someone like myself and watches a lot of broadcasts of livestock show, the Taylor Fort crew here just does an exceptional job. Having a camera on the ground like they do really provides a new perspective to it. I remember showing at Old Exarban back in the day. That's when it was back in Omaha. Live streams were kind of a new thing. They had just put one little GoPro in the corner of the arena, pointed it at the end gate, and never moved it all day. no commentary. You couldn't hear what the judge was saying. You just got to watch a few sheep walk by every now and then. And where we've come since then, I think, is really impressive.
No, I completely agree. It just adds just a bit more in terms of the presentation. And, man, these videos are sweet out here on this green turf. And these young ladies do an awesome job getting it presented for us.
Once again, another highly competitive, very tough division as we get these winners out here. And once again, congratulate you young people on making it out here to the divisional lineup. Because I said in the last division, it's tough to do that. And I think as we bring them out here, I really like our 4 class winners. I think you got strong contenders on the other side of the second places. But our champion and reserve, they'll both come from this side here, and our class winners. And I don't want to take anything away from the other 2 heifers, but I think there's a pair of them. They're awfully nice. I'm not going to tell you they're exactly alike, but I think they're 2 really, really good heifers that offer a lot. The Class 1 heifer in this division, she's stout, she's powerful, she's super massive. You love her center, rib, and body. And that heifer that stands behind her, just her silhouette, her profile, and her look, and her freshness, and both of them get out and go really good. I think they're both exceptionally high-quality heifers. Today, I like to paint it up red and white. When she'll be your winner, we'll follow with Class 1 for reserve. Congratulations to both exhibitors.
Congratulations to our division champion winner coming out of Class 8 for your junior heifer division. That's entry number 59268, Addison Elizabeth Poe, the exhibitor from Erath County, taking the junior champion, and the reserve going to our Class 7 winner, and that was exhibited by Cale Andrews Jaletka of Bowling, Texas. Well, that completes our junior heifer division, our mid division. So you exhibitors in Class 13 of our Beef Pasture Show, final call and ready to move them in.
My oldest daughter cuts me off all the time, so it's okay, no problem. But it's a good lineup, and it's the indication of what's to come. I think we're going to have a really good show. Now, if you're going to go say, boy, Blake, you got a lot of different types. Thanks for the update. I understand that. Just kind of what comes to us in this class here. This red heifer here, to me, is the most functional as you take her to the ground. The construction and the build that she has in terms of her feet and legs, I think, is unrivaled in this class. Now, does she have a little more of an American look than she does an exotic look? Yeah, but at the end of the day, they are ARBs. And I like this heifer. I like her functionality. I like the fact that she's practical. She's the best structured heifer we got in the group. Hey, she's not as whippy necked as some of these that come behind her, but she's plenty good enough, I think, to go ahead and win this class for me. I like this heifer in second. She's round bodied, got some spread to her. I like all those things about her. She gets the hook up in her shoulder quite as nicely as our heifer that wins the class. She's a little more detached right there in her forerib. But I like that heifer's kind. She's, again, one that's got some subtle quality to her from the profile. She is a little more up-headed and attractive, even than the heifer that wins the class. Now, you rework this one's skeleton, and I think it changes the complexion of the class for me. She's a powerful, wide, big-ended kind of a female. A lot of stoutness, a lot of dimension. If you say her structure's good enough for you, you can use her to win the class. I thought she was just a little upright from behind, a little vertical up into her shoulder. She's got some wild pieces. Now, I'd say if these were pigs, this is the one my wife would want to feed. And she's just a little edgy for me structurally. Doesn't mean she doesn't have quality. I just like to loosen her up a bit in terms of her skeleton. This one's deep-bodied and cowy, and she moves up for me quite a ways because of her structure. I think she's the second best built cattle we've got in here. She doesn't have that extra flair of those top 3 cattle as you get off to her from the side. Just very practical, very basic, very good kind of cattle. Just maybe doesn't have the extra bells and whistles. This heifer does, and this young lady can flat get this heifer shown. I mean, she's a hammer on the stick. This heifer I didn't think hooked up in her rear leg quite as good. She wants to get up underneath of herself and snap her ankle just a little bit. but this young lady gets all she can out of this heifer. She does an excellent job getting her presented. So does this young lady. This is a big, powerful heifer. I like the robustness that she's got, just too up and down in her hock. Got to make her more flexible as you ask you to get out and go. Here's a real typey heifer to come out next. Maybe going to be just a little vertically challenged, I think, compared to some of these as we get her to her end point, but you got to like her kind, a little straighter shouldered for me. Another real good looking heifer here that's just a little tight off both ends. We climb on down into the class, still good cattle. They maybe just don't have the extra wow factor that some of these other females have, but still good, useful type cattle. They're going to make good projects for these young people. Good class to start off with.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for that critique of our first class of ARB heifers. Winning the class is Adelie Petrosh from Sealy FFA. Second place exhibited by Sawyer Schrader from Austin County 4-H. Our third place exhibited by Paisley Grotsky, Riesel FFA. Fourth place goes to Rayana Shepard, Finnedale FFA. Fifth, Claire Schneider, Austin County 4-H. Our sixth place female exhibited by Madeline Gitlitz from Waller FFA. Seventh, shown by Colton Franz, also from Waller County 4-H. We've got our eighth place exhibitor, Caden Pilat from Columbus FFA. Our ninth place was shown by Annie Loyola, Houston County 4-H, and 10th shown by Carly Medding, Nordheim FFA. Now leading in Class 2 in our ARB Heifer Show in our North Judging Arena. So we need all Class 3 females into the North staging area in our ARB Heifer Show. Class 3 ARB Heifers, we need you in the North staging area at this time. Class 4, be getting it on your mind.
Well, as we get out here into our second class, I think it's pretty clear the type of cattle we're going to see. You know, we're going to see some different colors and some different sizes, but, you know, what stays true is just, you know, good functional livestock. And I don't know about you, Jed, but I really enjoyed the top three or four, 5 or 6 cattle there in the top of that last class, and specifically the red heifer that won. I mean, that's just good cattle right there.
Yeah, the length and levelness of that heifer's hip is impressive, and to still come with the pin set she did, that's hard to make if you've ever tried to breed cattle before. Impressive there, but man, yeah, down to even 7 or 8 in that class, or 10, 12. A lot of unique pieces and a lot of good in those cattle.
Yeah, it was just a lot of fun to see Dr. Bloomberg sort through that class. I mean, you know, I've got a pretty sweet spot for cattle like that win. And, you know, while she's red and that kind of makes her not look like those right behind her, I do think that there was some similarities between those top few cattle as well.
Well, if you haven't been with us since this morning, maybe introduce Cale and I just a little bit better than I did before. I'm Jed Sidwell. Beside me, Cale Campbell. I went to Butler myself. I was right out of junior college. Cale went to Northern Oklahoma College. He was a member of the team of the year there. Both judged competitively, and then we ended up on the same team at Oklahoma State. We would have got done judging here this fall at Louisville. And the reason we're here today is we got to be part of the inaugural top judge program here at San Antonio. They're taking in kind of the cream of the crop from our year of livestock judging kids. I don't know if I feel like that, but because I feel really underqualified compared to some of these guys they got in here from our class. But they got us surrounded with some of the best mentors in the industry to teach us some of the lessons they've learned throughout their years of judging a lot of shows. Like some of the cattle guys helping us are Dr. Scott Shockey, Shane Bedwell, Scott Greiner, just really professional, good guys to look up to that you can learn a lot from.
No, yeah, it's good to know that at least we're thought of as the cream of the crop by some people. But in reality, all jokes aside, we couldn't have asked for better mentors to learn under, and it's really just an extremely awesome opportunity. And I would just say for those of you who of next year's crop of livestock judges, take it all in and really use this opportunity to meet new people and learn new things, because, you know, it doesn't come around very often, and we really do feel fortunate to be a part of this year's crew.
Yeah, it being the first year of this, we didn't really know what we were going to get into maybe a month ago, what this project and program was going to entail. But man, we're not barely 24 hours into it so far. It's been a lot of fun. Learned a ton already.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time when you're you start off in the first year of something like this program, there's bumps in the road, and I've just been truly impressed with the smoothness of how things have ran. It's obviously a first-year program, but man, these guys have got it figured out. We know what we're doing throughout the time. We've learned so much already, and it's been really impressive how well that these guys have put this together, and I mean, I give them all the credit in the world.
Yeah, shout out to Dan Lane. He's the guy that kind of organized this whole deal. I mean, he gave us an itinerary down to the minute. We had Zoom meetings beforehand getting prepared for this deal. It's been really a great opportunity that I don't think I'll ever forget.
I'd say we truly feel welcome to be here, too. It's not one of those things where, we feel like we have to be doing this or that. We really want to be doing those things because of, the role models that are out in front of us. And truly, it's a great experience. And, man, can't wait to see what else we're going to learn throughout the week.
Yeah, if I were asked to come down here and learn from one of these individuals we have in the battery of lineups, on the sheep committee we have Candy Schminke, Marvin Enser, Sean Ramsey, Jeff Ripley, just an incredible set of upstanding individuals. The pig side is going to come in here later in the week, and I think their lineup is equally as impressive.
Jed, I don't know about you, but what I think is really, really fun about this whole project is, we've listened to these guys who we view as the industry leaders, and then you hear them talk about people in their past that were the industry leaders and who they learned from, and it's almost just like, a feeling of we're experiencing what they experienced years ago, and it truly is neat just to see how things go full circle.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know about you, but some of these guys, I mean, they've been my role models since I was young. I mean, Shane Bedwell would have been the coach at CSU for several years. I'm a Colorado native, grew up there, and that was the guy I looked up to. He was the official at all of our judging contests. Just a great, great dude. Candy Schminke's helping on the sheep side. I think I showed my first sheep, actually, ever to Candy Schminke. I would have been 4 years old at Denver. So it's just wild how small the world is and when things come full circle like that.
Yeah, I'd say probably the most recent experiences we've had with them is giving sets of reasons to some of these guys, and hopefully if they're not very good, they don't remember those things and they can at least set them aside, and so they can, see the good in us and get past those, poor sets of reasons we might have given them.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very large class, 23 head, only have 10 ribbon placings, and we want you to join us in giving these young people that are being dismissed from the arena a big round of applause for all of their efforts. They've brought some very nice Beefmaster females here to our show, and we want to thank each and every one of them for all the work that they've put in to these animals and getting them show ready and participating in our show today.
If you get a second, I'd encourage you to stay in and listen to our ARB show with me and Kale. But man, if you go to the Beefmaster side right now, it's truly impressive the number of cattle they have in the ring right now. There's got to be close to 30, 40 head out there in one class. It's impressive to watch Harlan sort through these. He's incredibly efficient. Really, really impressive to watch.
This is final call for Class 14 Beefmasters to staging. Let's have them checked in, please.
We're going to make a cut here in this class. We're going to let these heifers on the side here ease on back. There's some good cattle still out here. I think the biggest issue for some of these is maybe just balance as you get off to them from the side. But like this red heifer's close to making the pull. She's good on her feet and legs. I just didn't see maybe quite enough belly drop to that particular heifer. We got some other cattle out here that's certainly functional enough. This heifer maybe just gets a little plain, but she's good in terms of her movement. You like her cowiness, just maybe needs a little more sharpness. But it's a nice set of heifers. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause. They head back when we work this top 10.
Yeah, as you see right there, Dr. Bloomberg making a cut. I mean, obviously, from a judging perspective, that's tough. Nobody wants to send kids home. So
Class 14 beef
just so
pastures,
those
final
kids
call.
know,
You're needed in
it's something
staging.
that has to be done, and they do really
Class
still have
15,
high quality
you need to be
livestock.
standing ready.
And, as a judge and watching judges throughout
Final
the day,
call,
definitely
Class
encourage those
14
kids to continue working and
beef
continue putting in
pastures.
their top effort.
You have 14. We're looking.
I think it's cool just the color variety you get in some of these classes here. I grew up showing steers up north. I mean, if you're not a hairy black here I am steer,
Final
you
call,
look kind of out
still
of place.
short one. I
It's
think
cool
it's
to see some
51,
variety.
471.
Really, some of these
Final
cattle
call.
catch your eye.
Yeah, and it's obvious that there's different combinations, of Boss Indicus and Boss Taurus cattle out here. Just you can tell by the amount of ear that some of them have and the lack thereof. And so I think that's fun, too, and it adds just a little bit of challenge but a little bit of excitement, too, because, man, throughout the color and the size differences, there's just so much quality there from top to bottom, and it's just a lot of fun to see. Certainly cattle out here that have different endpoint values. Some of these heifers out here, man, they're stout and they've got a lot to them. And, man, I could see them raising, whether it's a herd bull or maybe, add them to the steer-making battery here in a few weeks. So it's one of those things that, even though you may not end up at the top of the class, you might end up having one that's just got about as much value as anything.
Making steers, you're speaking my language now, Gail.
Yeah, I don't want to get Jed too fired up. He's my big steer guy over here. I've always considered myself more of a heifer guy, so getting us both on here, could be fun, and we may not see things the same all the time, but we can definitely agree that we're enjoying being here today and just looking at these cattle.
Kale, one thing I'd like to ask you. Even though we love San Antonio, we've talked about it earlier, it's one of the best judging contests you'll ever go to outside of San Antonio. It's obviously our favorite. What's some standout livestock shows / judging contests that really stuck out to you throughout your career?
Well, obviously, I think both contests that kind of end a section of your career. For instance, Houston ends your junior college livestock judging career, so that's kind of always had a sweet spot in my heart. Still here in Texas, something that's really, really a lot of fun. And then obviously Louisville, ends your senior college career, so it's kind of the last one, we'll ever think about, and I think you'd probably agree with that along with some of our teammates. Just a really historical contest with a lot of good there. So those two are definitely up there for me.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you've ever watched the senior college judging banquet, the history of Chicago and then what became Louisville, really
I think once you
impressive.
get past the class winner, I think she wins pretty easily for me, just in terms of her feet and legs, her design. Again, she's maternal, but yet she's got still a nice look about her. And then just her comfort level, I think, as she actually get out and go, is the best we have in this group. Her top line is good. Her length of hip still matches. I think her parts and pieces blend together very effortlessly from the side. That's a good heifer there to win the class. The heifer in seconds may be a little different. I'm not telling you she's 100% my speed, but, again, as you actually get out and go, she moves pretty good. She's really nice on her feet and legs. She's cocky. She's got a unique look about her. Probably her muscles draped on her, maybe a little rounder than what I would prefer in a female, but she still moves pretty good, and she's very, very attractive. I like the fact she's just a little fresher. She's a little more immature in her kind. I like this heifer from the side, and she's got some very nice pieces about her. Again, I'm not telling you she's 100% built the way I like them in terms of her muscle, but she's sound, and I like her extra immaturity. This is a big, long-bodied heifer here that's got some stoutness of feature to her. For her frame, again, I'd like to just see her have a little more middle. You know, I don't mind if she's big, small, whatever, green, yellow, doesn't matter to me, but I would just drop her down in her flank, and she's getting just a little forward in her shoulder. There's a lot of good in that heifer. There's a lot of her. She's a little bigger than some, but she's got some quality about her. Real deep-bodied, easy-keeping heifer. Come out next. Probably just need to peel a little condition off this heifer. I like her utility. I like her softness. Again, we just need to freshen her up a bit. Nice heifer to come out next. Probably just runs out of look compared to these top four, but just as you break her down, I think she's a real fundamentally correct heifer. Just doesn't have that extra wow factor. A real solid gold heifer here to come out next. Good on her feet and legs. Maybe just a little rounder out of her hip. Doesn't balance in her underline quite as nicely. The smoke-colored heifer here, really deep, really dimensional. I like that about her. Maybe just a little chunkier in the way she's made up in through her front end. And three nice cattle to close. All have some length, some extension to them. They're all pretty sound. They just need a little more balance to compete.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for that critique of our second class of ARB heifers. Winning the class is Zachary Buchanan from Ellis County 4-H. Second in the class, number 2, if I can see a second, is Isaiah Kusada from Dayton FFA. Placing third, Tegan Eckelberg from Austin County 4-H. Our fourth place exhibitor is Ava Seward from Royal FFA. Placing fifth is Kara Masters, Grosbeck FFA. Our sixth place ribbon goes to Barnes Kale from Brenham FFA. Seventh goes to Brody Nesmith from Blue Ridge FFA. Eighth place ribbon goes to Caleb Matusik from Magnolia West FFA. Ninth, Hayden Meyer, Needville FFA. And our 10th place heifer is shown by Brooke Key from Central FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Real big and competitive class.
Good class here, very, very tough, and I like these top two heifers quite a bit. Young man's heifer we lead off with, just so feminine and female in her look at every angle. Attractive headed, nice neck, good in her lines. Her profile's nice. Dropping down with a very beautiful, balanced udder underneath her there. Just a silhouette of what you'd like a female to look like. Gets out and goes plenty well in terms of her structural design. She's not the most powerful. She's not the widest or most dimensional we got in here, but just in terms of balance, femininity, and structure, boy, she puts a lot together. Very nice, very good job. Young man does a great job getting her shown as well. The more powerful female is the gold heifer that comes in second. She's bigger hip. She's more powerful from behind. I like her top shape and dimension. Really good in terms of her rib cage and body volume. She's just a little bit plainer. She's not quite as neat and slick through her front 1/3. Maybe just a heifer that isn't quite as attractive overall, I think, on the profile as we compare that class winner. But two very nice heifers here on top of this class. This dark red heifer that comes in third, I tell you what, she is plain fronted. She's a little short neck, but that one there, when you put her in motion, you just really have to admire her. She pulls herself together so much better on the move. So good in her top line. She's a big-bodied, soft-made, sound-footed, good-moving heifer, just not quite good enough fronted, I think, to run with those top two. Big outline, long-sided heifer that's got some pieces to her, and certainly you gravitate towards her, not because of her size and length, but she just puts it all together in a very nice package in terms of her length of hip, I think is really good. Now, as we start to compare her relative to her classmates, she does get just a little narrower, a little flatter in her makeup, and I'd like to power that one up just a little bit. A little smaller statured heifer that's big-bodied. I like the rib shape, the depth of flank this one has. At the end, I just don't know if there's quite enough heifer there. I don't know if there's quite enough mass and substance to really rival some of them on either side of her, but particularly the ones right ahead of her there to move her up anymore. Heavy bone, good-footed heifer that's just a little bit plain. She gets easy in her top as she goes around. You got a heifer right in behind her that's dropping down with some udder development, and really appreciate that. And here's another one that's a sound, good-footed. Cowie one in the making, but once again, just a little plain out here today. We're round out the class with some really nice females, heavy bone, long-sided heifer. The young lady does a nice job with her. She's a little flatter, a little narrower pin type female, a little lower volume heifer with the young lady in the pink shirt there. Like to add some more body, but she's big top and big hip. Couple of females, just a little plainer. Black heifer's a little smaller in her type and kind, but certainly functionally, fundamentally sound, good cattle. Very good class, very competitive. Congratulations here on a tough class.
And we thank you, Mr. Yoakum, for the overview of this Class 13. Our Class 14 beef pasture exhibitors need to be moving into the arena. This will be first call for Class 15 to staging. Share those results with you from Class 13. First place honors going to entry 38,360. That's bigger Etheridge of Nacogdoches County 4-H. Second in that class earned by Layla Mooneyham of Springtown FFA. Your third place exhibitor was Avery Pearson of Weatherford FFA. Fourth in the class, Tekenna Milton of Alvin FFA. Fifth place, Joshua Tran of the Dallas County 4-H. Sixth to Ashlyn Livia of Lido FFA. Seventh, earned by Morgan Westerfield of Brenham FFA. Our eighth place award went to Kinsley Brady of Dimmitt County 4-H. Ninth in the class, Isabella Nizer, the exhibitor from Shadow Creek FFA, and rounding out the class with the 10th place ribbon was Chloe Annette Forsberg of Taylor County 4-H. In our show arena at this time, Class 14 here in your Beef Pasture Show. And we have 11 entries in this class.
Well, if you're just now tuning in, we are on Class 3 of our ARB show in our first division of heifer calves. These are calves that were born from February 1st to February 28th,
Final
2024.
call for our Class 15 beef pastures to staging. This will be a heads up for you division winners in the calf and junior division for division champs and reserves to be making your way up here toward the staging area for the grand champion drive that'll follow the selection of our senior champions after the completion of this Class 15.
So, Cale, it's been long enough time now to hopefully give those Kansas City fans some rest, and maybe they've come to terms with the Super Bowl. Cale, what was your read of the Super Bowl this year?
I'm not a Kansas City fan, but I can't say that I'm a Philadelphia Eagles fan, so I was just kind of excited to watch the game, and in reality, I was just hoping for a close one that I could enjoy watching, and we didn't really get that, but we did have some exciting moments throughout the game, and anybody who enjoys football, just enjoys a Super Bowl where some points are put up, and in reality, we had quite a few points put on the board, so that's probably what I can say. It was enjoyable and definitely some really exciting moments throughout. I can't say that I loved the commercial section. I probably shouldn't have one that stood out to me, which is something I kind of usually watch for. I don't know, Jed, what about you? What did you get your read on?
Commercial section had to go to the Instacart ad with all of the different food ads in there. It had Chester the Cheetah, the Green Giant, all the different ads. Puppy Monkey Baby from a few years ago. That was by far the best commercial, I thought. In the game, I'm not really a Chiefs or an Eagles fan. I did think Cooper DeJean, man, that dude played his heart out.
Cool to see a guy in his first year of the NFL do so well. Yeah, really. I mean, as the NFL goes, I mean, I think, man, we had some rookies this year that were standouts. I mean, I think the term generational talent gets overused, but man, we had some guys like Jaden Daniels came in and did some things that, man, we haven't seen from a rookie maybe ever. We had the year before, C.J. Stroud, had a really, really nice rookie year, and then Jaden Daniels comes in and does what he does and just kind of, took the bar that was set and throws it up a little bit higher. So I think it's just been really impressive. Obviously we're sitting here at a cattle show, but for those of you who do enjoy sports, it's been really fun to watch the NFL the past couple seasons.
Maybe, Cale, if this whole livestock live stream commentating thing doesn't pan out, we can start a podcast someday.
Yeah, maybe we could start a podcast. I thought you were going to say maybe we could just go to the NFL. You and I, maybe we could be quarterbacks somewhere or something. Or, maybe we could be a quarterback wide receiver duo. We've done a reasonably good job playing together today. So, who knows where the ceiling is for us.
For those of you that are listening, obviously you can't see what Cale Campbell looks like. The dude is an athlete. In livestock terms, I think the term is expressive. Just a stout dude.
A stout dude that's, 5'8" on his best day, but I'm not going to let that hold me back, I think that's some people might say that's moderate within the cattle industry, but, definitely pushing what some might call small.
I think moderate puts it well. Everybody needs a good running back every now and then. Division I market lamb, I think, fits you really, really well, Cale.
I think we probably better start looking at the cattle again before I get insulted any further. So we're still out here with our Class 3 ARB heifers, and it looks like Dr. Bloomberg is getting pretty close to getting us a final lineup.
Dr. Bloomberg continuing to pick some color out here, our class winner being a gray one.
Another good class, and I think to me this trio comes to the front, and then amongst that trio you got to find this heifer to win just in terms of her lines and her elegance and her quality from the side. She's a really sharp looking heifer, one that's really nicely presented, and then this heifer, I think she's adequate in the way that she goes. Not perfect in terms of her skeleton, but I think she's good enough in this class to go ahead and grab her to win. Just the lines and the balance and the symmetry to this female, one that you sure like a lot of things about. This young man's doing a nice job with this heifer in second, and she's really bold sprung, and she's probably the class leader for me structurally. You ask her to just get out and go, and the way that she scoots off both ends, she's a little rounder up in through her shoulder and maybe just not as flashy as our heifer that wins the class, but fundamentally she's very correct. Doesn't have the extra bells and whistles of our class winner, but he's doing a good job, and that's a nice female in two. I like this heifer in third. If you like them big-bodied, low to the ground, and just a lot to you, this heifer certainly fits that bill. With that, though, she consequently, to me, of the top three, was the tightest structured and the shortest in her stride. But on the standstill, this one's big, bold in her rib design, big down her top, out of her hip, big at the ground. From a feature standpoint, just need to loosen her up a bit. The heifer that comes out next, one that's real long-bodied. Young lady gets her put together really nice on the stand. I think this heifer can make a play when the cattle are parked. Set her in motion. She just gets upright in her hock and up in through her shoulder, and that's where I would change her. There's a lot of good in that female. Heifer that comes in fifth, really extended from the side, a long-bodied, feminine design female, a little frailer in her bone work and wants to get up on her toes just a bit. A big outlined heifer with a lot of stoutness to her to come out next. With that, though, she's just a little piecier in her design, doesn't flow quite as smoothly from end to end. The goggle-eyed baldy heifer here, really refined and really feminine. Like those things about her, needs a little more structural stoutness for me to get her up in this particular group. The orange heifer's deep-bodied, a lot of capacity to her, maybe just a little plainer as you study her and her look. A little more elevation. The next heifer gets a little rounder up in through her shoulder. As we get on down in the class, still very useful prospects for these young people. Really, I think structure for the most part in these cattle is pretty good. We maybe just don't have some of the extra design in the cattle that close out.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for that detailed critique on our third class of ARB heifers. Winning the class is Gretchen Marie Merton from Washington County 4-H. Our second place exhibitor, Colton Waits from Latexo FFA. Placing third, Kara McKee, Tatum FFA. Our fourth place heifer exhibited by Harper Mao from Fayette County 4-H. Fifth goes to Ava Loyola from Houston County 4-H. Sixth place exhibited by Grant Hammonds, Foster FFA. Seventh shown by Braden Morris, West Sabine FFA. Eighth place goes to Carson Taylor from Columbia FFA. Ninth place heifer shown by Jessica Bordelon from East Chambers FFA. And 10th goes to Reagan Kalina, East Bernard FFA. Now leading in class number 4 in our ARB Heifer Show. Following the completion of this class, we'll pick our heifer calf champion.
Nice class, interesting class. I think to work through is there's just not one that like hits you really hard. But I land on this black brindle heifer, and the longer she's out here, I think she becomes your class winner. She's big, she's stout, she's powerful. She's a massive heifer. I like the rib cage in her. She gets out and goes plenty good. I think she ties together in her top line better than the heifer right behind her. As compared to the third place heifer, there's just so much more of her. She's wider, more opened up in her chest, more dimensional through her center rib and body, and I like the extra smoothness that she has, blends together, feminine her look. Nice heifer. A lot of completeness there, I think, to lead off. Stout, powerful heifer that comes in next. And if you like them big hip and big top and bold, I said, you know, that's your heifer you tie to. I'd like to make her a little neater in her shoulder. She wants to come out there just a little bit, be just a little bit coarse. I don't know if she's quite as attractive and feminine through her front 1/3 as what either one of the heifers on either side of her are, but a stout, powerful, big hip heifer. A heifer that comes into third, she's a real attractive heifer of the class. I love her freshness. I like her neatness, good pattern, nice on the profile, good in her lines. I just kind of land on at the end. I don't know if there's quite enough female there to run and kind of win the class, but you talk about attractive fronted, neat made heifer. She's got a lot of things going for her. I just like to give her some more body, give her some more substance, give her some more dimension all the way through. Really good pair that comes in next, and Cal's doing a phenomenal job. That's a really good heifer calf on her side, I think, with a lot of future and promise. The cow's got a nice bag, good udder, square built in that manner. And for that fact, the cow's got a lot of going for her. She's just obviously in production. I think here today, she's not as fresh, she's not as bloomy. Little more sucked down looking, as you'd expect. And I'm not trying to criticize her for that because that's just a description. But in this class today in competitiveness, I'd like to see that heifer a little fuller, a little more robust in her makeup there, I think, to kind of compete on up in the class. Red heifer that comes in next, really good on the move. Heifer that's good in her top line, level from hooks to pins, ultra smooth patterned heifer. Wants to get just a little bit plainer, a little more refined about her bone work. Couple of pair here of big, stout, powerful females that's got some bone work and some power to them, a little coarser, a little piecier in their makeup. Black heifer's a little gathered underneath in terms of her teeth placement. You'd like to set them apart just a little more balanced. And once again, just a little coarser, a little piecier in the red heifer, but stout and powerful. Got another pair in the class doing a great job. She's a little more refined than what we'd like to see, like to stouten her up, but boy's full of milk. Got a nice bag underneath her. Nice little moderate frame, good built kind of cow there for the young people. Doing a great job. Nice to see a pair here in the class. We round out the class with a trio. Good kind of cattle. They're loose built, nice smooth patterned heifer. Got a big bodied red heifer that's good at the ground. Black and white heifer's long body, needs more body volume, just shallows up quite a bit as we study her compared to the other one. Really nice class. Congratulations.
And we appreciate the placings in the description of our Class 14 winners, and taking that blue ribbon was entry 51-471. Brody Dees of the Belleville FFA chapter, the exhibitor there. Second going to Sydney Bohatch of the Victoria County 4-H. Your third place earned by Emmy Collier of the Washington County 4-H. Our fourth place award to Chloe DeBoard, member of Harris County 4-H. Fifth in the class, Aubrey Decker, the exhibitor from Denton FFA. Sixth to Aubrey Watts of Latexo FFA. Seventh to Avery Moreland, Grapevine FFA member. 8th, Bryson Slinger of Italy FFA. 9th place in the class, Rylan Fredericks of Nueces County 4-H. 10th to Tanner Scott Wilkins of Wortham FFA. Congratulations to our ribbon winners here in Class 14. Class 15, Beef Masters in the arena at this time. This is the final class of the Beef Masters show. We'll have our senior champion drive after that. So you breed champion and reserve breed champions from the calf and junior division need to be making your way to the staging area and check in, please.
We're looking at Class 4 of our ARB heifers here, and another extremely good class with plenty of different kinds to choose from.
Well, as we have a second here, I think I do what I did before, and I'd like to, show some recognition where recognition is due. Some pedigree stuff from the Pulse on our Brangus show that just wrapped up. Our champion Brangus heifer there would have been SB Laramie 924L16. Her sire would have been BWCC Big Lake. Our dam would have been SB MS Karina. Bred by Scamma Ardu Brangus. Congratulations to Catherine Allen. Our reserve there would have been JCF Miss Jolene 193L3. She would have been out of DDD Cruise Control, and Miss Josie 193F. Bred by Casey Bird and shown by Mr. Colton War.
Well, as Dr. Bloomberg searches through another class here, we can ask Jed Sidwell a question. So, as many of you know, or some of you do on the live stream, Jed was quite the wrestler in high school. I was going to ask him, what correlation comes from wrestling in high school to judging livestock or showing livestock? What kind of benefits can you get from that?
Oddly enough, there's a lot of parallels between wrestling and livestock judging. I know that sounds crazy, but it really is. The sport is only understood by the people that have done it before. Like, the people that understand livestock judging are kind of the people that did it at a high level. Wrestling's the same way. It's a very niche community. But the cool thing about both of them is they're both individual activities that are on your own. Everything, if you have success, it's on you. If you didn't do so well, it's on you. That's something I probably enjoyed between both of them. And they're both big mental games. And I think that's one thing that maybe transitioned over from wrestling that actually helped me in livestock judging just a little bit.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I think most people who competed in sports and then do something, at a higher level within the agriculture industry could certainly agree with what you said. So really good things there. Now, the second question is, were you quite as in tune athletically after you quit wrestling and on through your senior college career? Did you just let it slide a little bit?
Sadly not. I think in the cattle feeding world, what we like to talk about is rate of gain. My rate of gain in college has been somewhat impressive, so lost some of my athletic expertise because of it. But I don't know. I still like going to the rec and playing some sports every now and then.
While we have a moment, there have been a few questions about the
Well, that's okay.
Simmental cattle
to us all.
that are here for the Super Bowl, and the restalling
he's getting down to
will
his
be
final
taking
few.
place for Wave 2 for those holdover cattle 30 minutes after the completion of the Super Bowl show that is going to be held here in the arena tomorrow. So restalling for Wave 2 30 minutes after the completion of the Super Bowl here in the North Arena.
We're going to let these 5 go on back. I think 5 good cattle, maybe just like with the red heifer, she's got a good balanced look to her. We just need to loosen her up structurally. We got a pair of brindle heifers here that got definitely some size and scale. Both of them are sound. We just need to maybe make them a little more correct in terms of balance. Nice black heifer back here, just a little deep chested, just a nickel fragile, and then a real solid heifer young man has up in the front. We just want to maybe stretch her out a little bit up through her front end. But 5 good cattle. Let's give them a nice hand as they go back and we'll rework this top 10.
Like Kale talked before, man, it's tough when you get in these big classes. Good cattle still get dismissed from the ring. You see it, unfortunately, a lot of these Texas majors, but I mean, they don't call them majors for a reason. There's
Just an
a lot,
announcement that we're currently
really good cattle and really good
working
exhibitors
Class
here
4 in
today.
our ARB heifer show in the North Judging Arena. Conclusion of this class, Class 4, we'll come in and select our champions in our heifer calf division. That will move us into Class 8. So we won't be far away from bringing in Class 8. So if you have an ARB heifer in Class 8, start getting it on your mind. Also, if you've were fortunate enough to have a overall champion or reserve in your respected breed today, be sure and get those bio sheets back to us that we issued to y'all after you won Grand Reserve in your breed. We'll need those for the awards presentation in our overall heifer selections this evening.
Very nice class here to conclude on our Beef Master Show. And I like these 2 heifers on the top a great deal. Obviously, the ones already got the calf on the side. Really nice little red heifer calf. But I tell you, you study this cow, and I think there's a little more power into her. One thing I like, she's bigger top. She's got more thickness when you get right in behind her. Still one that's got a nice bag. She's obviously doing a really good job raising her calf on her side. Still an attractive, good-looking, good-moving type of a female. I just like the added power and substance that she offers over our second-place heifer. Second-place heifer, boy, she is nice fronted. She's got a good rib cage laid into her in terms of being deep in her rear rib and flaying. She's got a bold shape to her rib cage, super sound at the ground. You get in behind her, she's wanting to narrow up at her pins, and obviously she's the young lady tells us she's a couple weeks, as you can tell from laying down and having a calf. She's starting to get a little easy right there in her loin. It's tough to hold these things together when we get this far along, but I commend her. Nice job. Very, very nice cow there. I like that one to come in second. After that, you got some give and take. We got a couple of pairs are in the middle of this class, I guess 3 pairs, and this red one, she's big and stout and got a nice calf on her side. We'd like to pull up her udder attachments just a little bit loose, but you know, outside of that, she's got some milk and doing a nice job with her calf there, and she's still one that's big and long and extended and sound. I think there's just a little more substance in that one there compared to the female that comes next. Female comes in next is kind of the same type and kind as far as her outline, her length, and soundness that she has. Just gets a little narrower, gets a little flatter in terms of her general makeup. A little more moderate framed pair coming in here next, and I like that. Boy, she's doing a heck of a job with a big old stout bull calf on her side. A little more refined type of a female, but I like the body type. I like the moderation of that female there to come in next. Female that doesn't have a calf to round out the class. Obviously a stout, powerful, thick-ended one. Like to see her a little further along in her gestation, a little plainer in her overall look. Very competitive class. Very nice cow-calf pair on top to win.
We thank you, Mr. Yoakum, taking first place here in Class 15. Savannah Lee Skaggs of Erath County, second in the class, went to Aliyah Weaver of Sheldon FFA. Your third place, Riley Upton of Brazoria County 4-H. Fourth to Ashland Stanfield, Klein FFA member. Fifth place, Joshua Olson of Brazos Wood. And sixth place, Bailey Jared, Shallow Creek. Congratulations. We're staging for our division champ.
Another good class here in the ARB show before our first division here. Young ladies heifer that wins the class, really a nice outline female. And again, just from a structure standpoint, I know we've talked about it, and it's like beating a dead horse, but you've heard it on both sides as I listen to Harlan. This heifer's the best footed. She's the best structured heifer. She's the cleanest in her joints. She's the most flexible heifer. She's got a neat look about her from the side. Very attractive kind of a female. Young lady does a good job getting her presented. Good heifer there to win the class. Heifer that comes in seconds, a deep rib kind of a female, a lot of capacity and a lot of volume. maybe doesn't get off of her stride quite as nicely as our heifer that wins, nor is she just quite as elegant, but she's a dense middled heifer. I like the softness of her rear rib and flank. All those things fit on that heifer very nice. Just need to make her a little more mobile as we compare her to the heifer that wins the class. That's why the red heifer lands in third, is because of her foot quality. The way that heifer gets out and travels, not as powerful and opened up as our top pair cattle, but just really useful in her type and kind. Hey, she don't blow you away in any one area, but you start melting her down in terms of her structure and her doability. She's the one that I like third in this group. This heifer is very powerful, very dimensional, really opened up in terms of her frame and her width. She's a little rounder in her shoulder, and with all that extra mass, consequently, she gets just a nickel tighter when you ask her to get out and go. This heifer's got some wild pieces about her, and boy, on the standstill, she's one that you like and you gravitate towards. Part of it's her color pattern, part of it's the fact that she's long-necked, and she's so good in terms of her body shape. She just simply doesn't go quite good enough for me when we set the cattle in motion. But this young man's dressed for success. I like that jacket he's got on. This heifer's got to move better, though, off of both ends of her framework. Here's a pair of cattle that I thought needed to stay together because they're both soft-middled, they're both practical, they're both good moving cattle. They're just a little plainer in their design, both of them, but I think both of them got a lot of utility. Next heifer here that made the cut, like her power up high. She opens up in her shoulder just a bit, want to soften her up in her flank. The red baldy heifer here, long and extended and feminine, probably just need to give her a little more pizzazz. Young man's good battling down here with a nice heifer, deep ribbed and has some volume to her, a little plainer as you study her from the profile and just tightens up on us just a bit. Good class.
Thank you, Dr. Bluebird, for that critique of our fourth class of ARB heifers. Winning the class is Laney Quebeca from Matagorda County 4-H. Second place honors goes to Quinn Burns, Bowling FFA. Third place was shown by Addison Enriquez from Pajah High FFA. Fourth goes to Colt Haida from Granger FFA. Fifth, shown by Hunter Ballard, Mineola FFA. Sixth, shown by Hunter Hall, Dickinson FFA. Seventh place ribbon goes to Leslie Gonzalez, Lyford FFA. Eighth place, Michael Ewers, Clayburgh County 4-H. Ninth, Zoe Huntman, Viter FFA. And 10th, shown by William Carlisle, Celeste FFA.
Well, help me show our appreciation to our females and exhibitors here in our last division. Put your hands together. A big round of applause. Nice set of cattle as we bring them back out here as always, and another tough division. I don't know if there's just that one standout. We had a couple of them divisions that I thought we had some standout heifers that separated themselves in very, very competitive divisions. I don't know if we had that in this division, but we have very solid, very, very good females all the way through once again. They're sound, they're functional. I think they've got some quality, some doability, and hopefully something these young people can build on, take home, and make some cows out of. So once again, congratulations. Another very solid division. We'll go take one more look and select you a champion in reserve.
And your Class 15 winner taking the division championship here in the senior, that's exhibited by Savannah Lee Skaggs of Erath County. We'll move up our second place for reserve consideration. That's entry 64669 from Class 15. And your Class 13 winner selected for reserve here in the senior division. And that is entry 38360, Rigger Graham Etheridge of Nacogdoches County 4-H. Congratulations to our senior champion in reserve. And they'll be back in the arena here shortly for our overall grand champion Beefmaster female selection.
have our first division drive here in the ARB show. This will be our heifer calf division with our 4 classes here. A lot ahead in this division, so these top 4 out here are really awesome.
Get out here in our first division of these ARBs, and I think we've had about 15 per class, so we've combed through about 60 head thus far, and really good quality. Got to be impressed with these cattle as they come out here, and again, not cookie cutter in terms of mold, and we discussed them in class. There's a thing or two that you can tweak, but boy, I'm proud of these as they make the turn and get back out here. I think all 8 of them are some very competitive classes. I'm not going to work back through them again. To me, I think there's the one heifer that just in terms of her build and her balance and her eye appeal, she needs to win. And then we're going to follow up with one I think is really functional in her type and kind. I like her length of body and her extension, and she travels well. So it's a good division here. But my champion comes out of class 2, the young man in the blue shirt. Congratulations to him.
And there you have our heifer calf champion coming to us out of class number 2. Exhibited by Zachary Buchanan from Ellis County 4-H. Congratulations to you.
For reserve, we're going to use a heifer that I like in terms of her flexibility, her length, her extension. She looks very feminine. This young lady hasn't smiled yet, but she might smile now out of class 4. She's our reserve division. Congratulations to her.
And I bet she does smile. Laney Quebeca from Matagorda County 4-H shows our reserve heifer calf champion in our ARB female show. Start bringing in class number 7. Class 7, which will be our first class in our junior division. Class 8 be getting on your mind.
Santa Gertrudis division exhibitors in class 1. We'll just have a brief transition break to get our cattle from the Beefmaster breed back to their stall area that are assembled for the champion drive, and then set up our awards table, and we'll be ready for class 1 Santa Gertrudis females.
Well, on the other side of the ring, we have Mr. Harlan Yoakum's about to pick his Beefmaster champion, and then we'll proceed on our show.
Yeah, really nice division there, too.
Well, I'm sure a lot of you around the ringside, as Blake said, I know we kind of say a lot of the same things over and over, but we both have kids at show, and I know how important it is to really commend you young people and brag on your cattle, because I understand. I understand how hard it is. And I tell you what, this Beefmaster show has been absolutely phenomenal. Just top quality, so many tough classes to work through to find these really elite ones on top. And I think you have some very, very elite heifers out here, obviously in your champion drive up, and I know how hard it was to get here to this point and to get out here and to compete against the different divisions. Man, it's a lot of fun for me. I really enjoy it. I love cattle. We run cows at home, and that's what I do, and I love evaluating them, and there's different types, different shapes, sizes, and all kinds of them, and I try to always tell a lot of people, especially my kids and stuff, because we can all get caught up when you're showing and looking at them, and you can say, oh, that one's not good enough, this one or that, but always start with the positives. Every one of them's got something good about them. We get kind of negative on them, I think, but man, these heifers are so good, and I just want to commend you and talk about how good they are, because I don't even want to go back through and nitpick them because they are so good. And I think a lot of times we do kind of get on that and dwell on the negatives, but you got an outstanding set of heifers, 6 of them out here, 3 on the champions and the reserves. I think there's a couple of them that are going to come out of here that are pretty special. So once again, let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate these young people. They've worked hard. Got a great set of heifers. They presented them well. It's very tough. We'll go select your champion and reserve.
And our class junior heifer from class 11, Addison Elizabeth Poe, taking the grand award here For the grand champion female, we'll move up at reserve out of the junior division, entry 4753.
I don't take a lot of time to talk reserves, but I think this one certainly deserves it because we pull that second in. She takes nothing away from the lineup. Once again, 3 exceptional heifers. I don't think you got any less quality, but I'm going to stick with my gut, and it's kind of the way I always judge. And there's one heifer that's still left out here that's going to be a reserve, and she hit me really hard when she come into the ring. That heifer out of the first division, she's going to be a reserve.
And the calf champion taking reserve honors, that's entry 6692 from William Lowe of Chester FFA taking reserve grand honors. Congratulations to all of our Beefmaster champions and to our overall grand and reserve grand champion exhibitors. Well, this will conclude our Beefmaster show. And once again, we'll just have a brief transition break to change our awards table around, and we'll be ready to go with Santa Gertrudis. So this will be second call for Santa Gertrudis in Class 1 to check into staging, please.
Well, as we wrapped up our Beefmaster show on the other side, I'm left once again very confident that these are some of the best parents and fans out here. I mean, just the reaction we get from one of these kids winning is really, really impressive. You know, it's tough to not win, but there's still support from all in the stands, and that's something that I think is extremely impressive. What about you, Jed?
Well, like we talked before, it's just a sense of community. It's pretty cool to see exhibitors supporting exhibitors. I think it goes back like we were talking stalling in the barn earlier, having to share tax space and stalls and things like that, trailers to get here. You don't see that in every part of the country. It really is cool to see.
You're exactly right. And over here on Class 7 of our ARB cattle, man, do we have some quality out here. Obviously some different kinds that could go service, a different market, but man, do we have some good ones out here.
Yeah, and for those of you following along at home, these are November and December calves of 23, and yeah, Kale's absolutely right. The different sizes and kinds out here, some would say it makes it challenging, but man, it's got to be fun for Dr. Bloomberg out there.
I think if you're just you're watching and you don't have a whole bunch of experience with show heifers or livestock, you could still certainly appreciate the differences in terms of color and hair coat that we have out here. It's really intriguing to get into a mix of breeds out here, and it really makes it fun to watch regardless of how much of a background that you have in it.
Impressive set of people we have helping with the show today. A lot of good ring help out here, and if you've ever judged a show without ring help or have shown cattle and gotten stuck out in the middle of the ring and no one can come save you, you know how valuable that is. It's something that these people don't get thanked a lot for, so I figured I'd take this time to go ahead and thank them for what they do out here. It doesn't go unnoticed.
No, Jed, you're exactly right, man. A good ring person, or a few of them really can go a long way.
We've got 112 Santa Gertrudis entered in our show this afternoon.
These guys have been able to help Dr. Bloomberg sort through these cattle.
We'll be trying to recognize each of the class winners as they have sponsors for buckles from the association members for the respective class winners, and we appreciate the continued support of these breeders who are giving buckle awards to their class winners here in the Santa Gertrudis show.
awesome Mr. Cale Campbell. We've obviously spent a lot of time in different judging vans throughout the years, shoot, even from our youth up until now. You got any stories that stick out that really highlighted your judging career?
You know, as far as the stories goes, it always comes down to one little thing that you see that reminds you of a really good one. So it's hard to just kind of search through your mind and, you know, pick out one that's, you know, short and sweet and to the point enough. But it's just always those little things you see, or you see somebody that you haven't seen in a long time and just remember, you know, a certain instance, something really funny that sparks your memory or sparks your interest. What about you, Jed? Do you have anything specific, something that you really remember from either JUCO or senior college?
We had this time, we were coming back from the top-notch swine judging contest in Arkansas, and if you've ever driven through Arkansas before, none of those roads are very straight, so you get a lot of car sickness, and someone had the good idea to buy a couple cans of Vienna sausages at the gas station and proceed to play truth or dare, and if you lost, you had to eat the Vienna sausages. Results were not good. Some few folks lost their lunch on those turns there in Arkansas, but man, it's something I will never forget.
Yeah, I remember that exact same trip back, and it didn't take Vienna sausages to make me sick, so I can imagine how that might have gone.
Another good class of females here in the Baldy heifer that wins. I really like her body design, like her structural integrity. This is a female that's just really cow-like in terms of her presence, really good in the center part of her body, and the way she couples out of her shoulder into her heart. Her flank line is good. I like the flexibility that she has as well, and still some uniqueness about this female. One that I think obviously is got a lot of doability, but still some structural integrity. This heifer obviously has some really out there pieces in terms of her look and her presence, and you know, obviously a little extra shot of hair as well. You get down underneath that, she's a little tighter right in her forerib and back into her flank. She gets just a little hookier on her hind leg compared to our heifer that starts. She still meets her stride good. I didn't see her being just quite as usable in the middle part of her body as our heifer that wins the class, but that's a good heifer landing second. I like this yellow heifer, one that's very sound on her feet and legs, very cowy in terms of her makeup. She just gets swallowed up by the top pair of cattle in this class. She's just a little plainer in terms of her look as well. Really solid, really good kind of stock. Just maybe doesn't have some of the extras of our two heifers that precede her in the class. Real powerful heifer to come out next, giving the young lady a little bit of trouble. She needs to be cleaned up through her front end just a bit, but still a solid kind of a female. The next heifer there's pretty sound on her feet and legs, especially from behind. She gets a little ouchy off of her front end here. Looks like she might have just injured herself just a notch, but I like that heifer in terms of her outline and her look. Next heifer's one that's very low to the ground, like the moderation, the stoutness that she's got in terms of her body volume. She gets a little plainer up front. I don't want to utilize her hind leg quite as well. Next heifer we've got here, just need to freshen her up a bit. She gets just a little jammed up, but you like the body and the mass and the density. I like the length of body of this heifer. We just need to redesign her up through her front end a bit. Young man's got a nice heifer here that's feminine and attractive, a little fragile in her construction. 3 heifers to close the class. They're all 3 athletic cattle. They can get out and move pretty well. They just don't have that extra wow factor of some of the cattle in a very tough class.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for those comments on Class 7 ARB heifers. Winning the class is Vicente Garza from Edinburgh Vela FFA. Our second place heifer exhibited by Madeline Mallard from Sanger FFA. Third place exhibited by Scully Saha from Matagorda County 4-H. Our fourth place ribbon goes to Brooke Ayala from Jordan FFA. Fifth place shown by Jessica Skelton from Conroe FFA. Sixth place ribbon goes to Adeline Wright, Stockdale FFA. Seventh shown by Elliot Throckmorton, Wunchie FFA. 8th, exhibited by Braylon Masters, Grossbeck FFA. 9th place shown by Tuck Bialas from Needville FFA. And our 10th place shown by Mia Jones, Brazoswood FFA. We're now leading in class number 8 in our ARB heifer show. So class 9, we need you in the north staging area of our ARB heifers.
Santa Gertrudis Class 1, we need these 2 entries.
Okay? In our Santa Gertrudis female show, which we're about to start, Class 1, we need Ashlyn Carpenter from Van Zant County 4-H to the south staging area. Also, we need entry 51815, Jace Ryan Carpenter from Van Zant. So the Carpenters, we need you to the south staging area for Class 1 Santa Gertrudis show.
Well, in our ARB side, we're on to Class 8, but man, Class 7, man, it was stacked. 3 really, really good ones up there at the top, but you know, Jed, it's hard to beat just a good old-fashioned Baldy that just comes you that maternal inner kind. What do you think?
Oh man, someone that grew up with some of those F1 Baldies up in northern country can really appreciate a Baldy of any breed just because they hit you with
Again,
such a
if
cool
you've been
presence
fortunate
and
enough
look.
to be selected as a overall grand and reserve for your respective breed, we need the bio sheets that were given to you back filled out to the announcer stand as soon as you possibly can. So get those bio sheets back to us as soon as you can. Turn them in at the announcer stand.
I thought Mr. Yoakum brought up a good point out there in his Beefmaster Drive that you have to appreciate all the good in the cattle. And I think that's something that both these guys have been doing a great job in this show out here. Is oftentimes as evaluators, Kale, you've probably had it yourself. I know I have. Where, you start judging so many that you start seeing the negative things first. And I think that's what's really been impressive about the sort job we've seen today. These guys are really positive, bring out the good in the cattle.
No, I can completely agree with that because really you can probably agree with me throughout your college career. You have to be really, really good at finding the negative things just to sort a class because when you judge livestock competitively, you have 4 animals and they're designed to go a certain way. And so you have to find those points to help you place those 4 animals. And then when it comes to judging a show, you know, you never know. You might have, you know, a class of 20 and it could go a lot of different ways. So in that way, we do sometimes get a little bit hypercritical because in reality, the cattle even towards the bottom end of a good class are going to go make outstanding, you know, brood cows, and they're going to make a guy, they have the capability to make a guy money in the long run. So I think you're exactly right. We always have to take time and make sure that we find the positives in good cattle and not just point out the negatives.
We talked about it earlier, but the cattle showing out on turf out here, it's not something you get to see all the time when you're showing cattle. It's not really a forgiving surface. You get to see feet really, really well, and those cattle really have to be sound and good built to perform out here. So it's fun to watch the cattle show at San Antonio because it gives you an experience like no other.
No, yeah, you're exactly right. And the judging contest is actually held right here where we're looking at this on the live stream. And the judging contest obviously has multiple species. And it's the same for all of those. I mean, you just can't hide anything. You've got, you know, the best hogs in the nation driving on this green turf. And you see, you know, which ones, you know, are a little bit soft and which ones, you know, toes aren't quite square enough. And so some things like that. And it's really fun from an evaluator standpoint because it's hard to miss stuff, and at the same time it can raise some concerns because maybe you break stuff down just a little bit too much, or maybe you see something that's a little bit minor but it looks a little bit major out here just because it's so easy to see. And so Jed's exactly right. Competing on this turf in any sense of the word really is different than a lot of places.
I think it also comes from a positive sense. I mean, being a cow man yourself, Kale, cattle just look better on green grass, I think. Nothing's more relaxing at the end of the day than going out and driving through your cows out in a nice green pasture. So I think cattle just balance really well out here on this green backdrop. Makes them really pop and stand out.
Yeah, so Jed's from northern Colorado, if I said that right, and I'm from, western Oklahoma. So maybe we just need to invest in some of this, artificial turf so we have some green grass to look at, because sometimes later on in the summer we don't have quite as much to look at. Sometimes it's just, a little bit dark and a little bit brown, and it gets a little depressing.
I might worry about the palatability of our turf investment a little bit, just from a nutrition standpoint, but I don't mind the idea, Kale. I've always said if you don't like green grass, or if you don't have green grass and you say that's just where you live, I think that's an excuse. Irrigation is always an option.
Yeah, Jed thinks we can just pump all of our water out of the ground like he does up there. They don't ever get any rain, so they just make some artificial rain. In western Oklahoma, we can't figure out whether we get rain or not. So we just, deal with what the good Lord gives us.
For those who have some Simmental cattle for holdover for Wave 2, that restall will be taking place immediately following the Super Bowl show tomorrow, and it'll be here in the North Arena holding area for restalling for Wave 2 heifers following the Super Bowl show tomorrow.
I think what makes San Antonio so cool too, there's just this one barn for all the cattle that come in here. So we have the American cattle coming in here in the first wave, all the other breeding cattle coming in after, and then a couple waves of steers. It's really unique. You don't get to see that a lot anymore. I mean,
Class
Denver,
2 Santa Gertrudis,
and overlap
staging.
things.
Class 2
Fort Worth,
Santa Gertrudis, please.
Louisville, all do that as well.
Complete
It's
your
cool that
check-in
they
staging
are able
area.
to utilize this facility completely to its max. And I think that just goes back to an incredible staff and an incredible group that puts on this show here.
Yeah, and you'd really jump to my point there, and really that's all correlated to how well the faculty around here can get animals in and out, and how well they can utilize their space, because many of us have been involved in, putting on a show in some form or another, and that's challenging. It's extremely challenging, and for them, like Jed said, to just utilize the space that they've been given for a show of this magnitude is extremely impressive, and really all the credit goes to the faculty and those who put it on. So props to them, and really nice job there.
I think one of my favorite San Antonio memories, both mornings before the contest, are the night before all the Ag Mech projects move into San Antonio. And so then on your way to the contest, in your get-up that morning, you get a walk through all the impressive feats that the FFA chapters have made. I think it's just so cool to get to see.
Yeah, that's a crazy big shout out to all the FFA programs here in Texas. It truly is something to be witnessed.
Another very competitive class of these ARB heifers here, and the gold heifer that wins the class. Really like her structural integrity. I like the build of her hind leg. This heifer's got a nice look as you get off to her from the side. Really extended up through her front end and still very fresh from a composition standpoint. And again, wins the class because to me, she's the most mobile in her construction. Got the most freedom and reach off both ends of her skeleton. A little more stoutness and power perhaps in this heifer that comes in second. Really a bold-bodied female, too. She, too, has a sharp look. She's just a little straighter off the edge of her shoulder. I didn't think she utilized herself quite as nice when we asked the cattle to get out in motion as what our class winner does. But on the standstill, you got to gravitate towards that heifer and sure like her type and kind really well. The heifer that comes in third's big-ribbed and deep-bodied, probably just maybe a little plainer in her look compared to our top two cattle in this class. I like this heifer's doability, though. I like her softness. Just need to hook her up with a little more eye appeal if she's going to get around the top pair in this class. Just a real solid heifer to come in fourth. Doesn't blow you away in any one area, and hard to pick a big hole in her. She is maybe just a little duller in terms of her look, but her structure's good. Her body is good. I just didn't think she had quite as much out there pieces as our cattle that precede her in the class. This is a nice heifer as well on the standstill. I like this heifer's kind, extremely good. Set her in motion. She gets just a little stiff up and through her shoulder. Doesn't sit down on her hock and her pastern quite as nicely but that's still a really usable kind of a female. This heifer's really powerful to come out next, really robust in her rib design, just a little straighter off both ends. The yellow patch-colored heifer here, one that, again, bold-bodied, like the volume this heifer has, a little plainer in terms of her presence. Young man's got a nice heifer here that's just a little round in terms of her design, but you like the power and punch that she's got. Next heifer, really sound structured, really got a lot of utility to her, just doesn't have some of the extras. A big outline, stretchy made heifer. The young lady does a great job getting her shown. That heifer just gets a little tight off both ends. We give up some size here, but I thought maybe just balanced a little better than our heifer that closed. This heifer that closed the class, good on her feet and legs, has some extra length aside, just doesn't have quite as much pizzazz as some of the other cattle who precede her in the class.
Well, I appreciate the comments on class number 8, Dr. Bloomberg, and winning the class is Channon Borkstedt from Martin County 4-H. Placing second in class 8 ARBs is Whitley Viatrick. Third place award goes to Chance Kalina from East Bernard FFA. And I forgot to mention that Whitley's second place heifer, and she's from Marion FFA. Fourth place award goes to Eleanor Linus from Johnson County 4-H. Our fifth place female, exhibited by Peyton Hansen, Liberty FFA. Sixth place ribbon, awarded to Katie Hall, Angleton FFA. Seventh place goes to Haley McKimmey from Dickinson FFA. Eighth place, Rhett Trawick from East Bernard FFA. Ninth, Isabella Perez, Willacy County 4-H. And our 10th place exhibitor is Savannah Sheffield, Manville FFA. Bringing in class 9 in our ARB heifer show. Class 10, you need to be lined up in the staging area.
As we get started back here at the Santa Gertrudis show, a nice set of young heifer calves here, and you got a pair of them up on top of this class that I think's got a lot of quality to them. Very, very stylish heifer, I think, to lead off with. She's so elegant, nice through her front end, long neck, clean fronted, ties high. Heifer's got plenty of body and substance, I think, for a young heifer calf, and just puts a lot of good together, I think, for just a young one out here. Still gets out and goes plenty good. I'm not going to tell you she's overly powerful, but remember, we're looking at heifer calves here. That one there's got a lot of future, neat things about her. Heifer in second is a little bigger hip. I like her top shape a little better. Here's another heifer that's got some rib and body and gets out and goes. She obviously doesn't have quite as extension and cleanliness up through her front end, but still very good balance, very good proportion female. A little bigger hip, a little thicker when you get right in behind her. High performing heifer's got tons of weight per day of age, and I like this heifer on the move. She gets short necked and plain through her front end, but that heifer there's got some body, some substance, some thickness, sound at the ground. Nice kind of a female here to come into the third spot. Heifer, if we could give her just a shot more body, some rear rib and flank, I think that would help her proportions and balance. She's a long-bodied, extended, level, square hip kind of heifer. Just needs just a little more body, I think, to help balance her up. Another big-bodied heifer comes in next that just gets a little flatter. She's a little frailer, I think, at this point, but as I've said all day, heifer calves, it's hard, it's tough to kind of get them there and get them far enough along. This heifer here is an example of that. I just think she needs some more time. A little bigger outlined heifer that's strong-topped and true in the way that she wants to go. She's a little bit shallower. She's a little frailer as well. As we get on down, this is a big class with a lot of quality and a lot of good. I think we find some functional cattle, maybe just a little plainer. Obviously, some of them there as we get on down to the end of the class, just ultra green. Just need some more time to kind of get there, get some condition on them, some bloom on them. Nice class. Congratulations. Very attractive. Like the heifer to lead off with.
Thank you, Mr. Yoakum, and taking first place honors here in Class 1 of your Santa Gertrudis show. And receiving the buckle sponsored by Straight Ranches of Carrizo Springs is Hannah Shackelford of Alba-Gold FFA. Second in that class, going to Calvin Wunderlich, Brenham FFA. Third, Sawyer Nobles of Aubrey FFA. Fourth, going to Brinkley Knowles of Aubrey FFA. Fifth, Abigail Rose of Jimson of Alvin FFA. Sixth, Andrew Walderdale of Mineola West FFA. Your 7th place award, Hunter Parker, the exhibitor with Warren FFA chapter. 8th in the class, Savannah Rossler of Gainesville FFA. Your 9th place to Jace Carpenter, member of Van Zandt County 4-H. And 10th place ribbon going to William Rainley of Tioga FFA. Class 2, Santa Gertrudis coming in the arena at this time.
Well, over here, Class 9 of our ARB show, and honestly, probably the most uniform set of cattle we've seen out here yet
Santa
today.
Gertrudis exhibitors with entries in Class 3. We need you to check into the staging, please.
Kale's
Class 3,
absolutely
Santa
right. This
Gertrudis
is like the first
to
time
staging.
all day we haven't had a tiger stride. We got one peach heifer out here, but the rest are all black cattle. Kind of a weird change in pace. This is Class 9, so these are July and August cattle of 23.
And really a good class, too, from top to bottom. Just a lot of high-quality cattle. I think, as you kind of get a little bit further along in these animals, they get a little bit older, you start to kind of lose some of the cattle that maybe just didn't quite make the cut. They start fading off a little bit. You really just get into some stuff that, they've been to a lot of shows already. They've got a lot of experience, and the showmen really do an outstanding job because they've been with that specific project for quite a while longer.
Yeah, you truly get to see the best of the best. We'll get into our senior division here, and there may not be the same number of head. But that's because at this point, those are the ones that have proven themselves for almost a year and a half.
That's exactly right, and that's a good point because some of these kids have been with these animals a long time. So as Jed was saying, when you get in your senior division and maybe this is their last show, it's kind of, a bittersweet moment because obviously you're going to turn that heifer into, a type of generating source, and you're no longer going to have her in the show barn. So there's parts of it that are really cool, but then, if you get some younger showmen who really become attached to that project, it's a sad moment, but, that's about how the industry goes. And it's a lot of fun for me and Jed, to send a good one into production.
Yeah, my dad always said, these aren't just pets. We raise them for a reason. And I think that's a big value and the big learning point from doing all of this.
And I think that's a big reason why it's so important for kids to be showing livestock, because they get a feel for how the industry works, and they get to see a project from start to finish. And none of us like to lose, but it's important to get that feeling, to know what you got to do better. And honestly, a little bit of losing makes that winning just a whole lot sweeter.
So like we said before, Kayla and I are here through the Top Judge program, so we aren't Taylor Ford employees or anything, but I'd like to go ahead and give them a shout out because they truly deliver one of the best webcasting experiences out there. You guys watching on here really have a better view than even Kayla or I. Up here in the announcer's booth, you're on the ground, get to see the cattle, not from an elevated view, and from where the judge is actually seeing. It's really cool to watch.
Another good grouping here on our ARB show, and the black heifer that wins the class. Really like her in terms of her skeletal design. This heifer got a unique look to her from the profile. A heifer that's good-bodied and still fresh enough. She could be maybe changed just a little bit right there in the way her spine hooks into the back of her blade. But again, that gets awful critical. One that I think is really neat in her silhouette. She's nice in her design of her structure. She's a good-footed female that's still fresh enough from a composition standpoint. The yellow heifer's big bodied, and she too drives well off both ends of her framework. I like the usability this heifer has in her hind leg and in her body. She's maybe just starting to pack on just a little more grease from a condition standpoint. You could freshen her up in relation to the class winner, but I like the softness this heifer has, the cowiness. Her basic build is really good. That's another very functional female. Heifer that comes in third is really big down her top. You like the stoutness this heifer has from a foot and a bone standpoint. Starts to push just a little more lower shoulder. I thought her comfortability wasn't quite as nice as what our top pair of cattle was in this group, but still a useful kind of a female. Like the spread of the next heifer. Again, very powerful. Got a real nice look about her. You might want to just loosen her up a bit from a structure standpoint, the way she grabs the ground from behind, a little tentative in her rear foot placement, but you got to like the power and the spread and the substance that heifer brings to the table. Same goes for the next heifer. Big-legged kind of a female, like her stoutness a feature. She just doesn't blend quite as nice from the side as what we find in the cattle on up ahead of her, specifically from her back into her rear rib and flank. Just need to soften her up a pinch. This heifer does have extra body and mass and volume. We just need to clean her up a little bit in terms of her condition, but you like that heifer in terms of the utility she brings to the table. Still 3 good cattle here. This heifer that comes out next, I swapped up a spot because of structure. She maybe is a little plainer from the side, but I think she uses her rear skeleton better. This heifer's got a little more look. She gets a little tiptoey from behind, and that's where I would tweak her. Then our heifer that closed the class, really sound on her feet and legs. You like that about her. Got some longevity built into her skeleton. Just a little flatter in terms of her dimension, a little plainer in terms of her look.
Results of Class 9 in our ARB Heifer Show in our North Judging Arena. Winning the class is Madison Johnson from Austin County 4-H. Second place honors go to Brendan Driscoll from Golson FFA. Third, shown by Hagen Jurecic from Orange Grove FFA. Fourth, shown by Kinley Flores, Hardin FFA. Fifth, shown by Paisley Kravaka, Waller County 4-H. Our sixth place award goes to Allison Balencia from Divine FFA. Seventh, shown by Easton Brett, Hardin FFA. Eighth place, shown by Carly Hine from Foster FFA. And ninth goes to Anna Lilalaya and Munez Carty from Hill County 4-H.
Well, walking in is our last class of junior heifers already. This is our May and June cattle of 23. And then after this class, Dr. Bloomberg will do his junior heifer drive.
Yeah, Jed, I believe just a class of 4 here, so not a lot of numbers, but certainly plenty of quality here and very, very nice cattle to look at.
A judging class, some would say. Hopefully, yeah, Dr. Bloomberg gives us his rank and maybe some cuts here in a bit.
Yeah, you know, when Jed brings up judging classes, it brings up just a little bit of PTSD, probably too close to the close of my senior college judging career to get back into that, but certainly he's on the right kind, and I don't know for sure if Bloomberg will give us the cuts, but I'm confident he'll give us a rank. Well, obviously, if you're joining us on the live stream, you don't have the capability to be here today, but I will say, man, do we have some good food laid out here on the fairgrounds, and if you do get a chance to come over the next few days, I definitely recommend exploring that. That's always one of my favorite parts of coming to San Antonio is just getting into some good food, whether that's Mexican food or some kind of seafood, as Jed was talking about earlier. So if you do get a chance to come down here, make sure you enjoy some of the fair food that we've got spread around.
There's not a lot of crawfish in Colorado, so I got to get it when I can. So San Antonio's always, an awesome place to eat.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit harder to find crawfish where there's no water, and so Jed and I probably both struggle there in terms of the food, the seafood department. Frozen's about as good as it gets for us.
Very nice top pair in this class. Both these young people doing a great job with 2 high-quality heifers. Both heifers, I think they pair up. They're both sound. They're both correct. You bow the ground, study them. They're both got good feed underneath them. I like the balance, the freshness, the eye appeal, the presence that they offer in the ring. Difference to me, the young man's heifer's a notch stouter. She's a little bigger forearm. She's heavier bone. She's got more hip into her when you get right in behind her. She's wider pin. I think just offers just a notch more stout stoutness at this stage of the game. Heifer in second's a lot like her. Good rib cage, body volume, and depth. Once again, attractiveness, freshness, neatness, all really, really good. Just lacks maybe just a notch extra bone. That's a good pair. Very close pair here in this class. Next heifer's got a lot of power. You know, you study this heifer from her shoulder back, and she's got worlds of shape and thickness and muscle to her. She might get a little round, maybe a little coarser. More importantly, just right there at the ground, she wants to go just a little bit tighter, a little narrower, not quite as fluid and as easy. That's what we find in those top two. Couple of heifers that come in next. I think they're sound and functional. They got good body shape and rib and substance to them. They're a little plainer, a little frailer both. We could stouten them both up just a notch, but both, I think, really good cattle. Better days are yet to come for those as they continue to grow and develop. Young man's doing a really good job here. Heifer wants to fight him just a little bit, particularly on the lead. I think when he gets this heifer put together, she's really nice in terms of her body type. Big ribbed, high volumed heifer, just a little thicker neck, a little coarser front end. Like to change her right up there through her front 1/3. Got a nicer, kind of bigger outlined heifer that's got some thickness to her. Wants to get a little easy in her top as she gets in motion. Find some cattle on down through there. Obviously, once again, another deep class, a good class. Cattle that are functional, correct, and true. Just a little plainer in their look, maybe a little plainer in their muscle shape right here today. Very nice class. Really like the top pair of high-quality cattle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yoakum. We'll have those results for you in Class 2 here in just a moment. And Class 2's first place winner getting a buckle sponsored by Hefty Ranch of Corpus Christi, Texas. In addition to the awards provided by the San Antonio Livestock Show.
Good class here in the ARB show, and a nice pair of heifers up on the front end. Black heifer we start the class with, again, just a little more dynamic in terms of her presence as you study her, in terms of her look and her eye appeal. A big-bodied heifer that's got some volume to her. It looks like she's going to have a nice udder as well. You get her into production. If you wanted to get critical of her, I wish you could loosen her up just a little bit out of her shoulder. But again, we're just talking some minor differences here. That's a good female to lead off the class. I like the heifer in second as well. Real cowy female. Both these young people do a nice job getting their heifer shown. This heifer's a little more fragile as you take her to the ground in terms of foot and bone. I didn't read her being quite as elegant in terms of her look, but you like the fact she's got some middle, got some dimension of rib, very cowy kind of a female, and a little more fragile, though, in terms of her makeup. The red heifer to come in third, really robust, a real powerfully opened up kind of a female with some skeletal width. Need to change her off of her rear skeleton just a bit. See her sit down with just a little more stability. Young man that closed the class, a long-bodied, extended heifer. She moves pretty well. She just doesn't have much flash and eye appeal as some of the other cattle in here, but still really functional in her own right. Good class.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for that critique of Class 10 in our ARB Heifer Show. Winning the class is Barrett Merton from Washington County 4-H. Our second place heifer exhibited by Kinsley Rhodes from San Jacinto County 4-H. Third place ribbon goes to Carter Hughes, Shepherd FFA, and placing fourth is Cash Peters from Kuntz FFA. We'll now lead back into our North Judging Arena. Our first and second place winners out of classes 7 through 9. From these 8 females, our judge will select our junior division winners. With that being said, Class 13, it's our first class in our senior division of ARBs. You need to start making your way to the North Staging Arena. Class 13 ARB females, we need you to the North Staging Arena.
There's a big glare. It's hard for me to see numbers out there. So let's.
We'll read them.
Well, Dr. Bloomberg gave us his
And
rank there,
Class
but not
2,
his
ladies and
cuts.
gentlemen, a
That
first
means we're
place
gonna
award going
work
to 55,
into our division
491
drive.
here in the Santa Gertrudis Show. Jackson Harrington, exhibitor, Grimes County 4-H member. Second in that class, Demi Hunter of Hoffman FFA. Your third place, Callie Strubach of Bowling FFA. Fourth, to Kelton Leonard of Navasota FFA. 5th in the class went to Graham Cross of Hill County 4-H. 6th, Adrian Strait of Fairfield FFA. 7th place, Rebecca Brown of Milano FFA. 8th to Cooper Kaysen of Whitesboro FFA. 9th to David Salazar III of Hidalgo County. And 10th place award, Nolan Wunderlich of Washington County 4-H.
Well, as Jed alluded to, we just got done with our last class at a division, so we're about to
Arden
see 4 individuals
Strait
out
taking
here
the 4th place award.
Line up for our division champion.
And Kelton Leonard 6th.
Kale and I were joking, kind of like from a week prior, knowing that we'd have to come here and help out on the live stream, which has been a blast so far. But we thought beforehand, like, we'd have to channel our inner announcer from Major League or Semi-Pro or Dodgeball. Luckily, we spared you folks, and you haven't had to witness that yet. But man, we thought of some good ideas.
We were a little nervous that we were going to sound too much like golf announcers, which may have been the case today, but it's probably better than just getting a little too crazy. But we will say we've tried to put some things in here that were maybe just a little bit more interesting, and we'll leave the professional talk about the livestock to our judges here today.
It's a bold move, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off for him.
Santa Gertrudis exhibitors in Class 4. We need you in the staging area. Santa Gertrudis Heifers, Class 4 to staging, please.
We actually joked with some of our mentors last night that they told us, or I guess they instructed us, that there was no, vulgar language or dirty jokes, and maybe we were just a little bit depressed, but that's probably the best case scenario to, keep it PG on here today. And to be honest with you, I probably don't have any good dirty jokes in my back pocket anyway. What about you, Jed?
Man, I'm just kind of glad that we kept Dr. Shockey occupied today. I think if he'd gotten up here, he would have definitely towed the line a little bit.
Yeah, you're probably right, and that's the best part of him being our personal mentor, is we always get to, get a funny side of things even in the midst of seriousness.
Walking in, we have our junior heifer drive. The ages on these heifers range from the beginning of November all the way to the end of June of 23.
And it's really an outstanding lineup from top to bottom. All these exhibitors, and even some of them that went back to the barn, should certainly be pleased with what we have out here today. And as our seconds come in, it just shows the quality that if these are second in our classes, just the kind of the depth that we've had. So really outstanding job to all of our exhibitors out here. And I'm just excited to see how this is going to go down, because, man, there's just 4 really, really nice class winners here, and a guy could go a few different ways.
I think Kale and I could probably agree in some of these classes today. Some of the heifers that went 4th or 5th in class, we would have used to probably win judging classes at some point, and probably with a pretty big cut at the top.
Yeah, of course, he's exactly right. And not only would we use them to win judging classes, but, man, I wouldn't mind having a good handful of them in my own cow-calf operation at home.
For sure.
I think one thing is common across the 4 that we have out here is our class winners. The presentation of these 4 animals is, bar none, just incredible. Beautiful baldy heifer here, a really nice haired gold heifer there, and then 2 black females that are just beautiful. So I commend all of our exhibitors here for presenting us with such high quality
And class
livestock.
4, we need to have some Santa Gertrudis heifers checked in, and got an incomplete class. I think we're short couple of them, possibly 48,090 and 38,724.
Yeah, and I think
Final
we have
call
8 great showmen
for
out here as
Class
well.
4 lineup
And
in
that goes
Santa
a long
Gertrudis
ways.
South Arena.
Just being able to
As we get
present
in this
those
class,
cattle
I'll be
really,
honest,
really
this
highly.
one's pretty tough to sort through. I don't know, not some logic in some spots and some variations and what you got to do. But I like here on the top of the class, these top 2 or 3, I think pretty good, pretty solid type cattle. I think you find a stout, powerful heifer that's got some performance, I think, to win the class. A heifer that's big over top, thick one from behind. She's bold in her rib cage. She's really got big feet and heavy bone. If you study her at the ground, gets out and goes. That's a heifer to me that just puts the most positives. I like the body type of the heifer that comes in second. A moderate frame, big ribbed, high volumed heifer. Really good back through her rear rib and flank. She's just one that's a little bit off in the way she wants to travel out of her hip at times. Not quite as stout in terms of her structural base as what we find the heifer right ahead of her, but a nice moderate frame, good ribbed heifer there to come in second. Heifer that's in third's a little greener in condition. Long spined, extended, nice, kind of a neat, stylish looking heifer. Just needs a little more to her, I think, today to really compete. But there's some pieces there. I think that heifer's going to continue to get better. Next heifer's a little plain fronted, but after that, she's just a pretty solid type of a female in terms of having some structural base and some good feet underneath her and some rib and gets out and goes. Just need to make her a little bit neater up through her front end. If we could stouten this next heifer up in terms of her bone work, I think you might be able to slide her up a notch or two because she's a heifer that's got some muscle shape and thickness, just a little frailer, a little bit shallower, but strong topped and level. You come in with another kind of deep-sided heifer that needs to be stoutened up just a bit, but still functionality still there. Nice set of females to kind of round out the class, a set of heifers that's got some smoothness, some correctness to them, and some soundness, just a little plainer. Some of them just a little extra condition on them as well. We'd like to trim them up a notch.
Thank you, Mr. Yoakum. And taking first place ribbon as well as the buckle sponsored by Townsend Cattle Company of Louise, Texas. Going to J.C. Lynn Hager, Brenham FFA. Second in the class, earned by Kaylee Robertson of Needsville. Is he waiting? You're in a division? Okay, let me quickly finish that. Kason Kincaid taking third, fourth in the class. Hannah Deisher, fifth place. Award going to Ethan Mulkins, sixth in the class. Going to Leona Wunderlich, seventh to Valeria Moyer, eighth in the class. Mia Galvan, and ninth, Ella Hardy, taking 10th place, Kason Trant.
Another good division here in the ARB show, and we will run through these real quick. I think there's some discussion. The Baldy heifer here, one that's just really good in the center part of her body, really good on her feet and legs. You like the flexibility that heifer has. She's built really nice. You know, her problem out here is she's just a little sluggish. She's the first one in the line, but if you read through her skeletal design, I think it's good. Her body shape is good. She blends them together nicely from the side. The gold-colored heifer here, one that's got a really long-fronted kind of a female. I like the extension that she has as you study her from the side. She meets her track well, and she moves pretty well. If I'm going to nitpick on her, I'd like to square up in her hock just a little bit. She's right there maybe on the edge, but she still moves well and comfortably, and that heifer's got a really neat presence about her. Heifer out of Class 3 we talked about, just really functional in her kind, a deep-bodied female that's very flexible. She breaks a little bit right behind her shoulder, and we discussed how you could maybe hook her spine up a little bit out of the backside of her blade there, but a real usable kind of a female. And then the heifer here out of Class 4, I like her standing still, as good as any heifer out here in terms of her look and her eye appeal, really good in terms of her rib shape. This heifer I just wish moved a shot better off of her front end. You know, she's adequate in that regard, but as you start comparing her, you know, you could maybe just loosen her up a pinch, but he does an excellent job getting this heifer presented and shown. Got some good seconds on the other side, but our champion's going to come out of the front line here. I like this black baldy heifer up in the front to be our divisional champion. We'll follow up with this young lady's gold heifer right here to be reserved. Nice pair of cattle. Let's give them a good round of applause.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for those comments. And your decisions are this. Out of Class 7 comes our junior champion. First place exhibitor out of that class was selected as our junior champion, Vicente Garza, Edinburgh Vela FFA. Reserve Junior Champion comes out of Class 8, exhibited by Channing Borkstedt from Martin County 4-H. Congratulations to those two that are champion and reserve champion in this division, as well as all the youngsters that showed in our junior division classes. We'll move on along into class number 13. That is our first class of our senior division. So class 14, ARB Heifers, we need you in the staging area at this time. Class 15, get it on your mind.
Man, a pair of cattle there with just like super picturesque heads on them. Like if you were to like take a picture, put it black and white, it's kind of like hang on your wall for a decorative picture.
Yeah, sometimes Jed got into a little trouble just because he head judged livestock just a little bit too much there, and maybe just should have studied a few things from there back. But in reality, Jed is an extremely talented livestock judge, and he's not wrong. Both of those females had very, very beautiful head shapes on them, and you know, you can tell a lot about livestock by how they look up front. So he's not wrong. Maybe just got a little bit too in detail there for a few of us. Well, as we get into our first class of the senior heifers, I think this is where it gets really fun, because you start to see how these heifers have matured, where they are in terms of their gestation pattern. And, you know, as we get into some of the final ones, we're definitely going to start seeing some calves, you know, paired up with these heifers, or with these young cows, I should say. So that's where it gets really exciting for me, you know, as a young breeder who's just kind of just starting out. It's really exciting to see, you know, sit here and watch from, you know, when it started to where they are now.
I think the uniformity we've seen in our drives here just speaks to the power of the Brahman breed. Several different combinations of other genetics out here, but the one thing that's the constant between all of them is they all have some American influence in there somewhere. I think that just shows the power of a breed like the Brahmans that have so much emphasis on just functionality and practicality.
You're exactly right, Jed, and I think that speaks volume to, you know, here in the United States, we've got some cooler temperatures and less tropical environments, and so we don't see quite as much of that a little bit farther north, but the Brahman breed, it just makes an impact worldwide greater than, you know, we really think about here in the States. So I think it's something to really take and think about how important that breed is worldwide.
Kayla and I talked about the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo Judging Contest earlier. I think the reason judging coaches like that contest so much is the workout that they have the night before. They bring out several of the livestock that were in the show and put together classes that you're most likely going to see similar ones to in the contest. So not only is it a good competition, but it's an incredible learning tool. I know I learned more about slick steers just in the workout they put on here than I did anyplace else.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. That's just such a valuable piece, and he's exactly right. That workout beforehand is a big reason why judging coaches love to bring kids down here, because it's you know, nearly identical to the contest the day following, except in the workout, that's where the coaches really make their presence felt, because they set the officials on them and they get you prepared for what you're going to see tomorrow. So in that way, a coach of, you know, any standard is very, very important. And sometimes I think throughout college judging, we kind of forget how important our coaches are, and in reality, they're the real reason for a large majority of the success we're allowed to have.
I'll tell you, I think it's a cool trend that we have going on right now in the cattle show world. We see some wood show sticks making it back every now and then, leather show harnesses. I think it's a cool trend. I think it's been fun to watch the past couple of years bringing back some of the older show equipment.
Yeah, that is an interesting thing to say, and I think to kind of add to that, I'd like to compliment the parents of these kids because they've all came out here dressed extremely sharp today, and I think that speaks volumes because there's just a certain level of professionalism that's expected by a judge, and man, just coming out with a nice button-down, shirt tucked in, with some sharp boots on really goes a long way, and it's a really nice job to the parents that have made that possible.
Reminders
because
of
that's
standing
really where it's
intruders
at.
exhibitors, we'll have our calf championship at the completion of this class. So you exhibitors with heifers in class 7 need to be ready to check in over at the staging area.
Speaking of stock show trends and such, I can remember when I was first starting to show, my first couple years, kind of age 8 to 12, when the new trend was to have a bright new colorful comb and show stick, something real gaudy like a bright pink or bright orange out there. One trend I've kind of haven't been sad to see go.
No, you're exactly right there because so I grew up in a Oklahoma State fan household. Both my parents attended Oklahoma State, so you can imagine that 9-year-old myself had a bright orange show stick. And looking back at the pictures, yeah, I'm with you. I'm glad that that trend is gone. I think a nice black or silver can go a long ways in adding to your professionalism.
And Dr. Bloomberg has them placed for us here. Let's hear his critique on Class 13.
Probably as much variation in type and kind as we've had thus far on my side today, and just a lot of give and take between these cattle. And the heifer that wins the class, I think if you just look at her structure, she's the one that suits me the best in terms of her flexibility off of her hind leg. You know, she is big-bodied, and she's got a lot of depth, but she needs freshened up. I think we can sure agree on that. But I think you have to give up too much just in terms of structural integrity and rib and mass to go ahead and not use her to win the class. I would sure agree that she needs to be leaned up a little bit, but we're going to go ahead and use her to win this class. The red heifer is fresher. I do like that about her. I think a little more compositionally correct kind of a female. You know, if she would just get out and use her hind leg a little better and just have a little more flexibility, I think you can swap that pair. She's just a little coarser up in through her shoulder, a little rougher in terms of her design there. And when you set her in motion, she just doesn't quite get out and cover her track quite as nicely for me to go ahead and make the switch. From here on out, you can jumble these around a lot of different ways, and I sure wouldn't argue with you. I know this one's not going to win a beauty pageant, but I thought as you got to melting her down compared to the rest of these cattle, she at least met her stride. She had some flexibility. I know she needs to have a little more look. This red heifer's big and stout, but she's got to move better. She's got huge feet. She's stout bone. Just got to go better. Same goes for this young man's heifer here. She's got a nice look when she stands. Just gets a little tangled up on the move. Red heifer here is long and attractive, very feminine kind of a female. She actually probably moves a little better than some of them right ahead of her. We just don't have enough volume or mass. This brockle-faced heifer gets out horsed by her contemporaries in here. She's a little emptier middled. Then we close with a heifer that's got some depth of body. She just doesn't hook up with quite as much eye appeal as some of the other cattle in the line.
Young ladies brought us a real good heifer to start this class with. She's ultra powerful in her makeup, wide-chested, really opened up, dimensional as you study her all the way through. And boy, I tell you one, for that much substance you get off, that heifer blends together as nice as you would like one. So smooth, so attractive, and neat in her makeup. I'm not going to tell you she's like any choke-fronted thing, but that's all right for me because ones like that have that center rib and body, and the way that she's built, gets out and goes. Easy winner here in this class for me. Next one in line, this heifer's kind of intriguing. She's got a cool look to her. She's really a neat, stylish made heifer that is longer, cleaner fronted, trimmer made, and just the way she's put together. She's got some muscle. I don't know if there's quite the mass and substance in terms of bone and width and dimension to rival that class winner, but that's a good heifer with a lot of quality and a lot of good. Next pair of females, kind of some give and take. Heifer comes into third. She's a little bigger hip, a little heavier muscle. You like to set her down a little more comfortably on her hind leg, and that's the advantage the heifer right behind her has. She is a little sounder, looser skeleton, but she's flatter and narrower. That pair there, I opted for the young lady's bigger top, bigger hip, more dimensional female over the longer, smoother, flatter heifer that gets out and goes a little better. Good pair of females. Another big outline heifer that's got some stoutness and some bone to her. As you study her, there's another heifer that can get out and reach and fill her track. Once again, she's a little more empty. She doesn't have near the body volume or depth. Stoutness and power is really good. Young man struggles just a bit with this heifer, but there's some pieces in this heifer. I think if she comes together with some more time, that heifer there could probably come into something fairly competitive because she's got the right kind of look of smoothness and bone, just not quite there today. The next heifer that comes in, a little smaller statured, a little more refined, but I tell you what, there's some things about her and her pattern and lines that are really, really good. So we get on down into another class, just a little plainer look, a little some females that just need some help in the balance area, I think, to move up, but functionality and correctness is certainly there. Nice class, really high quality, stout, powerful, good moving heifer to win.
I'd like to take this opportunity to give our results of Class 13 in our ARB Heifer Show. Winning the class is Amberly Dickerson from Blue Ridge FFA. Second in Class 13, Kinley Compton, Franklin FFA. Third is Audrey Bailey, Conroe FFA. Fourth place ribbon went to Aaron Van Rockel from Montgomery County 4-H. Fifth place, Rafael Correa. Sixth place went to Parker Winterroud, Cal Allen FFA. Seventh, Emily Holloman, Austin County 4-H. And our eighth place ribbon presented to McKenna Fragia, Liberty FFA.
And ladies and gentlemen, in our Santa Gertrudis show, Class 4 just completed. We'll be moving in for our division drive here in the calf division in just a moment. But taking first place as well as the class buckle sponsored by Painted As Ranch of Seguin, Texas. First place honors going to Laney Machette of Van Vleck FFA. Second in the class to William Zellhart of the Hayes County 4-H. Your third place, Mayberry Mikowicik of Pasadena FFA. Fourth in that class going to Andrew Wynn of Wharton FFA. Your fifth place to Carolina Dana of the Edinburgh Vela FFA. Sixth to Heston Melton, Van Zant County 4-H member. Seventh, Avery Tolbulka of Harris County. Eighth to Andrew Dean of Longview FFA. Your ninth place award to Mackley Kirk, Shelby County 4-H member. And 10th to Leland Schrader of the Washington County 4-H.
Well, just while we have a moment here, I'd like to say just a little bit about the history of the San Antonio Stock Show.
Lining up for our calf division drive.
In 2024, there was 22,000 total entries and exhibitors in this show, which I find extremely impressive. Man, that's got to be up there with some of the largest shows in all the world. It's truly impressive. And still, what I think is even more impressive is over the years, there's been $267 million generated to award these individuals showing throughout the years, throughout scholarships, endowments, and grants. So I think that's truly impressive, and it speaks volumes to the support that the state provides for the show.
Really is like putting their money where their mouth is when it comes to the future
I
of
want to thank
agriculture. It's really cool to see.
members of the Santa Gertrudis Junior Association and their prince is Piper Loden, who's here to help distribute the awards in the Santa Gertrudis show. Appreciate the assistance in the ring from the board members, Avery Strait and Ken Cannon here, along with Mike Nelson, Savannah Weisler, and Calvin Wonderly.
This is one of those classes I referred to as a phone-a-friend. This is when you hope you got an associate. All 5 of these are different kinds. They're all different types. Again, you could justify doing some different things, and I don't know that there's one that just grabs you and says, I got to win the class. But, as I started, I made a move again here. I thought this heifer, to me, was just the most functional from a structure standpoint. She's one that's got some femininity and some attractiveness to her. And I think in terms of construction and just the way, in terms of her design of her movement, I thought she was the one that needed to win the class. She's not perfect, but I think in this setting, she's the one that I gravitate towards for the things that I kind of believe in. This heifer, I think, has some really neat breeding pieces in terms of being really bold sprung, really powerful. You like her dimension, her substance, all those things are really good. If she would just get out and grab the ground a little differently than what she does, I think you can sure land on her winning the class. She gets a little gathered at her teats as well, and I would change that about her, but probably just the biggest thing for me is just the way she gets out and moves. I'd like to just make her a little longer strided. Really a big, powerful, performance-oriented heifer to come out next. Just doesn't have enough look or sharpness or eye appeal in relation to the other heifers. Need to change the shape of her front feet as well. A little more moderate heifer to come out next, kind of deep rib female that's got some capacity, shaking down a nice udder. There's just simply not enough of this heifer to compete. She runs the wrong way from her chest up into her flank. The big brindle heifer here to close the class, the tiger stripe, deep bodied, very cowy, pretty functional from that regard. A little off in her hip and wants to close up there in her hock. We just need to redesign her from her hooks to pins, but still a useful kind of a female that's got some performance and some utility to her.
Thank you, Dr. Blueberg, for the critique of Class 14 ARB females. Winning the class is Elizabeth Lee from ARP FFA. Our second place ribbon presented to Shannon Pick from Mount Calm FFA. Placing third, Randy Rodriguez from Sherryland Pioneer FFA. Our fourth place female exhibited by Tyson Farquhar from El Campo FFA. And fifth, shown by Jada Jones, Crockett FFA. Dr. Bloomer, here's your last class of the day, the one you're looking for, class number 15, ARB heifers. And we are missing Elijah and Sarah, entry number 49093. Elijah and Sarah, we need your heifer to the staging area at this time. Your class is walking in the show arena.
We're in the Santa Gertrudis side, a great division. I don't want to say the toughest one, but it's awfully good, and I really like as we get these class winners and seconds back out here. I think it's very competitive. It's definitely one of the more competitive lineups that we've had as we study these females. You've got some attractive, good-looking females. You got some females that's got some power and substance to them, and I think there's certainly some decisions to be made as you get out here. And I don't know, you just got to lean which side you want to go, because I think they're awfully good. So let's put our hands together, congratulate our first division here. Once again, another great lineup of cattle and kids. We'll go out and we'll select your champion in reserve.
Santa Gertrudis exhibitors, second call for Class 7 in staging. Our division winner coming out of Class 2, entry 55491. We need to move up our second place out of Class 2, entry 39663 for reserved consideration. And your winner of Class 4 taking reserve honors here in the calf division, And congratulations goes to our champion, Jackson Harrington of Grimes County 4-H, and the reserve just named, entry 51389. That's Laylee Manchet Van Vleck, FFA.
Well, as we get into our ARB side again, there's Class 15 currently in the ring. And one thing I just noticed that I think is really, really impressive is that San Antonio welcomes over 1,200 guests from 67 different countries, which I think is very, very impressive. And once again, it speaks volume to the quality of this show, because if you're going to come from a different country to come enjoy time here at the show, it just shows what kind of quality not only the animals are, but how good the help is and how well the show is ran. So congratulations to the San Antonio Stock Show for doing such an outstanding job of getting help or getting livestock from outside of the United States.
Yep, well, this is our last class of the day. Like was said earlier in the ARB show, really been impressed with this set of cattle from front to back. This is the first ARB show that I've gotten the privilege of sitting through. Man, I've been blown out of the water just from the different kinds of cattle, but like all different shapes and sizes and different things a guy can appreciate in a lot of different cattle. Well, as we wrap up on the day here, Cale, do you have any final remarks, thoughts, things like that?
Well, I think it's hard to not be just impressed with the quality of livestock we've seen today, the quality of kids, and I just really appreciated the job that both of the judges on both sides of the ring have done. It's truly been impressive, especially as someone who's extremely interested in judging shows on down the line. It's cool to see how these gentlemen have conducted themselves throughout the day, and it's just been impressive.
This will be first call for Class 8 to staging. Class 7 females in the arena. We have 12 entries here in your Santa Gertrudis Class 7.
I completely agree with you, Cale. I was always told there's a fine line between efficiency and still being like professional and making sure each kid gets a look. And man, that's been on the forefront here today.
Both
here, guys do a great job.
Our exhibitor of our champion Red Brangus female, we need your bow
so they can get a view on all of them and get through the day.
Stand.
But still fairly give each exhibitor a look, get all the views
Red
they need of the
Brangus
cattle.
exhibitor, Wesleyan Elliott. We need your bow up to the announcer's stage.
Final class of these ARBs here in the yellow heifer that wins the class. Again, just the most functional heifer to me in terms of her skeleton, in terms of her body balance. I think she's the one that hooks up the most correct as you study her from any angle. She's one that's pretty useful in terms of her movement. She's got some rib to her and still pretty fresh from a composition standpoint. Her teats are out at the corners and they're shaped right, spaced right. So it's a nice heifer to lead off the class. I like this cow in second. She's one that's really eye appealing, one that's got some turn up high, some spread to her, a lot of nice little coupon here at her side. Cow's maybe just a little more pendulous in her udder than what you might want at this stage of the game, but I'm not going to knock her for having a calf. She's obviously raising it. I don't think this one maybe is just quite as elegant on the move as what we find in the heifer that wins, but still a very nice kind of a female. Heifer in third's got a lot of volume and a lot of capacity to her, a little fragile, and you take her to the ground and doesn't just get out and grab the ground with as much comfort and stability, but still you like that heifer in terms of the volume and mass that she brings to the table. She too looks like she's going to have a nice udder, and you get her in production. Big strapping bull calf on the side of this red cow, and she's kind of outdone herself with him. He's a really nice calf. I think one that, again, has a bright future ahead of him. The cow is just a little plainer in her design, a little crestier at the top of her neck, but she looks like she's got some, she's obviously milking and doing a good job raising this big stout bull calf. The black baldy heifer to come out next. If we could change her rear skeleton, I like this heifer's design. I like her balance. She just gets a little snappy on those rear feet. We need to change the shape of her rear foot as well. A patch-colored heifer to come out next. It's got some body, has some density to her. She just runs out of performance in relation to her contemporaries in here. Gets a little gathered up when you ask her to go. Heifer that closed the class, a big outline, long-bodied heifer. Nice look to this female. Just a little too straight up into her shoulder and the way she grabs the carpet from behind.
Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg, for that critique of Class 15 in our ARB Heifer Show. Winning that class is Elijah and Sarah from PSJA High FFA. Second place exhibitor, Eloise Clear, Robertson County 4-H. Our third place ribbon goes to Heather Teal, Bosque County 4-H. Placing fourth, Kaylee Hawkins, Pearland FFA. Our fifth place female, exhibited by Isabella Correa. Placing sixth, Olivia Lopez, Veteran Memorial FFA. And our seventh place award goes to Audrey Treyweek, East Bernard FFA. We'll now bring in our winners out of classes 13 through 15 back into the North Arena in our ARB show to select our senior division winners. So you calf and junior champions that were previously selected in our ARB female show, we need your cattle in the north staging area at this time. We're about to select our senior champions, so you calf and juniors, let's get back in line and get ready to line up for our grand drive in our ARB heifer show.
We had a set of Beefmaster registration papers found on the showgrounds in the barn. Beefmaster registration papers. If Nella Weaver could come up and retrieve those. Set of original Beefmaster heifer papers. You're liable to need it at another show. Ms. Weaver.
Dr. Bloomberg's taking a break here in between our drives, and I don't blame him. I mean, spending that much time on your feet, even out there on the nice turf, wears the guy out, I know that. Can really take it out of you.
Yeah, no, I could definitely agree with Jed on this one. That's one thing about standing and judging a show all day that people don't really think about. But yeah, these judges, you know, they have to put up with some physical toll as well. I mean, obviously the kids get tired out there after standing for, 20 or 30 minutes, but the judges got to do it all day long. So props to them for really coming out and doing their very, very best today to evaluate the livestock and give the kids all the looks that they can.
Need to be reported in over at the staging area on the South Arena, Class 8, Santa Gertrudis.
I listened to Mr. Marvin Enser's podcast on that a little bit, and he talks about getting ready for the 2 days of judging Louisville. It's a marathon. I imagine judging San Antonio's the same way, where you kind of have to prepare yourself
Nice top
mentally, but
trio here in
physically
this
as well.
class. Young man's got a heifer. She get a little fast on you out here in the show ring, but that heifer there puts the most positives together for me. I really like her at the ground. She's structurally correct kind of female. Both these first and second heifers are ultra smooth in their pattern, the way they blend together. There's just a little more of this heifer, I think, to win the class. A little more robust in her rib shape, a little more powerful when you get in behind her. Nice heifer there to lead off with. Another long, smooth made heifer that comes into second. She's a little frailer at the ground compared to our class winner. For that matter, the heifer that stands behind her, but still yet nice fronted, clean made, attractive, fresh, still gets out and goes, just like to power her up a little bit. Next heifer gets just a little bit piecier, I think, in her type and kind and the way she fits together, but she's a big outline, long-sided, extended heifer that's got some shape and power to her. She's just a little bit empty, a little bit piecier compared to those other ones. Big old stout, high-performing heifer. If we could strengthen her up in her top, give her just a shot more dimension from behind, that heifer get more competitive in the class, but she's so big and stout, got some performance winner with her to go along with it. Young ladies does a nice job getting this heifer shown. I like this heifer on the profile. I like her lines. I like her pattern that she offers. Just a little frailer, little flatter. Young man's got a heifer. It's got some rib and body that's just a little plainer up through her front 1/3 there as we start to study her. The next heifer comes around. It's sure one that I think is sound enough as she goes. She's a little frailer. We could stouten her up all the way through just to make her a little better. Young man's got an awfully good one there in terms of rib and body and softness. She's one that's just plain in her overall look, particularly through her front 1/3. This heifer here the young lady has got some thickness to her. I like the power from behind. She needs some more body. She wants a shallow back to her rear rib and flank. The next heifer is just a little greener in her condition, I think, relative to the other ones. She's strong on her top line, level out through her hip, but she wants to get a little base narrow, shallow up when you get off the side. Young man's got a heifer we round out the class with. Certainly has some more thickness down her top, but once again, just a little plainer, a little lower fronted type of female to conclude with.
And we thank you for the overview, Mr. Yoakum, and the first place ribbon, as well as that class buckle sponsored by Reese Ranch of Encinal, Texas, going to Brody Watkins of Granbury FFA. Second in the class to Jacob Skipper, Robertson County 4-H member. Third in the class to Denton Rossler, Gainesville FFA chapter. Fourth, Bailey Gunshart of Alvin FFA. Fifth in the class, Joyce Salcida of Santa Fe FFA. Your sixth place award to Mason Barnett of Kaufman County 4-H. Seventh in the class, Troxy Claire Quinn of Wharton FFA. Our eighth place to Jace Peridola of Lavernia FFA. Ninth going to Millie Ferguson of Iola FFA. 10th place award to Maven Caroline Miklacheka of the Pasadena FFA. Class 8, Santa Gertrudis in the arena. Class 9, you need to be checking in the staging.
Man, what a day it's been. We've seen a lot of good cattle starting off
Okay,
the
we're about to
beginning of
lead
our
in
day
our
in the Cimbra show
winners
all the
from
way through
classes
to our
13, 14, and
ARBs.
15, and select our senior division winners in our ARB show.
Yeah, and
You calf and yearlings, you calf and junior champions need to be ready in our ARB show, North Staging Arena.
And I'd encourage you, if you're still looking to, get your fix of cattle shows, the show is still going on in the South Ring. So as soon as this one wraps over here in the North, feel free to switch over to the other live and get you a view of what's going on over there.
Can't promise that it'll be Kale or I, but some of us tomorrow on the Top Judge crew here will be commentating as well throughout the shows here the next couple of days, all the way into our Barrow show eventually. So yeah, stay tuned to those. Some really cool colleagues that Kale and I also get to call friends that should be fun to listen to. And here we go, walking in now our senior heifer drive. 3 classes out here. Man, 3 great representatives.
Yeah, really a lineup of very, very nice cattle and some very respective seconds to go along with it. Interested to see them when they get propped up out there. It'll be fun to see for you guys on the live stream and as well as us in person, just how they stack up to one another. And honestly, we have some that, they have some similarities to them, but they're also different in some ways. And really that's okay because in our industry today, there's quite a few different ways to make money. And I think each and every one of these heifers could do it in just a little bit of a different way.
I'm a big believer, Kale, that one size doesn't fit all. Each guy requires a different kind of cow to work for him. I think we have some out here different flavors and tastes that suit different people.
That's right, and across the country, there's different cow needs for every single place. So I think that's important to remember. And honestly, as the show's going to go on throughout the remainder of the week, we're going to see different cattle, and they're going to match up in different ways.
Here in this class of falls, got a top pair of heifers kind of come to the top for their balance lines as you get onto the side. And heifer that we lead off with, I think she's just a little bit smoother and neater, particularly as you study the way she blends into her forerib, down her top line. She's level and square out through her hip. She's probably the nicest fronted heifer to go along with it. Big body, bold sprung, good ribbed heifer. I think she balanced it, proportioned as well as anything in the class. Heifer in second, stouter. She's heavier boned and bigger hip. She's a little bit coarser, a little bit piecier as you start to study her relative to our class winner, but those two hit me as the two that balance in proportion as well as anything. Heifer in third, I tell you at times she can give you a really nice look. That is a long-bodied extended heifer. She's really long through her front end, ties high to the top of her shoulder, just maybe gets a little bit piecier, not quite as smooth. Once to get a little flatter, we get right in behind her. Another heavy bone, big-footed, kind of a rugged type heifer the young lady has, that she's a little coarse, a little open in her shoulder. She's one needs a little depth back through her rear rib and flank. A couple of smaller framed heifers to conclude with. A big-bodied heifer the young man has, just a little bit off in her hip. We got a little bit leveler, a little smoother made heifer to complete the class, just not enough of her. A little lower volume, a little narrower skeleton type female to round out the class.
We thank you, Mr. Yoakum, and taking the blue ribbon as well as the class-winning buckle, sponsored by Buena Vida Cattle Company of Kingsbury, Texas. It goes to entry number 53-743, Ms. Jane Lawrence of Nueces County. Second place going to Kylie Skipper of Robertson County 4-H. Your third place, Peyton Bronikowski of Robertson County 4-H. Fourth to Kaylee Lynn Starnes of Kaufman County 4-H. Our fifth place, Caden Fletcher of Kaufman County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors Oh, we've got a sixth place here. Brandon Anthony Jimenez, Terry County FFA. Class 7 in the arena at this time. Class 8.
I'd like to take this opportunity to announce our senior champions in our ARB Heifer Show. Our champion comes out of Class 13, shown by Amberly Dickerson from Blue Ridge FFA. Second also comes out of Class 13, exhibited by Kenley Compton, Franklin FFA. We're now staging our division winners out of our calf, junior, and senior in the North Judging Arena to select our overall Grand Reserve ARB female.
Santa Gertrudis exhibitors with entries in Class 10. We need you at staging, please.
Yeah, and if you missed that, our champion reserve both came out of the first class there, class 13. Like we talked about before, bring different things to the table, but two high-quality cattle.
Obviously, Mr. Bloomberg kept it kind of short.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Little sponsorship ad there for you from Producers Co-op. Just getting ready for our grand drive here, our ARB show, our last show of the day. They should be walking in here any second.
And as they enter the ring out here, it truly does, contest to how good the show's been today, as we have some awesome division champions and some great reserve divisions, and really it's going to be exciting to see how it all works out, because, man, do they represent their divisions extremely well.
Yeah, I think just a lot of quality represented. I'd be tickled to death to own any of these out here. I think cattle that should probably earn the right to be flushed here at some point. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see these genetics reciprocated back here in a couple years, back here in San Antonio for years to come.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. It takes some winning to get your name out there and to really start a program. So it really means a lot to the grand scheme of things to win your division or win the entire show, because you can use that that specific animal to get your name out there and really build something for yourself at home. So it really does mean a lot what happens out here in the show ring.
Well, we come to our last selection of the day on my side, and I know Harlan's kept it up pretty good in terms of pace. He had a few more numbers than I did, but it's really been a good show, and we'll save a lot of our comments for later on at the Grand Drive. But we would be remiss if we didn't thank these kids here in the ARB show and give them a nice round of applause, please, if you would. I'm not going to lie to you, this has been a tough division to put together. Lots of different types and kinds. You expect that when you get some different crosses coming in here. Obviously, they all have American as their foundation, but some differences after that. And again, I'm pleased with these as they come back out here. Not cookie cutter in terms of mold, but still, I think the quality is sure present out here. I think there's two of them that it comes down between, in my opinion, and you could toss them back and forth, and I wouldn't argue a lot with you. I think both of them are really good cattle. They're cut from a little bit different cloth. I guess at the end of the day, you got to decide which one, if we were going to go find us an ARB, what I get for the kids to show, and that's these two that I'm going to use. So I like them both. I think they're really good cattle. Not to take anything away from the rest of our divisions and reserves out here, but that comes down to a pair of them for me. So I'm going to put the mic down. I know Harlan's got to keep rolling along here. I'm going to probably go get myself just a tad bit of lunch here before we get to the Supreme, and I know Shocky's going to laugh at me when I say that, but it's been a really good show. I've enjoyed it. Tried to keep a diligent pace, but still give the kids ample time, and I thought that they've been really courteous, and it's been an excellent grouping of cattle. So, again, give them a good hand. We'll get you a champion reserve.
Very nice class here on our side of the San Gertrudis show, and very, very good, very deep as we get into these cattle. And this one that leads off, she's pretty intriguing. She's an interesting heifer. She's so attractive and striking as you get on the profile. She gets out and goes extremely good in terms of her structural design. Add some power to that and some rib to that. You got a really, really nice class winner there, I think, to lead off and win this class. A heifer in seconds one, she kind of grows on you the longer she's out here. She's got more bone than our class winner. She's a stouter made type of a heifer. She doesn't initially strike you because she doesn't have that sweet front end like our class winner. But boy, there's a big top, thick-ended, powerful female, a lot of bone, just a little bit coarser, not quite as neat and nice, a little bit different style of heifer, but I do like her quite a bit to win. Young man's heifer, when she come in, I liked her a lot. I think she's ultra smooth in her pattern. I think she ties together. A lot of similarities of our class winner. There's not quite as much of her. She's a little frailer, a little shallower back through her flank. I'd like to open her up, power her up a little bit more to get her up just a little higher. Here's another one that's got some power and substance to her. She's good-footed, heavy bone, and stout in the way that she's built. She's a little coarser, get a little piecier at times, but still very solid heifer there to come in fourth in this class. There's another long-bodied, extended heifer. I probably like the way this heifer gets out and goes a little better than the heifer she stands right behind, right behind. But still, that heifer there is just a little flatter, a little bit narrower made, doesn't quite have the power that we see in that heifer stands ahead of her. Another heifer has got some rib and body, just a little plainer in her features. Plainer fronted, plainer about her muscle. Here's one that's got some style and look to her. Not enough center rib and body, wants to shallow a little bit. We get a couple of heifers to conclude the class with. Shallow back to the rear rib and flank. Very sound kind of heifers. They're loose in their skeleton. Just not enough of them, I think, to really compete in a very competitive class. Very attractive, very well-balanced, stylish heifer on top to win.
Well, that's all she wrote, folks, from Kale and I. Thank you for listening to us. Hopefully you'll be back tomorrow for the conclusion of our heifer show.
ARB heifer show, our overall champion, exhibited by Zachary Buchanan from Ellis County 4-H. Congratulations to you, Zachary. And our reserve champion overall in our ARB heifer show goes to Vicente Garza, Edinburgh Vela, FFA. Again, I'd like to thank Dr. Blake Bloomberg for going through all the breeds in our North Judging Arena. Did a fantastic job. Judged 354 head in 76 classes, included our Cimbra, Red Brangus, Brangus, and ARB breeds. Again, we need the bios back as soon as y'all get those filled out for the ARB heifers for our champion drive. I think
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.